Mahabharata, Book 7, Drona Parva. Dranabhisheka Parva. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 1. Having bowed down unto Narayan, and unto that most exalted of male beings, viz., Nara, and unto the goddess Sarasvati also, must the word Jaya be uttered. Janamejaya said, hearing that his sire Devavrata of unrivaled vigor and sturdiness, and might, energy, and prowess, had been slain by Sikandin, the prince of the Panchalas, what, indeed, O regenerate Rishi, did the powerful king Dhritarashtra with eyes bathed in tears do? O illustrious one, his son, Duryodhana, wished for sovereignty after vanquishing those mighty bowmen, viz., the sons of Panda, through Bhishma and Drona and other great car warriors. Tell me, O thou that hast wealth of asceticism, all that he, of Kauravas race, did after that chief of all bowmen had been slain. Vaisampayana said, hearing that his sire had been slain, King Dhritarashtra of Kauravas race, filled with anxiety and grief, obtained no peace of mind. And while he, of Kauravas race, was thus continually brooding over that sorrow, Gavalgana's son of pure soul once more came to him. Then, O monarch, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, addressed Sanjaya, who had that night come back from the camp to the city called after the elephant. With a heart rendered exceedingly cheerless in consequence of his having heard of Bhishma's fall, and desirous of the victory of his sons, he indulged in these lamentations in great distress. Dhritarashtra said, after having wept for the high-souled Bhishma of terrible prowess, what, O son, did the Kauravas, urged by fate, next do? Indeed, when that high-souled and invincible hero was slain, what did the Kauravas do, sunk as they were in an ocean of grief? Indeed, that swelling and highly efficient host of the high-souled Pandavas would, O Sanjaya, excite the keenest fears of even the three worlds. Tell me, therefore, O Sanjaya, what the assembled kings did after Devavrata, that bull of Kauravas race, had fallen. Sanjaya said, listen, O king, with undivided attention, to me as I recite what thy sons did after Devavrata had been killed in battle. When Bhishma, O monarch, of prowess incapable of being baffled, was slain, thy warriors, as also the Pandavas, both reflected by themselves on the situation. Reflecting on the duties of the Kshatriya order, they were filled with wonder and joy, but acting according to those duties of their own order, they all bowed to that high-souled warrior. Then those tigers among men contrived for Bhishma of immeasurable prowess a bed with a pillow made of straight shafts. And having made arrangements for Bhishma's protection, they addressed one another in pleasant converse. Then bidding Ganga's son their farewell and walking round him, and looking at one another with eyes red in anger, those Kshatriyas, urged by fate, once more went out against one another for battle. Then by the blare of trumpets and the beat of drums, the divisions of thy army as also those of the foe, marched out. After the fall of Ganga's son, O king, when the best part of the day had passed away, yielding to the influence of wrath, with hearts afflicted by fate, and disregarding the words, worthy of acceptance, of the high-souled Bhishma, those foremost ones of Bharata's race went out with great speed, armed with weapons. In consequence of thy folly and of thy sons, and of the slaughter of Santanu's son, the Kauravas with all the kings seemed to be summoned by death himself. The Kurus, deprived of Devavrata, were filled with great anxiety, and resembled a herd of goats and sheep without a herdsman, in a forest abounding with beasts of prey. Indeed, after the fall of that foremost one of Bharata's race, the Kuru host looked like the firmament divested of stars, or like the sky without the atmosphere, or like the earth with blasted crops, or like an oration disfigured by bad grammar, or like the Azura host of old after Valley had been smitten down, or like a beautiful damsel deprived of husband, or like a river whose waters have been dried up, or like a roe deprived of her mate and encompassed in the woods by wolves, or like a spacious mountain cave with its lion killed by a Saraba. Indeed, O chief of the Bharatas, the Bharata host, on the fall of Ganga's son, became like a frail boat on the bosom of the ocean, tossed by a tempest blowing from every side. Exceedingly afflicted by the mighty and heroic Pandavas of sure aim, the Kaurava host, with its steeds, car warriors, and elephants much troubled, became exceedingly distressed, helpless, and panic-stricken. And the frightened kings and the common soldiers, no longer relying upon one another, of that army, deprived of Devavrata, seemed to sink into the nethermost region of the world. Then the Kauravas remembered Karna, who indeed was equal to Devavrata himself. All hearts turned to that foremost of all wielders of arms, that one resembling a guest resplendent, with learning and ascetic austerities. And all hearts turned to him, as the heart of a man in distress turneth to a friend capable of relieving that distress. And, O Bharata, the kings then cried out, saying, Karna, Karna, the son of Radha, our friend, the son of Asuta, that one who is ever prepared to lay down his life in battle. Endued with great fame, Karna, with his followers and friends, did not fight for these 10 days. Oh, summon him soon. The mighty armed hero, in the presence of all the Kshatriyas, during the mention of valiant and mighty car warriors, was by Bhishma classed as an artha, although that bull among men is equal to 2 Maharathas. Even thus was he classed during the counting of Rathas and Adarathas, he that is the foremost of all Rathas and Adarathas, he that is respected by all heroes, he that would venture to fight even with Yama, Kuvara, Varuna, and Indra. Through anger caused by this, O king, he had said unto Ganga's son these words, As long as thou livest, O thou of Kuru's race, I will never fight. If thou, however, succeedest in slaying the sons of Pandu in great battle, I shall, O Kaurava, with Duryodhana's permission, retire into the woods. If, on the other hand, thou, O Bhishma, slain by the Pandavas, attainest to heaven, I shall then, on a single car, slay all of them, whom thou regardest as great car warriors. Having said this, mighty armed Karna of great fame, with thy son's approval, did not fight for the first 10 days. Bhishma, of great prowess in battle and of immeasurable might, slew, O Bharata, a very large number of warriors belonging to Yudhishthira's army. When, however, that hero of sure aim and great energy was slain, thy sons thought of Karna, like persons desirous of crossing a river thinking of a boat. Thy warriors and thy sons, together with all the kings, cried out, saying, Karna. And they all said, Even this is the time for the display of his prowess. Our hearts are turned to that Karna who derived his knowledge of weapons from Jamadagni's son, and whose prowess is incapable of being resisted. He, indeed, O king, is competent to save us from great dangers, like Govinda always saving the celestials from great dangers. Vaisampayana continued, unto Sanjaya, who was thus repeatedly applauding Karna, Dhritarashtra, sighing like a snake, said those words. Dhritarashtra said, I understand, that the hearts of all of you are turned towards Vikartana's son Karna, and that all of you saw that son of Radha, that hero of the Sudha caste, ever prepared to lay down his life in battle. I hope that hero of prowess incapable of being baffled did not falsify the expectations of Duryodhana and his brothers, all of whom were then afflicted with grief and fear, and desirous of being relieved from their danger. When Bhishma, that refuge of Kauravas, was slain, could Karna, that foremost of bowmen, succeed in filling up the gap caused? Filling up that gap, could Karna fill the foe with fear? Could he also crown with fruit the hopes, entertained by my sons, of victory? Footnotes 2-1 literally, like an oration teeming with unrefined expressions. 2:2 i.e., deprived of robes and ornaments because of her widowhood. 2-3 a.m. Saraba is a fabulous animal of 8 legs supposed to be stronger than the lion. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 2. Sanjaya said, Then Adhiratha's son of the Sudha caste, knowing that Bhishma had been slain, became desirous of rescuing, like a brother, thy son's army from the distress into which it had fallen, and which then resembled a boat sunk in the fathomless ocean. Indeed, O king, having heard that that mighty car warrior and foremost of men, that hero of unfading glory, viz., Santanu's son, had been thrown down from his car, that grinder of foes, that foremost of all wielders of bows, viz., Karna, soon came to the field of battle. When the best of car warriors, viz., Bhishma, was slain by the foe, Karna speedily came there, desirous of rescuing the Kuru host, which resembled a boat sunk in the ocean, like a sire desirous of rescuing his children. And Karna, addressing the soldiers, said, That Bhishma who possessed firmness, intelligence, prowess, vigor, truth, self-restraint, and all the virtues of a hero, as also celestial weapons, and humility, and modesty, agreeable speech, and freedom from malice, that ever-grateful Bhishma, that slayer of the foes of Brahmanas, in whom were these attributes as permanently as Lakshmi in the moon, alas, when that Bhishma, that slayer of hostile heroes, hath received his quietus, I regard all other heroes as already slain. In consequence of the eternal connection of all things with work, nothing exists in this world that is imperishable. When Bhisma of high vows hath been slain, who is there that would take upon himself to say with certitude that tomorrow's sun will rise? When he that was endued with prowess equal to that of the Vasus, he that was born of the energy of the Vasus, when he, that ruler of the earth, hath once more been united with the Vasus, grieve ye, therefore, for your possessions and children for this earth and the Kurus, and this host. Sanjaya continued, Upon the fall of that boon-giving hero of great might, that lord of the world, viz., Santanu's son of great energy, and upon the consequent defeat of the Bharatas, Karna, with cheerless heart and eyes filled with tears, began to console the Dhritarashtra's. Hearing these words of Radha's son, thy sons, O monarch, and thy troops, began to wail aloud and shed copious tears of grief corresponding with the loudness of those wails. When, however, the dreadful battle once more took place and the Kaurava divisions, urged on by the kings, once more set up loud shouts, that bull among mighty car warriors, viz., Karna, then addressed the great car warriors of the Kaurava army, and said words which caused them great delight. In this transient world everything is continually flitting towards the jaws of death. Thinking of this, I regard everything as ephemeral. When, however, all of you were here, how could Bhishma, that bull among the Kurus, immovable as a hill, be thrown down from his car? When that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Santanu, hath been overthrown, who even now leeth on the ground like the sun himself dropped from the firmament, the Kuru kings are scarcely competent to bear the Nanjaya, like trees incapable of bearing the mountain wind. I shall, however, now protect, as that high-souled one did, this helpless Kuru host of cheerless mien, whose foremost warriors have already been slain by the foe. Let this burden now devolve on me. I see that this universe is transient, since that foremost of heroes hath been slain in battle. Why shall I then cherish any fear of battle? Coursing, therefore, on the field I shall dispatch those bulls of Kuru's race, viz., the Pandavas, to Yama's abode by means of my straight shafts. Regarding fame as the highest object in the world, I shall slay them in battle, or, slain by the foe, shall sleep on the field. Yudhishthira is possessed of firmness, intelligence, virtue, and might. Vrkodara is equal to 100 elephant in prowess. Arjuna is young and is the son of the chief of the celestials. The Pandava host, therefore, is not capable of being easily defeated by the very celestials. That force in which are the twins, each resembling Yama himself, that force in which are Satyaki and the son of Devki, that force is like the jaws of death. No coward, approaching it, can come back with life. The wise oppose swelling ascetic power with ascetic austerities, so should force be opposed by force. Verily, my mind is firmly fixed upon opposing the foe and protecting my own party, O charioteer. I shall today certainly resist the might of the enemy, and vanquish him by repairing only to the field of battle. I will not tolerate this intestine feud. When the troops are broken, he that cometh, for aiding, in the endeavor to rally is a friend. I shall either achieve this righteous feat worthy of an honest man, or casting off my life shall follow Bhishma. I shall either slay all my foes united together, or slain by them proceed to the regions reserved for heroes. O charioteer, I know that even this is what I should do, when women and children cry for help, or when Duryodhana's prowess sustains a check. Therefore, I shall today conquer the foe. Reckless of my very life in this terrible battle, I shall protect the Kurus and slay the sons of Pandu. Slaying in battle all my foes banded together, I shall bestow, undisputed, sovereignty on Dhritarashtra's son. Let my armor, beautiful, made of gold, bright, and radiant with jewels and gems, be donned, and my headgear, of effulgence equal to that of the sun, and my bows and arrows that resemble fire, poison, or snakes. Let also 16 quivers be tied to my car at the proper places, and let a number of excellent bows be procured. Let also shafts, and darts and heavy maces, and my conch, variegated with gold, be got ready. Bring also my variegated, beautiful, and excellent standard, made of gold, possessed of the effulgence of the lotus, and bearing the device of the elephant's girth, cleaning it with a delicate cloth, and decking it with excellent garlands and a network of wires. O charioteer's son, bring me also, with speed, some fleet steeds of the hue of tawny clouds, not lean, and bathed in water sanctified with mantras, and furnished with trappings of bright gold. Bring me also, with speed, an excellent car decked with garlands of gold, adorned gems, bright as the sun or the moon, furnished with every necessary, as also with weapons, and unto which are yoked excellent animals. Bring me also a number of excellent bows of great toughness, and a number of excellent bowstrings capable of smiting the foe, and some quivers, large and full of shafts, and some coats of mail for my body. Bring me also, with speed, O hero, every auspicious article needed for occasions of setting out for battle, such as vessels of brass and gold, full of curds. Let garlands of flowers be brought, and let them be put on the proper limbs of my body. Let drums also be beaten for victory. Go, O charioteer, quickly to the spot where the diadem-decked Arjuna and Vrikotara and Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, and the twins are. Encountering them in battle, either I shall slay them, or, being slain by them, my foes, I shall follow Bhishma. Arjuna, and Vasudeva, and Satyaki, and the Srinjayas, that force, I think, is incapable of being conquered by the kings. If all-destroying Death himself with unremitting vigilance were to protect Kiritan, still shall I slay him, encountering him in battle, or repair myself to Yama's abode by Bhishma's track. Verily, I say, that I will repair into the midst of those heroes. Those kings that are my allies are not provokers of intestine feuds, or of weak attachment to me, or of unrighteous souls. Sanjaya continued, riding on an excellent and costly car of great strength, with an excellent pole, decked with gold, auspicious, furnished with a standard, and unto which were yoked excellent steeds that were fleet as the wind. Karna proceeded to battle for victory. worshipped by the foremost of Kurukshetra warriors like Indra by the celestials, that high-souled and fierce bowman, endued with immeasurable energy like the sun himself, upon his car decked with gold and jewels and gems, furnished with an excellent standard, unto which were yoked excellent steeds, and whose rattle resembled the roll of the clouds, proceeded, accompanied by a large force, to that field of battle where that bull of Bharata's race, Bhishma, had paid his debt to nature. Of beautiful person, and endued with the splendor of fire, that great bowman and mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Adhiratha, then mounted on his own beautiful car possessed of the effulgence of fire, and shone like the Lord of the Celestials himself riding on his celestial car. Footnotes. For (1) the sense seems to be, that when such an one hath been slain, what is there on earth that is not subject to destruction? Ye should, therefore, grieve for your wealth, children, etc., as things already gone. For (2) there is a slight difference of reading in this sloka as it occurs in the Bombay text. The sense seems to be, that since everything is destined to die, why should I fear to do my duty? 5:1 the last line is read incorrectly, I think, in the Bombay text. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 3. Sanjaya said, beholding the grandsire, viz., the venerable Bhishma, that destroyer of all the Kshatriyas, that hero of righteous soul and immeasurable energy, that great bowman thrown down from his car by Vyasa with his celestial weapons, lying on a bed of arrows, and looking like the vast ocean dried up by mighty winds, the hope of thy sons for victory had disappeared along with their coats of mail and peace of mind. Beholding him who was always an island unto persons sinking in the fathomless ocean in their endeavors to cross it, beholding that hero covered with arrows that had coursed in a stream as continuous as that of Yamuna, that hero who looked like Menaka of unbearable energy thrown down on the earth by the great Indra, that warrior lying prostrate on the earth like the sun dropped down from the firmament, that one who looked like the inconceivable Indra himself after his defeat of old by Vritra. That depriver of all warriors of their senses, that foremost of all combatants, that signal of all bowmen, beholding that hero and bull among men, viz., thy sire Bhishma of high vows, that grandsire of the Bharatas thrown down in battle and lying covered with Arjuna's shafts, on a hero's bed. Adhiratha's son, Karna, alighted from his car, in great affliction, filled with grief, and almost senseless. Afflicted, with sorrow, and with eyes troubled with tears, he proceeded on foot. Saluting him with joined palms, and addressing him reverentially, he said, I am Karna. Blessed be thou. Speak to me, O Bharata, in sacred and auspicious words, and look at me, opening thy eyes. No man certainly enjoyeth in this world the fruits of his pious deeds, since thou, reverend in years and devoted to virtue, least slain on the ground. O thou that art the foremost one amongst the Kurus, I do not see that there is any one else among them who is competent, like thee, in filling the treasury, in councils, in the matter of disposing the troops in battle array, and in the use of weapons. Alas, he that was endued with a righteous understanding, he that always protected the Kurus from every danger, alas, he, having slain numberless warriors, proceedeth to the region of the Pitris. From this day, O chief of the Bharatas, the Pandavas, excited with wrath, will slaughter the Kurus like tigers slaying deer. Today the Kauravas, acquainted with the force of Gandiva's twang, will regard Vyasa, like the Asuras regarding the wielder of the thunderbolt, with terror. Today the noise, resembling that of heaven's thunder, of the arrows shot from Gandiva, will inspire the Kurus and other kings with great terror. Today, O hero, like a raging conflagration of fierce flames consuming a forest, the shafts of Kiritan will consume the Dhartarashtra's. In those parts of the forest through which fire and wind march together, they burn all plants and creepers and trees. Without doubt, Partha is even like a surging fire, and, without doubt, O tiger among men, Krishna is like the wind. Hearing the blare of Panchajanya and the twang of Gandiva, all the Kaurava troops, O Bharata, will be filled with fear. O hero, without thee, the kings will never be able to bear the rattle of the eight-bannered car belonging to that grinder of foes when he will advance upon them. Who amongst the kings, save thyself, is competent to battle with that Arjuna whose feats, as described by the wise, are all superhuman? Superhuman was the battle that he fought with the high-souled Mahadeva of 3 eyes. From him he obtained a boon that is unattainable by persons of unsanctified souls. Delighted in battle, that son of Pandu is protected by Madhava. Who is there that is competent to vanquish him who could not be vanquished by thee before, although thou, endued with great energy, hadst vanquished Rama himself in battle, that fierce destroyer of the Kshatriya race, worshipped, besides, by the gods and the Danavas? Incapable of putting up with that son of Pandu, that foremost of heroes in battle, even I, with thy permission, am competent to slay, with the force of my weapons, that brave and fierce warrior who resembleth a snake of virulent poison and who slayeth his foes with his glances alone. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 4. Sanjaya said unto him who was talking thus, the aged Kuru grandsire with a cheerful heart, said these words adapted to both time and place, like the ocean unto rivers, like the sun unto all luminous bodies, like the righteous unto truth, like a fertile soil unto seeds, like the clouds unto all creatures, be thou the refuge of thy relatives and friends. Like the celestials upon him of 1,000 eyes, let thy kinsmen depend on thee. Be thou the humiliator of thy foes, and the enhancer of the joys of thy friends. Be thou unto the Kauravas as Vishnu unto the dwellers of heaven. Desirous of doing what was agreeable to Dhritarashtra's son, thou didst with the might and prowess of own arms, O Karna, vanquish the Kambodjas having proceeded to Rajpura. Many kings, amongst whom Nagnajit was the foremost, while staying in Jarivrija, as also the Amvastas, the Videhas, and the Gandharvas, were all vanquished by thee. The Kiratas, fierce in battle, dwelling in the fastness of Himavat, were formerly, O Karna, made by thee to own Duryodhana's sway. And so also the Udpuls, the Maklaws, the Pandras, the Kalingas, the Andhras, the Nishadas, the Trigartas, and the Valhikas were all vanquished by thee, O Karna, in battle. In many other countries, O Karna, impelled by the desire of doing good to Duryodhana, thou didst, O hero, vanquish many races and kings of great energy. Like Duryodhana, O child, with his kinsmen and relatives and friends, be thou also the refuge of all the Kauravas. In auspicious words I command thee, go and fight with the enemy. Lead the Kurus in battle, and give victory unto Duryodhana. Thou art to us our grandson even as Duryodhana is. According to the ordinance, all of us also are as much thine as Duryodhana's. The wise, O foremost of men, say that the companionship of the righteous with the righteous is a superior relationship to that born of the same womb. Without falsifying, therefore, thy relationship with Kurus, protect thou the Kaurava host like Duryodhana, regarding it as thy own. Hearing these words of his, Vikartanas, son Karna, reverentially saluting Bhishma's feet, bade him farewell, and came to that spot where all the Kaurava bowmen were. Viewing that wide and unparalleled encampment of the vast host, he began to cherish, by words of encouragement, those well-armed and broad-chested warriors. And all the Kauravas headed by Duryodhana were filled with joy. And beholding the mighty-armed and high-souled Karna come to the field and station himself at the head of the whole army for battle, the Kauravas received him with loud shouts and slapping of armpits and leonine roars and twang of bows and diverse other kinds of noise. Footnotes 8:1 The second fine of 12 is read incorrectly in the Bengal text. Instead of Tathapi, the true reading, as in the Bombay edition, is Tavapi. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 5. Sanjaya said, beholding that tiger among men, viz., Karna, mounted on his car, Duryodhana, O king, filled with joy, said these words, this host, protected by thee, hath now, I think, got a proper leader. Let that, however, be settled now which is proper and within our power. Karna said, tell us thyself, O tiger among men, for thou art the wisest of kings. Another can never see so well what should be done as one seeth it whose concern it is. Those kings are all desirous of listening to what thou mayst have to say. I am sure that no improper words will be uttered by thee. Duryodhana said, Bhishma was our commander, possessed, as he was, of years, prowess, and learning, and supported by all our warriors. That high-souled one, O Karna, achieving great glory and slaying large numbers of my enemies, protected us by fair fight for 10 days. He achieved the most difficult of feats. But now that he is about to ascend to heaven, whom, O Karna, dost thou think fit to our commander after him? Without a leader, an army cannot stay in battle for even a short while. Thou art foremost in battle, like a boat without a helmsman in the waters. Indeed, as a boat without a helmsman, or a car without a driver, would go anywhere, so would the plight be of a host that is without a leader. Like a merchant who falleth into every kind of distress when he is unacquainted with the ways of the country he visits, an army that is without a leader is exposed to every kind of distress. Look thou, therefore, among all the high-souled warriors of our army, and find out a proper leader who may succeed the son of Santanu. Him whom thou wouldst regard as a fit leader in battle, him, all of us, without doubt, will together make our leader. Karna said, all these foremost of men are high-souled persons. Every one of them deserveth to be our leader. There is no need of any minute examination. All of them are conversant with noble genealogies and with the art of smiting. All of them are endued with prowess and intelligence. All of them are attentive and acquainted with the scriptures, possessed of wisdom, and unretreating from battle. All, however, cannot be leaders at the same time. Only one should be selected as leader, in whom are special merits. All of these regard one another as equals. If one amongst them, therefore, be honored, others will be dissatisfied, and, it is evident, will no longer fight for thee from a desire of benefiting thee. This one, however, is the preceptor, in arms, of all these warriors, is venerable in years, and worthy of respect. Therefore, Drona, this foremost of all wielders of weapons, should be made the leader. Who is there worthy of becoming a leader, when the invincible Drona, that foremost of persons conversant with Brahma, is here, that one who is equal to Sukra or Vrihaspati himself? Amongst all the kings in thy army, O Bharata, there is not a single warrior who will not follow Drona when the latter goeth to battle. This Drona is the foremost of all leaders of forces, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, and the foremost of all intelligent persons. He is, besides, O king, thy preceptor, in arms. Therefore, O Duryodhana, make this one the leader of thy forces without delay, as the Celestials made Kartikeya their leader in battle for vanquishing the Asuras. Footnotes 10:1 Kula Samanana, i.e., knowledge of Kula, as also of Samanana, which latter, as Nilkantha explains, means the body. A knowledge of the body, of vital and other limbs, was possessed by every accomplished warrior who wanted to smite effectually. 10:2 i.e., who will feel it humiliating for him to walk behind Drona. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 6. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Karna, King Duryodhana, then said this unto Drona, who was staying in the midst of the troops. Duryodhana said, "For the superiority of the order of thy birth, for the nobility of thy parentage, for thy learning, years, and intelligence, for also thy prowess, skill, invincibility, knowledge of worldly matters, policy, and self-conquest, by reason also of thy ascetic austerities and thy gratitude, superior as thou art as regards every virtue, among these kings there is none who can make so good a leader as thou. Protect thou, therefore, ourselves, like Vyasa protecting the celestials. Having thee for our leader, we desire, O best of Brahmanas, to vanquish our foes. As Kapali amongst the Rudras, Pavaka among the Vasus, Kuvara among the Ikshas, Vasva among the Maruts, Vasishta among Brahmanas, the sun amongst luminous bodies, Yama among the Pitris, Varuna among aquatic creatures, as the moon among the stars, and Usanas among the sons of Dithi, so art thou the foremost of all leaders of forces. Be thou, therefore, our leader. O sinless one, let these 10 and 1 Akshahinis of troops be obedient to thy word of command. Disposing these troops in battle array, slay thou our foes, like Indra slaying the Danavas. Proceed thou art the head of us all, like Pavaka's son, Kartikeya, at the head of the celestial forces. We will follow thee to battle, like bulls following a bovine leader. A fierce and great bowman as thou art, beholding thee stretching the bow at our head. Arjuna will not strike. Without doubt, O tiger among men, if thou becomest our leader, I will vanquish Yudhishthira with all his followers and relatives in battle. Sanjaya continued, after Duryodhana had uttered these words, the kings and the Kaurava army all cried victory to Drona. And they delighted thy son by uttering a loud leonine shout. And the troops, filled with joy, and with Duryodhana at their head, desirous of winning great renown, began to glorify that best of Brahmanas. Then, O king, Drona addressed Duryodhana in those words. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 7. Drona said, I know the Vedas with their 6 branches. I know also the science of human affairs. I am acquainted also with the Saiva weapon and diverse other species of weapons. Endeavoring to actually display all those virtues which ye, desirous of victory, have attributed to me, I will fight with the Pandavas. I will not, however, O king, be able to slay the son of Prashada. O bull among men, he hath been created for my slaughter. I will fight with the Pandavas and slay the Samakas. As regards the Pandavas, they will not fight with me with cheerful hearts. Sanjaya continued, thus permitted by Drona, the son, O king, then made him the commander of his forces according to the rites prescribed in the ordinance. And the kings and the Kaurava army, headed by Duryodhana, performed the investiture of Drona in the command of the forces, like the celestials headed by India in days of your performing the investiture of Skanda. After Drona's installation in the command, the joy of the army expressed itself by the sound of drums and the loud blare of conchs. Then, with cries such as greet the ears in a festive day, with auspicious invocations by Brahmanas gratified with cries of Jaya uttered by foremost of Brahmanas, and with the dance of mimes, Drona was duly honored. And Kaurava warriors regarded the Pandavas as already vanquished. Sanjaya continued. Then that mighty Kaur warrior, viz., Bharadvaja's son, having obtained the command, arrayed the troops in order of battle, and went out with thy sons from desire of fighting the foe. And the ruler of the Sindhus, and the chief of the Kalingas, and thy son Vikarna, clad in mail, took up their position on the right wing of Drona. And Sakuni, accompanied by many foremost of horsemen battling with bright lances and belonging to the Gandhara tribe, proceeded, acting as their support. And Kripa, and Kritavarman, and Chitrasena, and Vivansati, headed by Dusasana, strove vigorously for protecting the left wing. And the Kambojas, headed by Sudakshina, and the Sakas, and the Yavnas, with steeds of great fleetness, proceeded as the latter's support. And the Madras, the Trigartas, the Amvastas, the Westerners, the Northerners, the Malavas, the Surasenas, the Sudras, the Maladas, the Salviras, the Kaitavas, the Easterners, and the Southerners, placing thy son, Duryodhana, and the Suta's son, Karna, at their head, forming the rear guard, gladdened warriors of their own army, added to the strength of the advancing force. Vikartana's son Karna proceeded at the head of the bowmen, and his blazing and large and tall standard, bearing the advice of the elephant's rope, shone with an effulgence like that of the sun, gladdening his own divisions. Beholding Karna, none regarded the calamity caused by Bhishma's death. And the kings, along with the Kurus, all became freed from grief. And large numbers of warriors, banded together, said unto one another, beholding Karna on the field, the Pandavas will never be able to stand in battle. Indeed, Karna is quite competent to vanquish in battle the very gods with Vasva at their head. What need be said, therefore, for the sons of Pandu who are destitute of energy and prowess? The mighty-armed Bhishma spared the Parthas in battle. Karna, however, will slay them in the fight with his keen shafts. Speaking unto one another thus, and filled with joy, they proceeded, applauding and worshipping the son of Radha. As regards our army, it was arrayed by Drona in the form of a Sakata vehicle, while the array of our illustrious foes, O king, was in the form of a Krauncha crane, as disposed, O Bharata, by King Yudhishthira the just in great cheerfulness. At the head of their array were those two foremost of persons, viz., Vishnu and Dhananjaya, with their banners set up, bearing the device of the ape. The hump of the whole army and the refuge of all bowmen, that banner of Partha, endued with immeasurable energy, as it floated in the sky, seemed to illumine the entire host of the high-souled Yudhishthira. The banner of Partha, possessed of great intelligence, seemed to resemble the blazing sun that riseth at the end of the Yuga for consuming the world. Amongst bowmen, Arjuna is the foremost; amongst bows, Gandiva is the foremost; amongst creature, Vasudeva is the first; and amongst all kinds of discs, Sudarsana is the first. Bearing these four embodiments of energy, that car unto which were yoked white steeds, took up its position in the front of the hostile army, like the fierce discus upraised for striking. Thus did those two foremost of men stand at the very head of their respective forces, viz., Karna at the head of thy army, and Dhananjaya at the head of the hostile one. Both excited with wrath, and each desirous of slaying the other, Karna and Arjuna looked at each other in that battle. Then when that mighty car warrior, viz., Bharadvaja's son, proceeded to battle with great speed, the earth seemed to tremble with loud sounds of wailing. Then the thick dust, raised by the wind resembling a canopy of tawny silk, enveloped the sky and the sun. And though the firmament was cloudless, yet a shower fell of pieces of flesh, bones, and blood. And vultures and hawks and cranes and kankas, and crows in thousands, began continually to fall upon the Kaurava troops. And jackals yelled aloud, and many fierce and terrible birds repeatedly wheeled to the left of thy army, from desire of eating flesh and drinking blood, and many blazing meteors, illuminating the sky, and covering large areas with their tails, fell on the field with loud sound and trembling motion. And the wide disk of the sun, O monarch, seemed to emit flashes of lightning with thundering noise, when commander of the Kaurava army set out. These and many other portents, fierce and indicating a destruction of heroes, were seen during the battle. Then commenced the encounter between the troops of the Kurus and the Pandavas, desirous of slaying each other. And so loud was the din that it seemed to fill the whole earth. And the Pandavas and the Kauravas, enraged with each other and skilled in smiting, began to strike each other with sharp weapons, from desire of victory. Then that great bowman of blazing effulgence rushed towards the troops of the Pandavas with great impetuosity, scattering hundreds of sharp arrows. Then the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, beholding Drona rush towards them, received him, O king, with showers upon showers and distinct sets of arrows. Agitated and broken by Drona, the large host of the Pandavas and the Panchalas broke like rows of cranes by force of the wind. Invoking into existence many celestial weapons in that battle, Drona, within a very short time, afflicted the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. Slaughtered by Drona, like Danavas by Vasva, the Panchalas headed by Drishtadyumna trembled in that battle. Then that mighty car warrior, viz., Yajnasena's son, Drishtadyumna, that hero acquainted with celestial weapons, broke, with his arrowy showers, the division of Drona in many places. And the mighty son of Prashada, baffling with his own arrowy showers the showers of arrows shot by Drona, caused a great slaughter among the Kurus. The mighty armed Drona then, rallying his men in battle and gathering them together, rushed towards the son of Prashada. He then shot at Prashada's son a thick shower of arrows, like Maghavat excited with rage showering his arrows with great force upon the Danavas. Then the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, shaken by Drona with his shafts, repeatedly broke like a herd of inferior animals attacked by a lion. And the mighty Drona coursed through the Pandava force like a circle of fire. All this, O king, seemed highly wonderful. Mounted on his own excellent car which, then, resembled a city coursing through the skies, which was furnished with every necessary article according to military science, whose banner floated on the air, whose rattle resounded through the field, whose steeds were well urged, and the staff of whose standard was bright as crystal, Drona struck terror into the hearts of the enemy and caused a great slaughter among them. Footnotes 12:1 a.m. Substantial difference of reading occurs here between the Bengal and the Bombay texts. Both have defects of their own. It seems to me that Drona, as leader, proceeded in the van. Karna, when described as proceeding at the head of all bowmen, must be taken marching at the head of the whole rear guard. In the case, his position would be immediately behind Drona's. 13:1 lit. Placed army to their right, i.e., these birds wheeled to the left of thy host, which is an evil omen. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 8. Sanjaya said, beholding Drona thus slaying steeds and drivers and car warriors and elephants, the Pandavas, without being troubled, encompassed him on all sides. Then King Yudhishthira, addressing Drishtadyumna and Dhananjaya, said unto them, let the pot-born, Drona, be checked, our men surrounding him on all sides with care. Thus addressed those mighty car warriors, viz., Arjuna and Prashada's son, along with their followers, all received Drona as the latter came. And the Kakaya princes, and Bhimasena, and Subhadra's son, and Gatotkacha and Yudhishthira, and the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and the ruler of the Matsyas, and the son of Drupada, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, all filled with joy, and Drishtaketu, and Satyaki, and the wrathful Chitrasena, and the mighty car warrior, Yuyutsu, and many other kings, O monarch, who followed the sons of Pandu, all achieved diverse feats in keeping with their lineage and prowess. Beholding then that host protected in that battle by those Pandava warriors, Bharadvaja's son, turning his eyes in wrath, cast his looks upon it. Inflamed with rage, that warrior, invincible in battle, consumed, as he stood upon his car, the Pandava host like the tempest destroying vast masses of clouds. Rushing on all sides at car warriors and steeds and foot soldiers and elephants, Drona furiously careered over the field like a young man, though bearing the weight of years. His red steeds, fleet as the wind, and of excellent breed, covered with blood, O king, assumed a beautiful appearance. Beholding that hero of regulated vows, felling them like Yama himself inflamed with wrath, the soldiers of Yudhishthira fled away on all sides. And as some fled away and other rallied, as some looked at him and others stayed on the field, the noise they made was fierce and terrible. And that noise, causing delight to heroes and enhancing the fears of the timid, filled the whole sky and the earth. And once more Drona, uttering his own name in battle, made himself exceedingly fierce, scattering hundreds of arrows among the foes. Indeed, the mighty Drona, though old, yet acting like a young man, careered like death himself, O sire, amid the divisions of Pandu's son. That fierce warrior, cutting off heads and arms decked with ornaments, made the terraces of many cars empty and uttered leonine roars. And in consequence of those joyous shouts of his, as also of the force of his shafts, the warriors, O Lord, of the hostile army, trembled like a herd of cows afflicted by cold. And in consequence of the rattle of his car and the stretching of his bowstring and the twang of his bow, the whole welkin resounded with a loud noise. And the shaft of that hero, coursing in thousands from his bow, and enveloping all the points of the compass, fell upon the elephants and steeds and cars and foot soldiers of the enemy. Then the Panchalas and the Pandavas boldly approached Drona, who, armed with his bow of great force, resembled a fire having weapons for its flames. Then with their elephants and foot soldiers and steeds he began to dispatch them unto the abode of Yama. And Drona made the earth miry with blood. Scattering his mighty weapons and shooting his shafts thick on every side, Drona soon so covered all the points of the compass that nothing could be seen except his showers of arrows. And among foot soldiers and cars and steeds and elephants nothing could be seen save Drona's arrows. The standard of his car was all that could be seen, moving like flashes of lightning amid the cars. Of soul incapable of being depressed, Drona then, armed with bow and arrows, afflicted the 5 princes of Kakaya and the ruler of the Panchalas, and then rushed against the division of Yudhishthira. Then Bhimasena and Dhananjaya and the grandson of Seni, and the sons of Drupada, and the ruler of Kasi, viz., the son of Saivya, and Sivi himself, cheerfully and with loud roars covered him with their arrows. Shafts in thousands, decked with wings of gold, shot from Drona's bow, piercing through the bodies of the elephants and the young horses of those warriors, entered the earth, their feathers dyed with blood. The field of battle, strewn with cars and the prostrate forms of large bands of warriors, and of elephants and steeds mingled with shafts, looked like the welkin covered with masses of black clouds. Then Drona, desirous of the prosperity of thy sons, having thus crushed the divisions of Satyaki and Bhima, and Dhananjaya and Subhadra's son and Drupada, and the ruler of the Kasi, and having ground many other heroes in battle, indeed, that high-souled warrior, having achieved these and many other feats, and having, O chief of the Kurus, scorched the world like the sun himself as he rises at the end of the Yuga, proceeded hence, O monarch, to heaven. That hero possessed of golden car, that grinder of hostile hosts, having achieved mighty feats and slain in thousands the warriors of the Pandava host in battle, hath at last been himself slain by Drishtadyumna. Having, in fact, slain more than 2 Akshahinis of brave and unreturning warriors, that hero endued with intelligence, at last, attained to the highest state. Indeed, O king, having achieved the most difficult feats, he hath, at last, been slain by the Pandavas and the Panchalas of cruel deeds. When the preceptor was slain in battle, there arose in the welkin, O monarch, a loud uproar of all creatures, as also of all the troops. Resounding through heaven and earth and the intermediate space, and through the cardinal and the subsidiary directions, the loud cry, O Phi! Of creatures, was heard. And the gods, the Pitris, and they that were his friends, all beheld that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Bharadvaja, thus slain. The Pandavas, having won the victory, uttered leonine shouts, and the earth trembled with those loud shouts of theirs. Footnotes 15:1. The first line of 23 is read with a slight variation in the Bengal text. The words "nothing could be seen save Drona's arrows" are added here to make the sense clear. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 9. Dhritarashtra said, "How did the Pandavas and the Srinjayas slay Drona in battle?" Drona, who was so accomplished in weapons amongst all wielders of arms. Did his car break in course of the fight? Did his bow break while he was striking the foe? Or was Drona careless at the time when he met with his death blow? How, indeed, O child, could Prashada's son, viz., Drishtadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, slay that hero incapable of being humiliated by enemies, who scattered thick showers of shafts furnished with wings of gold, and who was endued with great lightness of hand, that foremost of Brahmanas, who was accomplished in everything, acquainted with all modes of warfare, capable of shooting his shafts to a great distance, and self-restrained, who was possessed of great skill in the use of weapons, and armed with celestial weapons, that mighty warrior, of unfading glory, who was always careful, and who achieved the fiercest feats in battle. It is plain, it seems to me, that destiny is superior to exertion, since even brave Drona hath been slain by the high-souled son of Prashada, that hero in whom were the 4 kinds of weapons. Alas, thou sayest that Drona, that preceptor in bowmanship, is slain. Hearing of the slaughter of that hero who used to ride his bright car covered with tiger skins and adorned with pure gold, I cannot drive away my grief. Without doubt, O Sanjaya, no one dies of grief caused by another's calamity, since, wretch that I am yet alive, although I have heard of Drona's death. Destiny I regard to be all-powerful, exertion is fruitless. Surely, my heart, hard as it is made of adamant, since it breaketh not into 100 pieces, although I have heard of Drona's death. He who was waited upon by Brahmanas and princes desirous of instruction in the Vedas and divination and bowmanship, alas, how could he be taken away by death? I cannot brook the overthrow of Drona, which is even like the drying up of the ocean, or the removal of Meru from its site, or the fall of the Run from the firmament. He was a restrainer of the wicked and a protector of the righteous. That scorcher of foes who hath given up his life for the wretched Duryodhana, upon whose prowess rested that hope of victory which my wicked sons entertained, who was equal to Vrahaspati or Usanus himself in intelligence, alas, how was he slain? His large steeds of red hue, covered with net of gold, fleet as the wind and incapable of being struck with any weapon in battle, endued with great strength, neighing cheerfully, well-trained and of the Sindhu breed, yoked unto his car and drawing the vehicle excellently, always preserving in the midst of battle, did they become weak and faint, coolly bearing in battle the roar of elephants, while those huge creatures trumpeted at the blare of conchs and the beat of drums, unmoved by the twang of bows and showers of arrows and other weapons, foreboding the defeat of foes by their very appearance, never drawing long breaths, and consequence of toil, above all fatigue and pain. How were those fleet steeds that drew the car of Bharadvaja's son soon overpowered? Even such were the steeds yoked unto his golden car. Even such were the steeds yoked thereto by that foremost of human heroes. Mounted on his own excellent car decked with pure gold, why, O son, could he not cross the sea of the Pandava army? What feat were achieved in battle by Bharadvaja's son, that warrior who always drew tears from other heroes, and upon whose knowledge of weapons all the bowmen of the world rely? Firmly adhering to truth, and endued with great might, what, indeed, did Drona do in battle? Who were those car warriors that encountered that achiever of fierce deeds, that foremost of all wielders of the bow, that first of heroes, who resembled Sakra himself in heaven? Did the Pandava fly away beholding him of the golden car and of mighty strength who invoked into existence celestial weapons? Or did King Yudhishthira the Just, with his younger brothers, and having the prince of Panchala, Drishtadyumna, for his binding cord, attack Drona, surrounding him with his troops on all sides? Verily, Partha must have, with his straight shafts, checked all the other car warriors, and then Prashada's son of sinful deeds must have surrounded Drona. I do not see any other warrior, save the fierce Drishtadyumna protected by Arjuna, who could have compassed the death of that mighty hero. It seems that when those heroes, viz., the Kakayas, the Chedis, the Kurushas, the Matsyas, and the other kings, surrounding the preceptor, pressed him exceedingly like ants pressing upon a snake, while he was engaged in some difficult feat, the wretched Drishtadyumna must have slain him then. This is what, I think. He who, having studied the 4 Vedas with their branches and the histories forming the 5th Veda, became the refuge of the Brahmanas, as the ocean is of rivers, that scorcher of foes, who lived both as a Brahmana and as a Kshatriya. Alas, how could that Brahmana, reverend in years, meet with his end at the edge of a weapon? Of a proud spirit, he was yet often humiliated and had to suffer pain on my account. However undeserving of it, he yet attained at the hands of Kunti's son the fruit of his own conduct. He, upon whose feats depend all wielders of bows in the world, alas, how could that hero, firmly adhering to truth and possessed of great skill, be slain by persons desirous of affluence? Foremost in the world like Sakra himself in heaven, of great might and great energy, alas, how could he be slain by the Parthas, like the whale by the smaller fish? He, from whose presence no warrior desirous of victory could ever escape with life, he whom, while alive, these 2 sounds never left, viz., the sound of the Vedas by those desirous of Vedic lore, and the twang of bows caused by those desirous of skill and bowmanship, he who was never cheerless, alas, that tiger among men, that hero endued with prosperity and never vanquished in battle, that warrior of prowess equal to that of the lion or the elephant, hath been slain. Verily, I cannot bear the idea of his death. How could Prashada's son, in the sight of the foremost of men, slay in battle that invincible warrior whose might was never humiliated and whose fame was never tarnished? Who were they that fought in Drona's van, protecting him, standing by his side? Who proceeded in his rear and obtained that end which is so difficult of attainment? Who were those high-souled warriors that protected the right and the left wheels of Drona? Who were in the van of that hero while he struggled in battle? Who were they that, reckless of their lives on that occasion, met with death which stood face to face with them? Who were those heroes that went in the last journey in Drona's battle? Did any of those Kshatriyas that were assigned for Drona's protection, proving false, abandon that hero in battle? Was he slain by the foe after such desertion and while alone? Drona would never, from fear, show his back in battle, however great the danger. How then was he slain by the foe? Even in great distress, O Sanjaya, an illustrious person should do this, viz., put forth his prowess according to the measure of his might. All this was in Drona. O child, I am losing my senses. Let this discourse be suspended for a while. After regaining my senses, I will once more ask thee, O Sanjaya. Footnotes 17:1 Probably a ready instrument. 18:1 The sense seems to be that having carefully attained Arjuna in arms, he has got the fruit of his care and labor in the form of defeat and death at the hands of, or, at least, through, his own pupil. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 10. Vaisampayana said, having addressed the Suta's son in this way, Dhritarashtra, afflicted with excessive grief of heart and hopeless of his son's victory, fell down on the ground. Beholding him deprived of his senses and fallen down, his attendants sprinkled him with perfumed and cold water, fanning him the while. Seeing him fallen, the Bharata ladies, O king, surrounded him on all sides and gently rubbed him with their hands. And slowly raising the king from the ground, those royal ladies, their voices chocked with tears, seated him on his seat. Seated, the king continued to be under the influence of that swoon. And he remained perfectly motionless, while they fanned him standing around. And a tremor then passed over the monarch's body, and he slowly regained his senses. And once more he began to interrogate Gavalgana's son of the Sudha caste about the incidents, as they occurred in the battle. Dhritarashtra said that Ajatasattu, who, like the risen sun, dispelleth darkness by his own light, who rusheth against a foe as a swift and angry elephant with rent temples, and capable of being vanquished by hostile leaders of herds, rusheth against a rival proceeding with cheerful face towards a female of the species in rust. Oh, what warriors of my army resisted that Ajatasattu as he came, for keeping him away from Drona? That hero, that foremost of persons, who hath slain many brave warriors of my army in battle, that mighty armed and intelligent and courageous prince of unbaffled prowess, who, unassisted by any one, can consume the entire host of Duryodhana by means of his terrible glances alone, that slayer by his sight, that one bent on winning victory, that bowman, that hero of unfading glory, that self-restrained monarch who is revered by the whole world. Oh, who were those heroes of my army that surrounded that warrior? That invincible prince, that bowman of unfading glory, that tiger among men, that son of Kunti, who advancing with great celerity came upon Drona, that mighty warrior who always achieves grand feats against the foe, that hero of gigantic fame and great courage, who in strength is equal to 10,000 elephants. Oh, what brave combatants of my army surrounded that Bhimasena as he rushed upon my host. When that car warrior of exceeding energy, viz. Vibhatsu, looking like a mass of clouds, came, emitting thunderbolts like the clouds themselves, shooting showers of arrows like Indra pouring rain, and making all the points of the compass resound with the slaps of his palms and the rattle of his car wheels, when that hero whose bow was like the lightning's flash and whose car resembled a cloud having for its roars the rattle of its wheels, when that hero came, the whiz of whose arrows made him exceedingly fierce, whose wrath resembles an awful cloud, and who is fleet as the mind or the tempest, who always pierces the foe deep into his very vitals, who, armed with shafts, is terrible to look at, who like death himself bathes all the points of the compass with human blood in profusion, and who, with fierce uproar and awful visage, wielding the bow Gandiva, incessantly pours on my warriors headed by Duryodhana shafts whetted on stone and furnished with vultures' feathers. Alas, when that hero of great intelligence came upon you, what became the state of your mind? When that warrior having the huge ape on his banner came, obstructing the welkin with dense showers of arrows, what became that state of your mind at sight of that Partha? Did Arjuna advance upon you, slaying your troops with the twang of the Gandiva and achieving fierce feats on the way? Did Duryodhana take, with his shafts, your lives, like the tempest destroying gathering masses of clouds or felling forests of reeds, blowing through them? What man is there that is capable of bearing in battle the wielder of the Gandiva? Hearing only that he is stationed at the head of the hostile force, the heart of every foe seems to rend in twain. In that battle in which the troops trembled and even heroes were struck with fear, who were they that did not desert Drona, and who were those cowards that abandoned him from fear? Who were they that, reckless of their lives, met death himself, standing face to face with them, in the shape of the Nanjaya, who hath vanquished even superhuman combatants in battle? My troops are incapable of bearing the impetus of that warrior having white steeds yoked unto his car and the twang of Gandiva, that resembles the roll of the very clouds. That car which has Vishnu himself for its driver and Dhananjaya for its warrior, that car I regard to be incapable of being vanquished by the very gods and the Asuras united together. Delicate, young, and brave, and of a very handsome countenance, that son of Pandu who is gifted with intelligence and skill and wisdom, and whose prowess incapable of being baffled in battle, when Nakula with loud noise and afflicting all hostile warriors, rushed at Drona, what heroes of my army surrounded him. When Sadeva, who resembles an angry snake of virulent poison, when that hero owning white steeds and invincible in battle, observant of laudable vows, and capable of being baffled in his purposes, gifted with modesty, and never vanquished in fight, came upon us, what heroes of our army surrounded him. That warrior who, having crushed the mighty host of the Sovira king, took for his wife the beautiful Bhoja maiden of symmetrical limbs, that bull among men, viz., Yuyudhana, in whom are always truth and firmness and bravery and brahmacharya, that warrior gifted with great might, always practicing truth, never cheerless, never vanquished, who in battle is equal to Vasudeva and is regarded as his second self, who, through Dhananjaya's instructions, hath become foremost in the use of arrows, and who is equal to Partha himself in weapons. Oh, what warrior of my army resisted that Satyaki for keeping him away from Drona? The foremost hero among the Vrishnis, exceedingly brave among all bowmen, equal to Rama himself in knowledge and the use of weapons and in prowess and fame. Know, O Sanjaya, that truth and firmness, intelligence and heroism, and knowledge of Brahma, and high weapons are all in him, Satyaki, of the Satwata race, as the three worlds are in Kesva. What heroes of my army, approaching that mighty bowman, Satyaki, possessed of all those accomplishments and incapable of being resisted by the very gods, surrounded him. The foremost among the Panchalas, possessed of heroism, highborn and the favorite of all highborn heroes, ever achieving good deeds in battle, viz., Uttamajas, that prince ever engaged in the welfare of Arjuna, born for only my evil, equal unto Yama, or Vaisravana, or Aditya, or Mahendra, or Varuna, that prince regarded as a mighty car warrior and prepared to lay down his life in the thick of battle. Oh, what heroes of my army surrounded him! Who, amongst my warriors, opposed Drishtaketu, that single warrior amongst the Chaitis who, deserting them, hath embraced the side of the Pandavas, while he rushed upon Drona? Who resisted the heroic Ketamat for keeping him away from Drona, the brave Ketamat who slew Prince Dujaya while the latter had taken shelter in Jarivrija? What heroes of my army surrounded Sikandin, that tiger among men, who knows the merits and demerits, in his own person, of manhood and femininity, that son of Yajnasena, who is always cheerful in battle, that hero who became the cause of the high-souled Bhishma's death in battle, when he rushed towards Drona? That foremost hero of the Vrishni race, that chief of all bowmen, that brave warrior in whom all accomplishments exist in a greater degree than in Dhananjaya himself, in whom are ever weapons and truth and brahmacharya, who is equal to Vasudeva in energy and Dhananjaya in strength, who in splendor is equal to Aditya and in intelligence to Vrihaspati, viz., the high-souled Abhimanyu, resembling death himself with wide-open mouth. Oh, what heroes of my army surrounded him when he rushed towards Drona? That youth of vigorous understanding, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Subhadra's son, oh, when he rushed towards Drona, what became the state of your mind? What heroes surrounded those tigers among men, viz., the sons of Draupadi, when they rushed in battle against Drona like rivers rushing towards the sea? Those children who, giving up all childish sports for 12 years, and observing excellent vows, waited upon Bhishma for the sake of weapons, those children, viz., Kshatranjya and Kshatrudeva and Kshatravarman and Manada, those heroic sons of Drishtadyumna, oh, who resisted them, seeking to keep them away from Drona? he whom the Vrishnis regarded as superior in battle to 100 warriors, who resisted that great bowman, viz., Chekatana, for keeping him away from Drona. Those 5 Kakaya brothers, virtuous and possessed of prowess, and capable of being baffled, resembling, in hue, the insects called Indragapikas, with red coats of mail, red weapons, and red banners, those heroes that are the maternal cousins of the Pandavas and that always wish for victory unto the latter, what heroes of my army, surrounded those valiant princes when they rushed towards Drona for slaying him. That lord of battle, that foremost of bowmen, that hero of unbaffled aim and great strength, that tiger among men, viz., Yuyutsu, whom many wrathful kings battling together for 6 months at Varanavada from desire of slaying him could not vanquish, and who in battle at Varanasi overthrew with a broad-headed arrow that mighty warrior, viz., the prince of Kasi, desirous of seizing, at a Swayamvara, a maiden for wife. What hero of my army resisted him? That mighty bowman, viz. Drishtadyumna, who is the chief counselor of the Pandavas, who was engaged in doing evil to Duryodhana, who was created for Drona's destruction. What heroes of my army surrounded him when he came towards Drona, breaking through all my ranks and consuming all my warriors in battle. That foremost of all persons conversant with weapons, who has been reared almost on Drupada's lap. What warriors of my army, surrounded that second and protected by Arjuna's weapons, for keeping him away from Drona. He who encompassed this earth by the loud rattle of his car as by a leathern belt, that mighty warrior and foremost of all slayers of foes. Who, as a substitute for all sacrifices, performed, without hindrance, 10 horse sacrifices with excellent food and drink and gifts in profusion, who ruled his subjects as if they were his children, that Usanara's son, who in sacrifices gave away kind countless as the grains of sand in the Ganga's stream. Whose feet none amongst men have been or will ever be able to imitate, after the performance of whose difficult feats the very gods had cried out, saying, "We do not see in the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile creatures a second person other than Usanara's son who was, has ever been, or will ever be born, who hath attained to regions, and afterlife, which are unattainable by human beings, who, amongst my army, resisted that Saivya, that grandson of that Usanara's son, while he came upon Drona? What heroes of my army surrounded the car division of that slayer of foes, viz. Virata, the king of the Matsyas, while it reached Drona in battle? Who kept away from Drona the gigantic Gatotkacha, that thorn, on the side of my sons, that warrior who always wishes victory unto the Pandavas, that heroic Rakshasa, possessed of extensive powers of illusion, endued with great strength and great prowess, and born of Bhima in course of a single day, and of whom I entertained very great fears? What, O Sranjaya, can remain unconquered by them, for whose sake these and many others are prepared to lay down their lives in battle? How can the sons of Pritha meet with defeat, they, viz., that have the greatest of all beings, the wielder of the bow called Sarna, for their refuge and benefactor? Vasudeva is, indeed, the great master of all the worlds, the Lord of all, and eternal. Of celestial soul and infinite power, Narayana is the refuge of men in battle. The wise recite his celestial feats. I also will recite them with devotion, for recovering my firmness. Footnotes 19:1. This sentence comprises 7, 8 and the first line of 9. I have followed the exact order of the original. The peculiarity of the Sanskrit construction is that the nominative pronoun is made to stand in apposition with a noun in the objective case. The whole of this section contains many such sentences. 19:2, 10 and 11 also refer to Ajatasattu. 22:1 Gatotkacha was the son of Hidimva by Bhimasena. Rakshasi women bring forth the very day they conceive, and their offspring attain to youth the very day they are born. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 11. Dhritarashtra said, "Hear, O Sanjaya, the celestial feats of Vasudeva, feats that Govinda achieved and the like of which no other person hath ever been able to achieve. Whilst being brought up, O Sanjaya, in the family of the cowherd, Nanda, that high-souled one, while yet a boy, made the might of his arms known to the three worlds. Even then he slew Hayaraja, living in the woods, on the shores of the Yamuna, who was equal to the celestial steed, Ravas in strength and the wind itself in speed. In childhood, he also slew with his two bare arms, the Danava, in the form of a bull, of terrible deeds, and risen like death himself unto all the kind. Of eyes like the lotus petals, he also slew the mighty Asuras named Pralamva, and Naraka, and Jamba, and Pitha, as also Mora, that terror of the celestials. And so also Kansa of mighty energy, who was, besides, protected by Jarasandha, was, with all his followers, slain in battle by Krishna, aided by his prowess alone. With Valadeva as his second, that slayer of foes, viz., Krishna, consumed in battle, with all his troops, the king of the Surasenas, viz., Sunaman, of great activity and prowess in battle, the lord of a full Akshahini, and the valiant second brother of Kansa, the king of the Bhojas. The highly wrathful regenerate Rishi, gratified with the adoration, gave him boons. Of eyes like the lotus petals, and endued with great bravery, Krishna, vanquishing all the kings at a self-choice, bore away the daughter of the king of the Gandharas. Those angry kings, as if they were horses by birth, were yoked unto his nuptial car and were lacerated with the whip. The mighty armed Janardana also caused Jarasandha, the lord of a full Akshahini of troops, to be slain through the instrumentality of another. The mighty Krishna also slew the valiant king of Chaitis, that leader of kings, as if he were some animal, on the occasion of the latter's disputing about the Aragya. Putting forth his prowess, Madhava hurled unto the sea the Daitya city called Sauba, moving, in the skies, protected by Sulwa, and regarded as impregnable. The Angas, the Vangas, the Kalingas, the Magadhas, the Kasis, the Kosalas, the Vatsyas, the Gargyas, the Kurushas, and the Pandras, all these he vanquished in battle. The Avantis, the Southerners, the Mountaineers, the Dasarakas, the Kasmarakas, the Orasikas, the Pisachas, the Samugalas, the Kamvojas, the Vadadanas, the Cholas, the Pundyas, O Sanjaya, the Trigardas, the Malavas, the Daradas difficult of being vanquished, the Kasas arrived from diverse realms, as also the Sakas, and the Yavnas with followers, were all vanquished by him of eyes like lotus petals. In days of old, penetrating into the very sea, he vanquished in battle Varuna himself in those watery depths, surrounded by all kinds of aquatic animals. Slaying in battle, the Danava named Panchajanya living in the depths of Padala, Hrishikesa obtained the celestial conch called Panchajanya. The mighty Kesva, accompanied by Partha, having gratified Agni at Kandava, obtained his invincible weapon of fire, viz., his discus, called Sudarsana. Riding on Vinata's son and frightening the denizens of Amravati, the heroic Krishna brought from Mahendra himself the celestial flower called Parihata. Knowing Krishna's prowess, Sakra quietly bore that act. We have never heard that there is any one among the kings who has not been vanquished by Krishna. That exceedingly wonderful feat also, O Sanjaya, which the lotus-eyed one performed in my court, who else is capable of performing it? And since, humbled by devotion, I was suffered to behold Krishna as the Supreme Lord, everything about that feat is well known to me, myself having witnessed it with my own eyes, O Sanjaya. The end can never be seen of the infinite achievements of Hrishikesa. Of great energy and great intelligence. Gada, and Samva, and Pradyumna, and Viduratha, and Sharadeshna, and Sarana, and Ulmuka, and Nisatha, and the valiant Jalivabru, and Prathu, and Viprathu, and Samaka, and Aramajaya, these and other mighty Vrishni heroes, accomplished in smiting, will, standing on the field of battle, take up their position in the Pandava host, when summoned by that Vrishni hero, viz., the high-souled Kesva. Everything, on my side, will then be in great danger. Even this is what I think. And there where Janardana is, there will be the heroic Rama, equal in strength to 10,000 elephants, resembling the Kailasa peak, decked with garlands of wild flowers, and armed with the plow. That Vasudeva, O Sanjaya, whom all the regenerate ones describe as the father of all, will that Vasudeva fight for the sake of the Pandavas? O son, O Sanjaya, if he puts on his armor for the sake of the Pandavas, there is none amongst us who can be his antagonist. If the Kauravas happen to vanquish the Pandavas, he, of the Vrishni race, will then, for the sake of the latter, take up his mighty weapon. And that tiger among men, that mighty armed one, slaying then all the kings in battle as also the Kauravas, will give away the whole earth to Kunti's son. What car will advance in battle against that car which has Hrishikesa for its driver and Dhananjaya for its warrior? The Kurus cannot, by any means, gain victory. Tell me, then, everything about how the battle took place. Arjuna is Kesva's life, and Krishna is always victory, and Krishna is always fame. In all the worlds, Vibhatsu is invincible. And Kesva are infinite merits in excess. The foolish Duryodhana, who doth not know Krishna or Kesva, seems, through destiny, to have death's noose before him. Alas, Duryodhana knows not Krishna of Dasara's race and Arjuna the son of Pandu. These high-souled ones are ancient gods. They are even Nara and Narayana. On earth they are seen by men as two separate forms, though in reality they are both possessed, but by one soul. With the mind alone, that invincible pair, of worldwide fame, can, if only they wish it, destroy this host. Only, in consequence of their humanity, they do not wish it. Like a change of the Yuga, the death of Bhishma, O child, and the slaughter of the high-souled Drona, overturn the senses. Indeed, neither by Brahmacharya, nor by the study of the Vedas, nor by religious rites, nor by weapons, can anyone prevent death. Hearing of the slaughter of Bhishma and Drona, those heroes accomplished in weapons, respected by all the worlds, and invincible in battle, why, O Sanjaya, do I yet live? In consequence of the death of Bhishma and Drona, O Sanjaya, we will henceforth have to live as dependents on that prosperity beholding which in Yudhishthira we had before been so jealous. Indeed, this destruction of the Kurus hath come in consequence only of my acts. O Sutta, in killing these that are ripe for destruction, the very straw becomes thunderbolt. That prosperity is without end in this world which Yudhishthira is about to obtain, Yudhishthira through whose wrath both Bhishma and Drona have fallen. In consequence of his very disposition, hath righteousness gone over to the side of Yudhishthira, while it is hostile to my son. Alas, time, so cruel, that hath now come for the destruction of all, cannot be overcome. Things calculated in one way, O son, even by men of intelligence, become otherwise through destiny. This is what I think. Therefore, tell me everything that has taken place during the progress of this unavoidable and dreadful calamity, productive of the most sorrowful reflection and capable of being crossed over by us. Footnotes 23:1 Hayaraja, lit. The Prince of Steeds. He was an Asura, otherwise called Kisari, in the form of a steed. 23:2 i.e., without weapons of any kind. 23:3 Kaliprasnana Singha, in his Bengali translation, makes a mess of this sloka. 23:4 Jarasandha, the powerful king of the Magadhas, and the sworn foe of Krishna, was slain by Bhima through Krishna's instigation. 24:1 Viz, the transplantation of the Parahata from Amaravati to the earth. 25:1 Though gods, they have taken their births as men, and they must achieve their objects by human means. It is for this that they do not, by a fiat only of their will, destroy this host. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 12. Sanjaya said, Yes, as I saw everything with my own eyes, I will describe to thee how Drona fell down, slain by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. Having obtained the command of the troops, that mighty Kar warrior, viz., Bharadvaja's son, said these words unto thy son in the midst of all the troops, inasmuch as, O king, thou hast honored me with the command of the troops immediately after that bull among the Kauravas, viz., the son of the ocean-going, Ganga, take thou, O Bharata, the adequate fruit of that act of thine. What business of thine shall I now achieve? Ask thou the boon that thou desirest. Then King Duryodhana, having consulted with Karna and Dusasana and others, said unto the preceptor, that invincible warrior and foremost of all victors, these words, If thou wouldst give me a boon, then, seizing that foremost of Kar warriors, viz., Yudhishthira, alive, bring him unto me here. Then that preceptor of the Kurus, hearing those words of thy son, returned him the following answer, gladdening all the troops therewith, Praised be Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, whose seizing only thou desirest. O thou that art difficult of being vanquished, thou askest not any other boon, one for example, for his slaughter. For what reason, O tiger among men, dost thou not desire his death? Thou art, without doubt, O Duryodhana, not ignorant of policy. Why, therefore, dost thou not allude to Yudhishthira's death? It is a matter of great wonder that King Yudhishthira, the just, hath no enemy desirous of his death. Inasmuch as thou wishest him to be alive, thou either seekest to preserve thy race from extinction, or, O chief of the Bharatas, thou, having vanquished the Pandavas in battle, art desirous of establishing brotherly relation with them by giving them their kingdom. Auspicious was the birth of that intelligent prince. Truly is he called Ajatasattu, the fullest one, for even thou bearest affection for him. Thus addressed by Drona, O Bharata, the feeling that is ever present in thy son's breast suddenly made itself known. Not even persons like Vrihaspati can conceal the expressions of their countenance. For this, thy son, O king, filled with joy, said these words, By the slaughter of Kunti's son in battle, O preceptor, victory cannot be mine. If Yudhishthira were slain, Partha then, without doubt, would slay all of us. All of them, again, cannot be slain by the very gods. He amongst them that will, in that case, survive, will exterminate us. Yudhishthira, however, is truthful in his promises. If brought hither, alive, vanquished once more at dice, the Pandavas will once more go to the woods, for they are all obedient to Yudhishthira. It is evident that such a victory will be an enduring one. It is for this that I do not, by any means, desire the slaughter of King Yudhishthira the just. Ascertaining this crooked purpose of Duryodhana, Drona, who was conversant with the truths of the science of prophet and gifted with great intelligence, reflected a little and gave him the boon, circumscribing it in the following way. Drona said, If the heroic Arjuna do not protect Yudhishthira in battle, thou mayst think the eldest Pandava as already brought under thy control. As regards Partha, the very gods and the Asuras, together headed by Indra, cannot advance against him in battle. It is for this that I dare not do what thou askest me to do. Without doubt, Arjuna is disciple, and I was his first preceptor in arms. He is, however, young, endued with great good fortune, and excessively intent on the achievement of his purposes. He hath obtained, again, many weapons from Indra and Rudra. He hath besides been provoked by thee. I dare not, therefore, do what thou askest me. Let Arjuna be removed, by whatsoever means that can be done, from the battle. Upon Parthav being withdrawn, thou mayst regard King Yudhishthira as already vanquished. Upon his seizure is victory, and not upon his slaughter, O bull among men. Even by stratagem can his seizure be accomplished. Seizing that king devoted to truth and righteousness, I will, without doubt, O monarch, bring him to thy control this very day, if he stays before me in battle even for a moment. Of course, if Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, that tiger among men, be withdrawn from the field. In Falguni's presence, however, O king, Yudhishthira is incapable of being taken in battle even by the gods and the Asuras headed by Indra. Sanjaya continued, after Drona had promised the king's seizure even under these limitations, thy foolish sons regarded Yudhishthira as already taken. Thy son, Duryodhana, knew Drona's partiality for the Pandavas. In order to make Drona stick to his promise, therefore, he divulged those counsels. Then, O chastiser of foes, the fact of Drona's having promised to seize the eldest Pandava was proclaimed by Duryodhana unto all his troops. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 13. Sanjaya said, after Drona had promised the king's seizure under those limitations, thy troops hearing of that promise about Yudhishthira's capture, uttered many leonine shouts, mingling them with the whiz of their arrows and the blare of their conchs. King Yudhishthira the just, however, O Bharata, soon learnt in detail, through his spies, everything about the purpose upon which Bharadvaja's son was intent. Then bringing together all his brothers and all the other kings of his army, King Yudhishthira the just addressed Dhananjaya, saying, Thou hast heard, O tiger among men, about the intention of Drona. Let such measures, therefore, be adopted as may prevent the accomplishment of that purpose. It is true, Drona, that grinder of foes, hath vowed his pledge, subject to limitations. However, O great bowman, rest on thee. Fight thou, therefore, today, O thou of mighty arms, in my vicinity, so that Duryodhana may not obtain from Drona the fruition of his desire. Arjuna said, as the slaughter of my preceptor can never be accomplished by me, so, king, I can never consent to give thee up. O son of Pandu, I would rather yield up my life in battle than fight against my preceptor. This son of Dhritarashtra desireth sovereignty, having seized thee as a captive in battle. In this world he will never obtain the fruition of that desire of his. The firmament itself with its stars may fall down, the earth herself may split into fragments, yet Drona will, surely, never succeed in seizing thee as long as I am alive. If the wielder of the thunderbolt himself, or Vishnu at the head of the gods, assist him in battle, still he shall not succeed in seizing thee on the field. As long as I am alive, O great king, it behoveth thee not to entertain any fear of Drona, although he is the foremost of all wielders of weapons. I further say unto thee, O monarch, that my promise never remains unfulfilled. I do not recollect having ever spoken any untruth. I do not recollect having ever been vanquished. I do not recollect having ever, after making a vow, left the least part of it unfulfilled. Sanjaya continued, Then, O king, conchs and drums and cymbals and smaller drums were sounded and beaten in the Pandava camp. And the high-souled Pandavas uttered many leonine shouts. These and the awful twang of their bowstrings and the slaps of palms reached the very heaven. Hearing that loud blare of conchs that arose from the camp of the mighty sons of Pandu, diverse instruments were sounded amongst thy divisions also. Then thy divisions as also those of theirs were arrayed in order of battle. And slowly they advanced against each other from desire of battle. Then commenced a battle that was fierce and that made the hairs stand on their ends, between the Pandavas and the Kurus, and Drona and the Panchalas. The Srinjayas, though struggling vigorously, were unable to beat in battle the host of Drona, as it was protected by Drona himself. And so also the mighty car warriors of thy son, skilled in smiting, could not beat the Pandava host, as it was protected by the diadem-decked Arjuna. Protected by Drona and Arjuna, both the hosts seemed to stand inactive like two blossoming forests in the silence of the night. Then he, of the golden car, viz., Drona, like the sun himself of great splendor, crushing the ranks of the Pandavas, careered through them at will. And the Pandavas, and the Srinjayas, through fear, regarded that single warrior of great activity upon his quickly moving car as if multiplied into many. Shot by him, terrible shafts coursed in all directions, frightening, O king, the army of Pandu's son. Indeed, Drona then seemed as the sun himself at midday covered by 100 rays of light. And as the Danavas were unable to look at Indra, so there was not one amongst the Pandavas who, O monarch, was able to look at the angry son of Bharadvaja in that battle. The valiant son of Bharadvaja then, having confounded the hostile troops, speedily began to consume the division of Drishtadyumna by means of sharp shafts. And covering and obstructing all the points of the compass by means of his straight shafts, he began to crush the Pandava force even there, where Prashada's son was. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 14. Sanjaya said, Then Drona, causing a great confusion in the Pandava host, careered through it, like a conflagration consuming a forest of trees. Beholding that angry warrior, owning a golden car, consume their divisions like a raging conflagration, the Srinjayas trembled in fear. The twang, in that battle, of the constantly stretched bow of that warrior of great activity was heard to resemble the roar of the thunder. Fierce shafts shot by Drona, endued with great lightness of hand, began to crush car warriors and horsemen and elephant warriors and foot soldiers along with elephants and steeds. Showering his arrows as the roaring clouds at the close of summer, assisted by the wind, pour hailstones, he inspired fear in the hearts of the foe. Coursing through the hostile ranks, O king, and agitating the troops, the mighty Drona enhanced the unnatural fear entertained by the enemy. The gold-decked bow, on his quickly moving car, was repeatedly seen to resemble the lightning's flash amid a mass of dark clouds. That hero, firm in truth, endued with wisdom, and always devoted, besides, to righteousness, caused an awful river of angry current, such as may be seen at the end of the Yuga, to flow there. And that river had its source in the impetuosity of Drona's wrath, and it was haunted by crowds of carnivorous creatures. And the combatants constituted the waves that filled its entire surface. And heroic warriors constituted the trees on its banks whose roots were constantly eaten away by its current. And its waters were constituted by the blood that was shed in that battle, and cars constituted its eddies, and elephants and steeds formed its banks. And costs of mail constituted its lilies, and the flesh of creatures the mire on its bed. And the fat, marrow, and bones of fallen animals and men formed the sands on its beach, and, fallen, headgears its froth. And the battle itself that was fought there constituted the canopy above its surface. And lances constituted the fish with which it abounded. And it was inaccessible in consequence of the large number of slain men, elephants, and steeds that fell in it. And the impetus of the shaft shot constituted its current. And the slain bodies themselves constituted the timber floating on it. And cars constituted its tortoises. And heads constituted the stones scattered on its banks and bed, and scimitars its fish in profusion. And cars and elephants formed its lakes. And it was decked with many adornments. And mighty car warriors constituted its hundreds of little whirlpools. And the dust of the earth constituted its wavelets. And capable of being easily crossed by those possessed of exceeding energy, it was incapable of being crossed by the timid. And heaps of dead bodies constituted the sandbanks obstructing its navigation. And it was the haunt of kenkers and vultures and other birds of prey. And it carried away thousands of mighty car warriors to the abode of Yama. And long spears constituted the snakes that infested it in profusion. And the living combatants constituted the fowls sporting on its waters. Torn umbrellas constituted its large swans. Diadems formed the smaller birds that adorned it. Wheels constituted its turtles, and maces its alligators, and arrows its smaller fish. And it was the resort of frightful swarms of crows and vultures and jackals. And that river, O best of kings, bore away in hundreds to the region of the Pitris the creatures that were slain by Drona in battle. Obstructed by hundreds of bodies, floating on it, the hair of slain warriors and animals constituted its moss and weeds. Even such was the river, enhancing the fears of the timid, that Drona caused to flow there. And when Drona was thus grinding the hostile army hither and thither, the Pandava warriors headed by Yudhishthira rushed at that mighty car warrior from all sides. Then seeing them thus rushing towards Drona, brave combatants of thy army, possessed of unyielding prowess, rushed from every side. And the battle that thereupon ensued made the hair stand on end. Sakuni, full of 100 kinds of deceit, rushed towards Sadeva, and pierced the latter's charioteer, and standard, and car, with many keen-pointed shafts. Sadeva, however, without being much excited, cutting off Salvala's standard and bow and car driver and car, with sharp arrows, pierced Salvala himself with 60 shafts. Thereupon, Suvala's son, taking up mace, jumped down from his excellent car, and with that mace, O king, he felled Sadeva's driver from the latter's car. Then these two heroic and mighty warriors, O monarch, both deprived of car, and both armed with mace, sported in battle like two crests of hills. Drona, having pierced the ruler of the Panchalas with 10 shafts, was, in return, pierced by the latter with many shafts. And the latter was again pierced by Drona with a larger number of shafts. Bhimasena pierced Vivensati with sharp arrows. The latter, however, thus pierced, trembled not, which seemed to be highly wonderful. Vivensati then, O monarch, suddenly deprived Bhimasena of his steeds and standard and bow. And thereupon all the troops worshipped him for that feat. The heroic Bhimasena, however, brooked not that exhibition of prowess by his enemy in battle. With his mace, therefore, he slew the well-trained steeds of Vivensati. Then the mighty Vivensati, taking up a shield and sword, jumped down from that car whose steeds had been slain, and rushed against Bhimasena like an infuriated elephant rushing against an infuriated compeer. The heroic Salya, laughing the while, pierced, as if in dalliance, his own dear nephew, Nakula, with many shafts for angering him. The valiant Nakula, however, cutting off his uncle's steeds and umbrella and standard and charioteer and bow in that battle, blew his conch. Drishtaketu, engaged with Kripa, cut off diverse kinds of arrows shot at him by the latter, and then pierced Kripa with 70 arrows. And then he cut off the device of Kripa's standard with 3 arrows. Kripa, however, began to oppose him with a thick shower of arrows. And resisting him in this way, the Brahmana fought on with Drishtaketu. Satyaki, laughing the while, pierced Kritavarman in the center of the chest with a long arrow. And piercing him then with 70 arrows, he once more pierced him with many others. The Bhoja warrior, however, in return, pierced Satyaki with 70 arrows of keen points. Like the swiftly coursing winds failing to move a mountain, Kritavarman was unable to move Satyaki or make him tremble. Senapati deeply struck Susurman in his vitals. Susurman also struck his antagonist with a lance on the shoulder joint. Virata, aided by his Matsya warriors of great energy, resisted Vikartana's son in that battle. And that feat of the Matsya king seemed highly wonderful. Even this was regarded as an act of great valor on the part of the Suta's son, in that he singly resisted that whole force by means of his straight shafts. King Drupada was engaged with Bhagadatta, and the battle between those two warriors became beautiful to behold. That bull among men, viz., Bhagadatta, pierced King Drupada and his driver and standard in car with many straight shafts. Then Drupada, excited with wrath, quickly pierced that mighty car warrior in the chest with a straight shaft. Those two foremost of warriors on earth, viz., Somadatta's son and Sikandin, both conversant with every weapon, encountered each other in fierce battle that made all creatures tremble with fear. The valiant Burisravas, O king, covered that mighty car warrior, Yajnasena's son Sikandin, with a thick shower of arrows. Sikandin, then O monarch, excited with wrath, pierced Somadatta's son with 90 shafts, and caused him, O Bharata, to tremble. Those Rakshasas of fierce deeds, viz., Hidimba's son and Alamvasha, each desirous of vanquishing the other, battled most wonderfully. Both capable of creating 100 illusions, both swelling with pride, battled with each other most wonderfully, relying on their powers of illusion, and each desirous of vanquishing the other. The fierce Chekatana battled with Anyavenda. They coursed on the field, disappearing at times, and causing great wonder. Lakshmana fought fiercely with Kshatradeva, even as Vishnu, O monarch, in days of old, with the Asura, Hiranyaksha. With his fleet steeds and upon his car duly equipped, Purava, O king, roared at Abhimanyu. Endued with great might, Purava then rushed at Abhimanyu, desirous of battle. Then that chastiser of foes, viz., Abhimanyu, fought fiercely with that foe. Purava covered Subhadra's son with a thick shower of arrows. Thereupon, Arjuna's son felled his antagonist's standard and umbrella and bow on earth. Then piercing Purava with 7 arrows, Subhadra's son pierced the latter's driver and steeds with 5 arrows. Gladdening his troops thus, he then repeatedly roared like a lion. Then Arjuna's son quickly fixed an arrow on his bowstring that was certain to take away Purava's life. Beholding, however, that arrow of frightful mien fixed on Abhimanyu's bowstring, Haritaka's son, with 2 shafts, cut off that bow and arrow. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Subhadra's son, throwing aside that broken bow, took up a bright sword and a shield. Whirling with great speed that shield decked with many stars, and whirling that sword also, he coursed on the field, exhibiting his prowess. Whirling them before him, and whirling them on high, now shaking them and now jumping up himself, from the manner of his handling those weapons, it seemed that, with him, there is no difference between that offensive and that defensive weapons. Jumping suddenly then upon the shafts of Purava's car, he roared aloud. Mounting next upon his car, he seized Purava by the hair, and slaying meanwhile with a kick the latter's driver, he felled his standard with a stroke of his sword. And as regards Purava himself, Abhimanyu raised him up, like the Garuda raising a snake from the bottom of the sea agitating the waters. Thereupon, all the kings beheld Purava, standing helpless, with disheveled hair, and looking like an ox deprived of its senses while on the point of being slain by a lion. Beholding Purava thus prostrated, placed under the control of Arjuna's son, and dragged helplessly, Jayadratha was unable to brook it. Taking up a sword is also a shield that bore the device of a peacock and was decked with 100 bells of small size suspended in rows. Jayadratha jumped down from his car with a loud roar. Then Subhadra's son, Abhimanyu, beholding the ruler of the Sindhus, let Kaurava alone, and leaping up like a hawk from the latter's car, quickly alighted on the earth. The lances and aves and scimitars hurled by his foes Arjuna's son cut off by means of his sword or warded off by his shield, thus showing unto all the warriors the strength of his own arms. The mighty and heroic Abhimanyu, once more upraising his large and heavy sword as also his shield, proceeded towards Vridhakshatra's son, who was a sworn foe of his, Abhimanyu's, father, like a tiger proceeding against an elephant. Approaching, they cheerfully attacked each other with their swords like a tiger and a lion with their claws and teeth. And none could notice any difference between those two lions among men as regards the whirl strokes and descent of their swords and shields. And as regards the descent and the whiz of their swords, and the warding off of each other's blows, it seemed there was no distinction between the two. Coursing beautifully in outward and inward tracks, those two illustrious warriors seemed to be like two winged mountains. Then Jayadratha struck on the shield of the renowned Abhimanyu when the latter stretched his sword for making a pass at him. Then, O Bharata, Jayadratha's large sword sticking into Abhimanyu's shield covered with golden plate, broke as the ruler of the Sindhus attempted to draw it off forcibly. Seeing his sword broken, Jayadratha hastily retreated 6 steps and was seen within a twinkle of the eye to be mounted on his own car. Then Arjuna's son also, that combat with the sword being over, ascended his own excellent car. Many kings, then, of the Kuru army, uniting together, surrounded him on all sides. The mighty son of Arjuna, however, eyeing Jayadratha, whirled his sword and shield, and uttered a loud shout. Having vanquished the ruler of the Sindhus, Subhadra's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, then began to scorch that division of the Kaurava army like sun scorching the world. Then in that battle Salya hurled at him a fierce dart made wholly of iron, decked with gold, and resembling a blazing flame of fire. Thereupon, Arjuna's son, jumping up, caught hold of that dart, like Garuda catching a mighty snake falling from above. And having seized it thus, Abhimanyu unsheathed his sword. Witnessing the great activity and might of that warrior of immeasurable energy, all the kings together uttered a leonine shout. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz. the son of Subhadra, hurled with the might of his arms at Salya himself that very dart of great effulgence, decked with stones of lapis lazuli. Resembling a snake that has recently cast off its slough, that dart, reaching Salya's car, slew the latter's driver and felled him from his niche of the vehicle. Then Virata and Drupada, and Drastakatu, and Yudhishthira, and Satyaki, and Kakaya, and Bhima, and Drishtadyumna, and Sikandin, and the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, all exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent!" And diverse kinds of sounds due to the shooting of arrows, and many leonine shouts, arose there, gladdening the unretreating son of Arjuna. Thy sons, however, could not brook those indications of the victory of their foe. Then all of them suddenly surrounded Subhadra's son and covered him, O king, with showers of arrows like the clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. Then that slayer of foes, viz., Ardayani, Salya, wishing good of thy sons, and remembering the overthrow of his own driver, rushed in rage against Subhadra's son. Footnotes 29:1 The Bengal texts read this verse incorrectly. For Prataptam, the correct reading is Satatam, and for Anyakarinas, the correct word is Asakarinas. 29:2 The Bengal reading is Suravyala. The Bombay texts read Sulavyala. I adopt the latter. Vaginas, in Pranivajana Shevatam, is explained by Nilkantha to mean fowl or bird. 30:1 It is evident that the very minuteness with which the comparison is sought to be sustained destroys the effect. Regarding the repetition, they are just such as one may expect to find in verses composed extempore. 31:1 This verse is read incorrectly in the Bengal texts. For Hyan read Dhanus. 32:1 The word heroic occurs in the next verse. 32:2 The word in the original are Sampada, Abhigata, and Nipata. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 15. Dhritarashtra said, Thou hast, O Sanjaya, described to me many excellent single combats. Hearing about them, I envy those that have eyes. This battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas, resembling that, of old, between the gods and the Asuras, will be spoken of as exceedingly wonderful by all men. I am scarcely gratified by listening to thy narrations of this stirring battle. Tell me, therefore, about this combat between Ardayani, Salya, and Subhadra's son. Sanjaya said, beholding his driver slain, Salya, upraising a mace made wholly of iron, jumped down enraged from his excellent car. Bhima, then taking up his own huge mace, quickly rushed towards Salya, who then resembled the blazing Yugafire or the destroyer himself armed with his bludgeon. Subhadra's son also, taking up a prodigious mace resembling the bolt of heaven, addressed Salya, saying, Come, come. Bhima, however, with much ado, persuaded him to stand aside. The valiant Bhimasena, then, having persuaded Subhadra's son to stand aside, approached Salya in battle and stood immovable as a hill. The mighty ruler of Madras also beheld Bhima and proceeded towards him like a tiger towards an elephant. Then was heard there the loud blare of trumpets and conchs by thousands and leonine shouts, and the sound of drums. And loud cries of bravo, bravo, arose among hundreds of Pandava and Kaurava warriors rushing towards each other. There is none else among all the kings, O Bharata, save the ruler of Madras who can venture to bear the might of Bhimasena in battle. Similarly, who else save Vrikotara, in the world, can venture to bear the impetus of the illustrious Salya's mace in battle? Bound in hempen strings mixed with wires of gold, the prodigious mace of Bhima, capable of delighting by its beauty all spectators, being grasped by him, shone brilliantly. And similarly the mace of Salya, also, who coursed in beautiful circles, looked like a blazing flash of lightning. Both of them roared like bulls, and both coursed in circles. And both Salya and Vrikotara, standing as they did, with their maces slightly bent, looked like a couple of horned bulls. Whether as regards coursing in circles or in whirling and striking with their maces, the combat that took place between those two lions among men was in every way equal. Struck by Bhimasena with his mace, the prodigious mace of Salya, emitting fierce sparks of fire, soon broke into fragments. And similarly, Bhimasena's mace, struck by the foe, looked beautiful like a tree covered fireflies during the season of rains at eventide. And the mace that the ruler of Madras hurled in that battle, irradiating the welkin, O Bharata, frequently caused sparks of fire to fly around. Similarly, the mace hurled by Bhimasena at the foe scorched his antagonist's forces like a fierce meteor falling down from the firmament. And both those best of maces, striking against each other, resembled sighing she-snakes and caused flashes of fire. Like two large tigers attacking each other with their claws, or like two mighty elephants with their tusks, those mighty warriors coursed in circles, encountering each other with those two foremost of maces, and soon covered with blood, those two illustrious warriors seemed to resemble a couple of flowering kinsukas. And the blows, loud as Indra's thunder, of the maces wielded by those two lions among men were heard on all sides. struck by the ruler of Madras with his mace on both the left and the right side, Bhima moved not in the least, like a hill riven by the thunder. Similarly, the mighty ruler of Madras, struck by Bhima with his mace, patiently stood still like a hill struck with the thunder. Both of them, with upraised maces, endued as they were with great impetus, fell upon each other, coursing in shorter circles. Quickly nearing each other, then by 8 steps and falling upon each other like 2 elephants, they suddenly struck each other with those maces of theirs made entirely or iron. And each of those heroes, in consequence of the other's impetuosity and violence being struck with each other's mace, fell down at the same instant of time like a couple of Indra's poles. Then the mighty car warrior Kritavarman quickly approached Salya, who, deprived of his senses, was breathing hard as he lay on the field. And beholding him, O king, struck violently with the mace, and writhing like a snake, and deprived of his senses in a swoon, the mighty car warrior Kritavarman, taking him upon his car, quickly bore the ruler of Madras away from the field. Reeling like a drunken man, the heroic Bhima of mighty arms, rising up within the twinkling of an eye, stood mace in hand. Thy sons then, beholding the ruler of the Madras turn away from the fight, began, O sire, to tremble, along with their elephants, and foot soldiers, and cavalry, and cars. Ground then by the Pandavas desirous of victory, those warriors of thy army, struck with fear, fled away in all directions, like masses of clouds driven away by the wind. And those mighty car warriors, viz., the Pandavas, having vanquished the Dhritarashtras, looked resplendent in that battle, O king, like blazing fires. And they uttered loud leonine roars, and blew their conchs, elated with joy. And they beat their drums, large and small, and cymbals and other instruments. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 16. Sanjaya said, beholding that army of thine exceedingly broken, the valiant Vrishasena, single-handed, began to protect it, O king, displaying the illusion of his weapons. Shot by Vrishasena in that battle, thousands of arrows coursed in all directions, piercing through men and steeds and cars and elephants. Mighty arrows, of blazing effulgence, shot by him, coursed in thousands, like the rays, O monarch, of the sun, in the summer season. Afflicted and crushed therewith, O king, car warriors and horsemen suddenly fell down on the earth, like trees broken by the wind. The mighty car warrior Vrishasena, O king, felled large bodies of steeds, of cars, and of elephants, in that battle, by thousands. Beholding that single warrior coursing fearlessly on the field, all the kings of the Pandava army, uniting together, surrounded him on all sides. Nakula's son, Satanika, rushed at Vrishasena and pierced him with 10 arrows capable of penetrating into the vitals. The son of Karna, however, cutting off his bow, felled then his standard. Thereupon, the other sons of Draupadi, desirous of rescuing that brother of theirs, rushed at him. And soon they made Karna's son invisible by means of their arrowy showers. Against them thus smiting, the son of Karna, many car warriors headed by Drona's son, Aswathama, rushed. And those, O monarch, quickly covered those mighty car warriors, viz., the sons of Draupadi, with diverse kinds of arrows like clouds pouring rain on mountain breasts. Thereupon, the Pandavas, from affection for their sons, quickly encountered those assailants. The battle then that took place between thy troops and those of the Pandavas was exceedingly fierce and made the hair stand on their ends, resembling as it did that between the gods and the Danavas. Even thus did the heroic Kauravas and the Pandavas, excited with rage, fight, eyeing one another furiously, and having incurred one another's animosity for past offenses. The bodies of those heroes of immeasurable energy then seemed, in consequence of the wrath that inspired them, to resemble those of Garuda and mighty Nagas battling in the sky. And with Bhima and Karna and Kripa and Drona's son and Prashada's son and Satyaki, the field of battle looked resplendent like the all-destructive sun that rises at the end of the Yuga. The battle that took place between those mighty men engaged with mighty antagonists and all smiting one another was fierce in the extreme, resembling that of yore between the Danavas and the gods. Then Yudhishthira's host, uttering a shout, loud as that of the surging sea, began to slaughter thy troops, the great car warriors of thy army having fled away. Beholding the Kaurava host broken and excessively mangled by the foe, Drona said, Ye heroes, ye need not fly away. Then he, Drona, owning red steeds, excited with wrath and resembling a fierce elephant with 4 tusks, penetrated into the Pandava host and rushed against Yudhishthira. Then Yudhishthira pierced the preceptor with many whetted arrows equipped with kanka feathers. Drona, however, cutting off Yudhishthira's bow, rushed impetuously at him. Then the protector of Yudhishthira's car wheels, Kamara, the renowned prince of the Panchalas, received the advancing Drona, like the continent receiving the surging sea. Beholding Drona, that bull among Brahmanas, held in check by Kamara, loud leonine shouts were heard there with cries of excellent, excellent. Kamara then, in that great battle, excited with rage, pierced Drona with an arrow in the chest and uttered many leonine shouts. Having checked Drona in battle, the mighty Kamara, endued with great lightness of hand, and above all fatigue, pierced him with many thousands of arrows. Then that bull among men, Drona, slew that protector of Yudhishthira's car wheels, Kamara, that hero observant of virtuous vows and accomplished in both mantras and weapons. And then penetrating into the midst of the Pandava host and careering in all directions, that bull among men, Bharadvaja's son, became the protector of thy troops. And piercing Sikandin with 12 arrows, and Uttamajas with 20, and Nakula with 5, and Sundeva with 7, and Yudhishthira with 12, and each of the 5 sons of Draupadi with 3, and Satyaki with 5, and the ruler of Matsyas with 10 arrows, and agitating the entire host in that battle, he rushed against one after another of the foremost warriors of the Pandavas. And then he advanced against Kunti's son, Yudhishthir, from a desire of seizing him. Then Yugandhara, O king, checked Bharadvaja's son, that mighty car warrior, filled with rage and resembling the very ocean lashed into fury by the tempest. Bharadvaja's son, however, having pierced Yudhishthira with many straight arrows, felled Yugandhara with a broad-headed shaft from his niche in the car. Then Virata and Drupada, and the Kaikya princes, and Satyaki, and Sivi, and Vyagradata, the prince in the Panchalas, and the valiant Singasena, these, and many others, desirous of rescuing Yudhishthira, surrounded Drona on all sides and impeded his way, scattering countless arrows. Vyagradata, the prince of the Panchalas, pierced Drona with 50 keen-pointed arrows, at which, O king, the troops uttered loud shouts. Then Singasena also, quickly piercing that mighty car warrior, Drona, roared aloud in joy, striking terror into the hearts of mighty car warriors, Drona then expanding his eyes and rubbing his bowstring and producing loud sound of slaps by his palms, rushed against the latter. Then the mighty son of Bharadvaja, putting forth his prowess, cut off with a couple of broad-headed arrows the heads decked with earrings from the trunks of both Singasena and Vyagradata. And afflicting also, with his arrowy showers, the other mighty car warriors of the Pandavas, he stood in front of Yudhishthira's car, like all-destroying death himself. Then, O king, loud cries were heard among the warriors of Yudhishthira's army to the effect, "The king is slain," when Bharadvaja's son, of regulated vows, thus stood in his vicinity. And the warriors there all exclaimed, beholding Drona's prowess, "Today the royal son of Dhritarashtra will be crowned with success." This very moment Drona, having seized Yudhishthira, will, filled with joy, assuredly come to us and Duryodhana's presence. While thy soldiers were indulging in such talks, Kunti's son, Arjuna, quickly came there, filling the welkin with the rattle of his car, and creating, as he came, owing to the carnage he caused, a river whose waters were blood, and whose eddies were cars, and which abounded with the bones and bodies of brave warriors, and which bore creatures away to where the spirits of the departed dwell. And the son of Pandu came there, routing the Kurus, and quickly crossing that river whose froth was constituted by showers of arrows, and which abounded with fish in the form of lances and other weapons. And the diadem-decked Arjuna suddenly came upon Drona's divisions, covering it with a thick network of arrows and confounding the very sense of those that followed Drona. Incessantly placing his arrows on the bowstring and quickly shooting them, none could notice any lapse of time between these two acts of the renowned son of Kunti. Neither, for cardinal directions, nor the firmament above, nor the earth, O king, could any longer be distinguished, for everything then became one dense mass of arrows. Indeed, O king, when the wielder of Gandiva caused that thick darkness by means of his arrows, nothing could be seen in that battle. Just then the sun also set, enveloped with a dusty cloud. Neither friend nor foe could any longer be distinguished. Then Drona and Duryodhana and others caused the withdrawal of their troops. And ascertaining the foe to be inspired with fear and unwilling to continue the fight, Vibhatsu also slowly caused his troops to be withdrawn. Then the Pandavas and the Srinjayas and the Panchalas, filled with joy, praised Partha with delightful speeches like the rishis praising the sun. Having vanquished his foes thus, Dhananjaya then, filled with joy, retired to his tent, proceeding in the rear of the whole army, with Kesva as his companion. And stationed on his beautiful car decked with the costliest specimens of sapphires and rubies and gold and silver and diamonds and corals and crystals, the son of Pandu looked resplendent like the moon in the firmament bespangled with stars. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 17. Sanjaya said, the troops of both the armies, having proceeded to their tents, duly took up their quarters, O king, according to the divisions and the subdivisions to which they belonged. Having withdrawn the troops, Drona, in great cheerlessness of mind, beholding Duryodhana, said these words in shame, I told thee before that when Dhananjaya is by Yudhishthira, he is incapable of being seized in battle by the very gods. Although all of you fell upon him in battle, yet Partha frustrated all your attempts. Do not doubt what I say, Krishna and Pandu's son, Arjuna, are invincible. If, however, Arjuna of white steeds can, by any means, be withdrawn from Yudhishthira's side, then Yudhishthira, O king, shall soon come under thy control. Let someone challenging him, Arjuna, in battle draw him away to some other part of the field. The son of Kunti will not return without vanquishing him. Meanwhile, when Arjuna will not be by, O monarch, I will seize King Yudhishthira the Just, penetrating through the Pandava host in the very sight of Drishtadyumna. Thus, O monarch, I will, without doubt, bring Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, along with his followers, under control. If that son of Pandu stays even for a moment before me in battle, I will bring him a captive from the field. That feat will be more advantageous than victory over the Pandava army. Sanjaya continued, hearing those words of Drona, the ruler of the Trigartas, O monarch, with his brothers, said these words, We, O king, are always humiliated by the wielder of Gandiva. O bull of Bharata's race, although we have done him no injury, yet he hath always injured us. Remembering all those diverse instances of humiliation, we burn in wrath and are never able to sleep at night. By good luck, that Arjuna, armed with weapons, will stand before us. That therefore, which is in our heart and which we strive to accomplish, we are resolved to achieve now, that viz., which will be agreeable to thee, and which will bring us renown. Taking him out of the field will slay him. Let the earth today be without Arjuna, or let it be without the Trigartas. We truly swear this before thee. This our vow will never be false. And Satyartha and Satyavarman, O Bharata, and Satyavrat and Satyeshu, and Satyakarman also, having spoken similarly, those 5 brothers together, with 10,000 cars, came, O king, before Duryodhana, having taken that oath on the field of battle. And the Malavas, and the Tundikaras with 1,000 cars, and the tiger among men, Susaman, the ruler of Prasthala, with the Mavalakas, the Lalithas, and the Madrakas, accompanied by 10,000 cars and his brothers, and with another 10,000 cars from diverse realms came forward for taking the oath. Then bringing fire, and each making preparations for igniting one for himself, they took up ropes, kusa grass, and beautiful coats of mail. And equipped in mail, bathed in clarified butter, clad in robes of kusa grass, and with their bowstrings serving as girdles, those heroes, who had given away hundreds and thousands as presents to Brahmanas, who had performed many sacrifices, had been blessed with children, and were deserving of blessed regions hereafter, who had nothing more to do in this world. Who were deserving of blessed regions hereafter, who were prepared to lay down their lives in battle, and who devoted their souls to the attainment of fame and victory, who were desirous of soon repairing by fair fight to those regions hereafter that are attainable by means only of sacrifices, with abundant presents to Brahmanas, and by means also of the rites, the chief amongst which are Brahmacharya and study of the Vedas. Those heroes, having each gratified Brahmanas by giving them gold, and kine, and robes, and having addressed one another in loving discourse, ignited those fires, and took that vow in battle. And in the presence of those fires, firmly resolved, they took that vow. And having made that vow for the slaughter of the Nanjaya, they, in the hearing of creatures, very loudly said, those regions that are for persons who have never adopted any vows, are for one who drinketh wine, those that are for him who hath adulterous connection with his preceptor's wife, those that are for him who robbeth the property of a Brahmana, or for him who enjoyeth the king's grant without satisfying the condition of that grant, or for him who abandoneth one asking for shelter, or for him who slayeth a candidate for his favor, those that are for persons that set fire to houses, and for those that slay kine. Those regions that are for those that injure others, those that are for persons harboring malice against Brahmanas, those that are for him who from folly doth not seek the companionship of his wife in her season, those also that are for those that seek the companionship of women on the day they have to perform the shraddha of their ancestors, those that are for persons that injure their own selves, or for those that misappropriate what is deposited with them from confidence, or for those that destroy learning, or for those who battle with eunuchs, or for those that follow persons that are mean, those regions that are for atheists, or for those that abandon their sacred fires and mothers, and those regions also that are for the sinful, those shall be ours, if without slaying the Nanjaya we return from the field, or if, ground by him on the field, we turn back from fear. If, again, we succeed in achieving in battle feats the most difficult of accomplishment in the world, we shall then, without doubt, obtain the most desirable regions. Having said these words, O king, those heroes then marched to battle, summoning Arjuna towards the southern part of the field. That tiger among men, and subjugator of hostile cities, Arjuna, thus challenged by them, said these words unto King Yudhishthira the just without any delay, summoned, I never turn back. This is my fixed vow. These men, sworn to conquer or die, are summoning me, O king, to great battle. This Susaman here, with his brothers, summoneth me to battle. It behoveth thee to grant me permission for slaying him with all his followers. O bull among men, I am unable to brook this challenge. I tell thee truly, know these foes to be, already, slain in battle. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast heard, O child, in detail, what Drona hath resolved to accomplish. Act thou in such a way that that resolve of his may become futile. Drona is endued with great might. He is a hero, accomplished in arms, and above fatigue. O mighty car warrior, even he hath vowed my seizure. Arjuna said, This Satyajit, O king, will today become thy protector in battle. As long as Satyajit lives, the preceptor will never be able to attain his desire. If, however, O Lord, this tiger among men, Satyajit, be slain in battle, thou shouldst not then remain on the field even if surrounded by all our warriors. Sanjaya continued, King Yudhishthira then gave Arjuna the leave he sought. And he also embraced Arjuna and eyed him affectionately. And diverse were the benedictions that the king uttered on him. Having made this arrangement for Yudhishthira's protection, the mighty Partha went out against the Trigartas like a hungry lion, for assuaging his hunger upon a herd of deer. Then Duryodhana's troops, filled with joy at Arjuna's absence from Yudhishthira's side, became furious for the seizure of Yudhishthira. Then both the hosts, with a great impetuosity, encountered each other, like the Ganga and the Sarayu in the season of rains when both streams are swollen with water. Footnotes 39:1 Nishka, literally, a golden coin, whose weight is diversely stated by diverse authorities. 40:1 I adopt the Bengal reading, which is Vidhayavam. The Bombay reading is Vihayanam, meaning leaving Yudhishthira. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 18. Sanjaya said, The Samsaptakas, then, filled with joy, took their stand on a level field, having, with their cars, formed an array in the shape of the half-moon. And those tigers among men, beholding the diadem decked, Arjuna, come towards them, were, O sire, filled with delight and uttered loud shouts. That noise filled the sky and all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary. And because it was an open plain covered only with men, it produced no echoes. Ascertaining them to be exceedingly delighted, Dhananjaya, with a little smile, said these words unto Krishna, Behold, O thou that hast Devaki for thy mother, those Trigarta brothers, who are about to perish in battle, are filled with delight at a time when they should weep. Or, this is, without doubt, the hour of delight with them, since they will obtain those excellent regions that are unattainable by cowards. Having said these words unto the mighty armed Rishikesa, Arjuna came upon the arrayed ranks of the Trigartas in battle. Taking up then his conch called Devdutta decked with gold, he blew it with great force, filling all the points of the compass with its blare. Terrified by that blare, that car host of the Samsaptakas stood motionless in battle, as if it was petrified. And all their animals stood with eyes wide open, ears and necks and lips paralyzed, and legs motionless. And they passed urine and vomited blood. Regaining consciousness then, and placing their ranks in proper order, they shot their arrows all at once at the son of Pandu. Capable of displaying his prowess with great speed, Arjuna, with 5 and 10 arrows, cut off those thousands of arrows before they could reach him. They then pierced Arjuna, each with 10 arrows. Partha pierced them with 3 arrows. Then each of them, O king, pierced Partha with 5 arrows. Endued with great prowess, he pierced each of them in return with 2 arrows. And, once again, excited with wrath, they quickly poured upon Arjuna and Kesava countless arrows like the clouds pouring upon a lake their incessant showers. Then those thousands of arrows fell upon Arjuna, like swarms of bees upon a flowering cluster of trees in the forest. then deeply pierced Arjuna's diadem with 30 shafts, endued with the strength of adamant, with those shafts equipped with wings of gold fixed on his diadem. Arjuna, as if decked with ornaments of gold, shone like the newly risen sun. The son of Pandu then, in that battle, with a broad-headed arrow, cut off the leathern fence of Subahu, and covered Sudharman and Sudhanwan, and Subahu pierced Partha with 10 arrows. Partha, having the excellent ape device on his banner, pierced all of them in return with many arrows, and also cut off, with some broad-headed shafts, their standards made of gold. And cutting off the bow of Sudhanwan, he slew with his arrows the latter's steeds. And then he cut off from his trunk the latter's head graced with turban. Upon the fall of that hero, his followers were terrified. And stricken with panic, they all fled away to where Duryodhana's forces were. Then Vasva's son, filled with wrath, smote that mighty host with incessant showers of arrows, like the sun destroying darkness by means of his incessant rays. Then when that host broke and melted away on all sides, and Arjuna was filled with wrath, the Trigartas were struck with fear. While being slaughtered by Partha with his straight shafts, they remained where they stood, deprived of their senses, like a terrified herd of deer. Then the king of the Trigartas, filled with rage, addressed those mighty car warrior, saying, "Do not fly, ye heroes. It behoveth ye not to be frightened." Having, in the sight of all the troops, taken those terrible steps, repairing thither, what shall ye say unto the leaders of Duryodhana's host? Do we not incur ridicule in the world by such a cowardly act in battle? Therefore, stop ye all, and fight according to your strength. Thus addressed, O king, those heroes, repeatedly uttering loud shouts, blew their conchs, gladdening one another. Then those Samsaptakas once more returned to the field, with the Narayana cowherds, resolved to fade death himself. Footnotes 40:2 Soldiers sworn to conquer or die. Instead of using a long-winded phrase each time the word occurs, it is better to repeat it in this form. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 19. Sanjaya said, beholding those Samsaptakas once more return to the field, Arjuna addressed the high-souled Vasudeva, saying, "Urge the steeds, O Hrishikesa, towards the Samsaptakas. They will not give up the battle alive. This is what I think. Today thou shalt witness the terrible might of my arms, as also of my bow. Today I shall slay all these, like Rudra-slaying creatures, at the end of the Yuga." Hearing these words, the invincible Krishna smiled, and gladdening him with auspicious speeches, conveyed Arjuna to those places whither the latter desired to go. While borne in battle by those white steeds, that car looked exceedingly resplendent, like a celestial car borne along the firmament. And like Sakra's car, O king, in the battle between the gods and the Asuras in days of old, it displayed circular, forward, backward, and diverse other kinds of motion. Then the Narayanas, excited with wrath and armed with diverse weapons, surrounded Dhananjaya, covering him with showers of arrows. And, O bull of Bharata's race, they soon made Kunti's son, Dhananjaya, together with Krishna, entirely invisible in that battle. Then Falguni, excited with wrath, doubled his energy, and quickly rubbing its string, grasped Gandiva firmly in the battle, causing wrinkles to form themselves on his brow, sure indications of wrath. The son of Pandu blew his prodigious conch, called Devdatta, and then he shot the weapon called Tvastra that is capable of slaying large bodies of foes together. Thereupon, thousands of separate forms started into existence there, of Arjuna himself and of Vasudeva. Confounded by those diverse images after the form of Arjuna, the troops began to strike each other, each regarding the other as Arjuna's self. This is Arjuna. This is Govinda. They are Pandu's son, and he is of Yadu's race. Uttering such exclamations, and deprived of their senses, they slew one another in that battle. Deprived of their senses by that mighty weapon, they slew one another. Indeed, those warriors, while striking one another, looked beautiful like blossoming kintsukas. Consuming those thousands of arrows shot by them, that mighty weapon dispatched those heroes to Yama's abode. Then Vibhatsu, laughing, crushed with his arrows the Lalithya, the Malava, the Mavalaka, and the Trigarta warriors. While those Kshatriyas, urged by fate, were thus slaughtered by that hero, they shot at Partha showers of diverse kinds of arrows. Overwhelmed with those terrible showers of arrows, neither Arjuna, nor his car, nor Kesava, could any longer be seen. Seeing their arrows strike the aim, they uttered joyous shouts. And regarding the two Krishnas as already slain, they joyously waved their garments in the air. And those heroes also blew their conchs and beat their drums and cymbals by thousands, and uttered many leonine shouts, O sire. Then Krishna, covered with sweat, and much weakened, addressed Arjuna, saying, Where art thou, O Partha? I do not see thee. Art thou alive, O slayer of foes? Hearing those words of his, Dhananjaya with great speed dispelled, by means of the Vayavya weapon, that arrowy downpour shot by his foes. Then the illustrious Vayu, the presiding deity of that mighty weapon, bore away crowds of Samsaptakas with steeds and elephants and cars and weapons, as if these were dry leaves of trees. Borne away by the wind, O king, they looked highly beautiful, like flights of birds, O monarch, flying away from trees. Then Dhananjaya, having afflicted them thus, with great speed struck hundreds and thousands of them with sharp shafts. And he cut off their heads and also hands with weapons in their grasp, by means of his broad-headed arrows. And he felled on the ground, with his shafts, their thighs, resembling the trunks of elephants. And some were wounded on their backs, arms, and eyes. And thus Dhananjaya deprived his foes of diverse limbs, and cars decked and equipped according to rule, and looking like the vapor edifices in the welkin, he cut off into fragments, by means of his arrows, their riders and steeds and elephants. And in many places crowds of cars, whose standards had been cut off, looked like forests of headless palmyras. And elephants with excellent weapons, banners, hooks, and standards fell down like wooded mountains, split with Sakra's thunder. Graced with tails, looking like those of the yak, and covered with coats of mail, and with their entrails and eyes dragged out, steeds along with their riders, rolled on the ground, slain by means of Partha's shafts. No longer holding in their grasp the swords that had served for their nails, with their coats of mail tom, and the joints of their bones broken, foot soldiers with their vital limbs cut open, helplessly laid themselves down on the field, slain by means of Arjuna's arrows. And the field of battle assumed an awful aspect in consequence of those warriors slain, or in the course of being slaughtered, falling and fallen, standing or in course of being whirled along. And the air was purified of the dust that had arisen, by means of the showers of blood, caused by Arjuna's arrows. And the earth, strewn with hundreds of headless trunks, became impassable. And the car of Vibhatsu in that battle shone fiercely like the car of Rudra himself, while engaged at the end of the yuga in destroying all creatures. While slaughtered by Partha thus, those warriors, with their steeds and cars and elephants in great distress, ceased not to rush against him, though, deprived of life one after another, they had to become the guests of Sakra. Then the field of battle, O chief of the Bharatas, strewn with mighty car warriors deprived of life, looked dreadful like Yama's domains, abounding with the spirits of the departed creatures. Meanwhile, when Arjuna was furiously engaged, with the Samsaptakas, Drona, at the head of his forces arrayed for battle, rushed against Yudhishthira, and many warriors, accomplished in smiting and properly arrayed, followed him, actuated by the desire of seizing Yudhishthira. The battle then that ensued became exceedingly fierce. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 20. Sanjaya said, having passed the night, that mighty Car warrior Viz, Bharadvaja's son, addressed Suryodhana, O monarch, saying, I am thine. I have made arrangements for Partha's encounter with the Samsaptaka. After Partha went out for slaying the Samsaptakas, Drona then, at the head of his troops arrayed for battle, proceeded, O chief of the Bharatas, for seizing King Yudhishthira the Just. Seeing that Drona had arrayed his forces in the form of a Garuda, Yudhishthira disposed his troops in counter-array in the form of a semicircle. In the mouth of that Garuda was the mighty Car warrior Drona himself, and its head was formed by King Duryodhana, surrounded by his uterine brothers. And Kritavarman and the illustrious Kripa formed the two eyes of that Garuda. And Bhutasarman, and Kshamasarman, and the valiant Karakaksha, and the Kalingas, the Singalas, the Easterners, the Sudras, the Abhiras, the Dasarakas, the Sakas, the Yavnas, the Kamvojas, the Hangsapadas, the Surasenas, the Daradas, the Madras, and the Kalakiyas, with hundreds and thousands of elephants, steeds, cars, and foot soldiers were stationed at its neck. And Burasrava, and Salya, and Somadatta, and Valhika, these heroes, surrounded by a full Akshahini, took up their position in the right wing. And Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kamvojas, stationed themselves in the left wing at the head, however, of Drona's son Aswathaman. In the back of that Garuda were the Kalingas, the Amvashtas, the Magadhas, the Pandras, the Madrakas, the Gandharas, the Sakunas, the Easterners, the Mountaineers, and the Vasadis. In the tail stood Vikartana's son Karna, with his sons, kinsmen, and friends, and surrounded by a large force raised from diverse realms, Jayadratha, and Bhimaratha, and Sampati, and the Jays, and the Bojas, and Bhumanjaya, and Vrisha, and Kratha, and the mighty ruler of the Nishadas, all accomplished in battle, surrounded by a large host and keeping the region of Brahma before their eyes, stood, O king, in the heart of that array. That array, formed by Drona, in consequence of its foot soldiers, steeds, cars, and elephants, seemed to surge like the tempest-tossed ocean as it advanced to battle. Warriors, desirous of battle, began to start out from the wings and sides of that array, like roaring clouds charged with lightning rushing from all sides, in the welkin at summer. And in the midst of that army, the ruler of the Praggyatishas, mounted on his duly equipped elephant, looked resplendent, O king, like the rising sun. Decked, O monarch, in garlands of flower, and with a white umbrella held over his head, he looked like the full moon when in conjunction with the constellation Kritika. And blind with the wine-like exudation, the elephant, looking like a mass of black antimony, shone like a huge mountain washed by mighty clouds, with their showers. And the ruler of the Praggyatishas was surrounded by many heroic kings of the hilly countries, armed with diverse weapons, like Sakra himself surrounded by the celestials. Then Yudhishthira, beholding that superhuman array incapable of being vanquished by foes in battle, addressed Prashada's son, saying, O Lord, O thou that ownest steeds white as pigeons, let such measures be adopted that I may not be taken a prisoner by the Brahmana. Drishtadhyumna said, O thou of excellent vows, never shalt thou be placed under the power of Drona, however much may he strive. Even I shall check Drona today with all his followers. As long as I am alive, O thou of Kuru's race, it behoveth thee not to feel any anxiety. Under no circumstances will Drona be able to vanquish me in battle. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, the mighty son of Drupada, owning steeds of the hue of pigeons, scattering his shafts, rushed himself at Drona. Beholding that, to him, evil omen in the form of Drishtadhyumna stationed before him, Drona soon became exceedingly cheerless. Beholding this, that crusher of foes, viz., thy son Dharmaka, desirous of doing what was agreeable to Drona, began to resist Drishtadyumna. Then a terrible and a fierce battle took place, O Bharata, between the brave son of Prashada and thy son, Dharmaka. Then Prashada's son, quickly covering Dharmaka with a shower of arrows, checked Bharadvaja's son also with a thick arrowy downpour. Beholding Drona checked, thy son Dharmaka quickly rushed at Prashada's son and confounded him with clouds of arrows of diverse kinds. And while the prince of the Panchalas and that foremost one of Kuru's race were thus engaged in battle, Drona consumed many sections of Yudhishthira's host. As a mass of clouds is dispersed in different directions by the wind, even so was Yudhishthira's host, and many parts of the field, scattered by Drona. For only a short while did that battle look like an ordinary combat. And then, O king, it became an encounter of infuriated persons in which no consideration was shown for anybody. And the combatants could no longer distinguish their own men from the foe. And the battle raged on, the warriors being guided by inferences and watchwords. Upon the gems on their headgears, upon their necklaces and other ornaments, and upon their coats of mail, rays of light like those of the sun seemed to fall and play. And cars and elephants and steeds, decked with streaming banners, seemed in that battle to resemble masses of clouds with flocks of cranes under them. And men slew men, and steeds of fiery metal slew steeds, and car warriors slew car warriors, and elephants slew elephants. And soon a fierce and terrible encounter took place between elephants with tall standards on their backs and mighty compeers, rushing against them. All in consequence of those huge creatures rubbing their bodies against those of hostile compeers and tearing one another with their tusks, fires mixed with smoke were generated thereby, such friction of countless tusks with tusks. Shorn of the standards, on their backs, those elephants, in consequence of the fires caused by their tusks, looked like masses of clouds in the welkin charged with lightning. And the earth, strewn with elephants dragging, hostile compeers, and roaring and falling down, looked beautiful like the autumnal sky overspread with clouds. And the roars of those elephants while they were being slaughtered with showers of shafts and lances sounded like the roll of clouds in the rainy season. And some huge elephants, wounded with lances and shafts, became panic-stricken. And others amongst those creatures left the field with loud cries. And some elephants there, struck by others with their tusks, uttered fierce yells of distress that resounded like the roll of the all-destroying clouds at the end of the Yuga. And some, turned back by huge antagonists, returned to the charge, urged on by sharp hooks. And crushing hostile ranks, they began to kill all who came in their way. And elephant drivers, attacked by elephant drivers with arrows and lances, fell down from the backs of their beasts, their weapons and hooks being loosened from their hands. And many elephants, without riders on their backs, wandered hither and thither like clouds torn from mightier masses, and then fell down, encountering one another. And some huge elephants, bearing on their backs slain and fallen warriors, or those whose weapons had fallen down, wandered in all directions singly. And in the midst of that carnage, some elephants attacked, or in course of being attacked with lances, swords, and battle-axes, fell down in course of that awful carnage, uttering sounds of distress. And the earth, suddenly struck with the falling bodies, huge as hills, of those creatures all around trembled and emitted sounds. And with those elephants slain along with their riders and lying all about with the standards on their backs, the earth looked beautiful as if strewn with hills. And the drivers on the backs of many elephants, with their breasts pierced by car warriors with broad-headed shafts in that battle, fell down, their lances and hooks loosened from their grasp. And some elephants, struck with long shafts, uttered crane-like cries and ran in all directions, crushing friends and foes by trampling them to death. and covered with countless bodies of elephants and steeds and car warriors, the earth, O king, became miry with flesh and blood. And large cars with wheels and many without wheels, crushed by the points of their tusks, were thrown up by elephants, with the warriors mounted on them. Cars were seen deprived of warriors. And riderless steeds and elephants ran in all directions, afflicted with wounds. And their father slew his son, and son slew his sire, for the battle that took place was exceedingly fierce, and nothing could be distinguished. Men sank ankle-deep in the gory mire, and looked like tall trees whose lower parts were swallowed up in a blazing forest conflagration. And robes and coats of mail and umbrellas and standards having been dyed with blood, everything seemed to be bloody on the field. Large bodies of slain steeds, of cars, and of men were again cut into fragments by the rolling of car wheels. And that sea of troops having elephants for its current, and slain men for its floating moss and weeds, and cars for its fierce eddies, looked terribly grim. Warriors, having steeds and elephants for their large vessels, and desirous of victory as their wealth, plunged into that sea, and instead of sinking in it endeavored to deprive their enemies of their senses. When all the warriors, each bearing particular signs, were covered with arrowy showers, there was none amongst them lost heart, though all were deprived of their signs. In that fierce and awful battle, Drona, confounding the senses of his foes, at last rushed at Yudhishthira. Footnotes 44:1 The second line reads differently in the Bombay text. 44:2 It seems that the text here is vicious. It certainly requires settling. One complete sloka seems to be wanting. 46:1 The second line of this verse is certainly vicious. 46:2 Ekatras is explained by Nilkantha as unable to bear the sight of others of their species, i.e., walking by themselves, or solitarily or singly. Some of the vernacular translators are for taking this word as implying the rhinoceros. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 21. Sanjaya continued, Then Drona, beholding Yudhishthira near him, fearlessly received him with a thick shower of arrows. And there arose a loud noise among the troops of Yudhishthira's army like what is made by the elephants belonging to a herd when their leader is attacked by a mighty lion. Beholding Drona, the brave Satyajit, of prowess incapable of being baffled, rushed at the preceptor who was desirous of seizing Yudhishthira. The preceptor and the Panchala prince, both endued with great might, fought with each other, agitating each other's troops, like Indra and Vali. Then Satyajit, of prowess incapable of being baffled, invoking a mighty weapon, pierced Drona with keen-pointed arrows. And Satyajit shot at Drona's charioteer 5 arrows, fatal as snake poison, and each looking like death himself. The charioteer, thus struck, became deprived of his senses. Then Satyajit quickly pierced Drona's steeds with 10 shafts, and filled with rage, he next pierced each of his Prashni drivers with 10 shafts. And then he coursed at the head of his troops on his car in a circular motion. Excited with wrath, he cut off the standard of Drona, that crushers of foes. Drona then, that chastiser of foes, beholding these feats of his foe in battle, mentally resolved to dispatch him to the other world. The preceptor, cutting off Satyajit's bow with arrow fixed thereon, quickly pierced him with 10 arrows capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thereupon, the valiant Satyajit, quickly taking up another bow, struck Drona, O king, with 30 arrows winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. Beholding Drona, thus, encountered in battle by Satyajit, the Pandavas, O king, shouted in joy and waved their garments. Then the mighty Vrika, O king, excited with great wrath, pierced Drona in the center of the chest with 60 arrows. That feat seemed highly wonderful. Then that mighty car warrior, viz. Drona, of great impetuosity, covered with the arrowy showers of his foes, opened his eyes wide and mustered all his energy. Then cutting off the bows of both Satyajit and Vrika, Drona, with 6 shafts slew Vrika with his charioteer and steeds. Then Satyajit, taking up another bow that was tougher, pierced Drona with his steeds, his charioteer, and his standard. Thus afflicted in battle by the prince of the Panchalas, Drona could not brook that act. For the destruction then of his foe, he quickly shot his arrows at him. Drona then covered with incessant showers of arrows his antagonist's steeds and standards, as also the handle of his bow, and both his Prashni drivers. But though his bows were, thus, repeatedly cut off, the prince of the Panchalas, conversant with the highest weapons, continued to battle with him of red steeds. Beholding Satyajit swell with energy in that dreadful combat, Drona cut off that illustrious warrior's head with a crescent-shaped arrow. Upon the slaughter of that foremost of combatants, that mighty Kar warrior among the Panchalas, Yudhishthira, from fear of Drona, fled away, borne by fleet steeds. Then the Panchalas, the Kakayas, the Matsyas, the Chedis, the Kurushas, and the Kosalas, seeing Drona, rushed at him, desirous of rescuing Yudhishthira. The preceptor, however, that slayer of large numbers of foes, desirous of seizing Yudhishthira, began to consume those divisions, like fire consuming heaps of cotton. Then Satanika, the younger brother of the ruler of the Matsyas, rushed at Drona, who was thus engaged in incessantly destroying those divisions of the Pandava host. And Satanika, piercing Drona along with his driver and steeds with 6 shafts, bright as the rays of the sun and polished by his hands of their forger, uttered loud shouts. And engaged in a cruel act, and endeavoring to accomplish what was difficult of attainment, he covered Bharadvaja's son, that mighty Kar warrior, with showers of arrows. Then Drona, with an arrow sharp as razor, quickly cut off from his trunk the head, decked with earrings of Satanika, shouting at him. Thereupon, the Matsya warriors all fled away. Having vanquished the Matsyas, the son of Bharadvaja then defeated the Chedis, the Kurushas, the Kaikyas, the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Pandus repeatedly. Beholding that hero of the golden car, excited with rage and consuming their divisions, like a fire consuming a forest, the Srinjayas trembled with fear. Endued with great activity and slaughtering the foe ceaselessly, the twang of the bowstring, as he stretched his bow, was heard in all directions. Fierce arrows shot by that warrior, endued with great lightness of hand, crushed elephants and steeds and foot soldiers and Kar warriors and elephant riders. As a mighty mass of roaring clouds in summer with violent winds, blowing, poureth a shower of hailstones, so did Drona pour his arrowy showers and inspired fear in the hearts of his foes. That mighty hero, that great bowman, that dispeller of the fears of his friends, careered in all directions of the field, agitating the hostile host. The bow, decked with gold, of Drona of immeasurable energy, was seen in all directions like the flashes of lightning in the clouds. The beautiful altar on his banner, as he careered in battle, O Bharata, was seen to resemble a crest or himavat. The slaughter that Drona caused among the Pandava troops was very great, resembling that caused by Vishnu himself, the adored of both the gods and Asuras, among the Daitya host. Heroic, truthful in speech, endued with great wisdom and might, and possessed of prowess incapable of being baffled, the illustrious Drona caused a river to flow there that was fierce and capable of striking the timid with fear. Coats of mail formed its waves, and standards its eddies. And it carried away, as it ran, large numbers of mortal creatures. And elephants and steeds constituted its great alligators, and swords formed its fishes. And it was incapable of being easily crossed over. The bones of brave warriors formed its pebbles, and drums and cymbals its tortoises. And shields and armor formed its boats, and the hair of warriors its floating moss and weeds. And arrows constituted its wavelets, and bows its current. And the arms of the combatants formed its snakes. And that river of fierce current, running over the field of battle, bore away both the Kurus and the Srinjayas. And the heads of human beings constituted its stones, and their thighs its fishes. And maces constituted the rafts, by which many sought to cross it. And headgears formed the fourth that covered its surface, and the entrails of animals its reptiles. Awful, in mien, it bore away heroes to the other world. And blood and flesh constituted its mire. And elephants formed its crocodiles, and standards, the trees, on its banks. Thousands of Kshatriyas sank in it. Fierce, clogged, dead bodies, and having horse soldiers and elephant warriors for its sharks, it was extremely difficult to cross it. And that river ran towards the abode of Yama. And it abounded with rakshasas and dogs and jackals. And it is haunted by fierce cannibals all around. Then many Pandava warriors, headed by Kunti's son, rushing at Drona, that mighty Kar warrior, consuming their divisions like death himself, surrounded him on all sides. Indeed, those brave warriors completely encompassed Drona, who was scorching everything around him like the sun himself scorching the world with his rays. Then the kings and the princes of thy army, with upraised weapons, all rushed for supporting that hero and great bowman. Then Sikandin pierced Drona with 5 straight arrows. And Kshatrudharman pierced him with 20 arrows, and Vasudeva with 5. And Uttamajas pierced him with 3 arrows, and Kshatrudeva with 5. And Satyaki pierced him in that battle with 100 arrows, and Udamanyu with 8. And Yudhishthira pierced Drona with 12 shafts, and Drishtadyumna pierced him with 10, and Chekatana with 3. Then Drona, of unbaffled aim and resembling an elephant with rent temples, getting over the car division of the Pandavas, overthrew Dhritasena. Approaching then King Kshima, who was battling fearlessly, he struck him with 9 arrows. Thereupon, Kshima, deprived of life, fell down from his car. Getting then into the midst of the hostile troops, he careered in all directions, protecting others, but himself in no need of protection. He then pierced Sikandin with 12 arrows, and Uttamajas with 20. And he dispatched Vasudeva with a broad-headed arrow to the abode of Yama. And he pierced Kshimavarman with 80 arrows, and Sudakshina with 26. And he felled Kshatrudeva with a broad-headed arrow from his niche in the car. And having pierced Udamanyu with 64 arrows and Satyaki with 30, Drona, of the golden car, quickly approached Yudhishthira. Then Yudhishthira, that best of kings, quickly fled away from the preceptor, borne by his fleet steeds. Then Panchala rushed at Drona. Drona slew the prince, cutting off his bow, and felling his steeds and charioteer along with him. Deprived of life, the prince fell down on the earth from his car, like a luminary loosened from the firmament. Upon the fall of that illustrious prince of the Panchalas, loud cries were heard thereof, "Slay Drona, slay Drona." The mighty Drona then began to crush and mangle the Panchalas, the Matsyas, the Kaikyas, the Srinjayas, and the Pandavas, all excited with rage. And supported by the Kurus, Drona then vanquished Satyaki and Chekatana's son, and Sinavindu, and Suvrachas, all these and numerous other kings. Thy warriors, O king, having obtained the victory in that great battle, slew the Pandavas as they flew away in all directions. And the Panchalas, the Kaikyas and the Matsyas, thus slaughtered on all sides like the Danavas by Indra, began to tremble with fear. Footnotes 47:1 literally, thought in his mind that his hour was come. 48:1 literally, half moon-shaped. 48: too cruel because it was a Brahmana with whom Satanika was fighting. 49: the Bengal reading Vahupalava is a mistake. The correct reading is Vahupanaga as in the Bombay text. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 22. Dhritarashtra said, when the Pandavas were broken by Bharadvaja's son and had dreadful battle, and the Panchalas also, was there anybody that approached Drona for battle? Alas, beholding Drona stationed in battle, like a awning tiger, or an elephant with rent temples, ready to lay down his life in battle, well armed, conversant with all modes of fight, that great bowman, that tiger among men, that enhancer of the fear of foes, grateful, devoted to truth, ever desirous of benefiting Duryodhana, alas, beholding him at the head of his troops, was there no man that could approach him, with a laudable determination for battle, a determination that enhances the renown of Kshatriyas, that mean-spirited persons can never form, and that is distinctive only of the foremost of persons? Tell me, O Sanjaya, who were those heroes that approached the son of Bharadvaja, beholding him at the head of his forces? Sanjaya said, beholding the Panchalas, the Pandavas, the Matsyas, the Srinjayas, the Chedis, the Kalakiyas, thus routed after being broken in battle by Drona with his shafts, beholding them thus driven from the field by those showers of fleet arrows shot from Drona's bow, like vessels sent adrift by the awful waves of the tempest-tossed ocean. The Kauravas, with many leonine shouts and with the noise of diverse instruments, began to assail the cars and elephants and foot soldiers of that hostile host from all sides. And beholding those fleeting soldiers of the Pandavas, King Duryodhana, stationed in the midst of his own forces and encompassed by his own relatives and kinsmen, filled with joy, and laughing as he spoke, said these words unto Karna. Duryodhana said, behold, O Radha's son, the Panchalas broken by that firm bowman, Drona, with his shafts, like a herd of the wild deer frightened by a lion. These, I think, will not again come to battle. They have been broken by Drona like mighty trees by the tempest. Afflicted by that high-souled warrior with those shafts winged with gold, they are fleeing away, no two persons are together. Indeed, they seem to be dragged in eddies all over the field. Checked by the Kauravas as also by the high-souled Drona, they are huddling close to one another like a herd of elephants in the midst of a conflagration. Like a blossoming trees penetrated by flights of bees, these warriors, pierced with the sharp shafts of Drona, are huddling close to one another as they are flying away from the field. There, the wrathful Bhima, abandoned by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, and surrounded by my warriors, delighteth me greatly, O Karna. It is evident that wicked wight beholdeth the world today to be full of Drona. Without doubt, that son of Pandu hath today become hopeless of life and kingdom. Karna said, that mighty armed warrior will not certainly abandon the battle as long as he is alive. Nor will he, O tiger among men, brook these leonine shouts of ours. Nor will the Pandavas, I think, be defeated in battle. They are brave, endued with great might, accomplished in weapons, and difficult of being resisted in battle. Recollecting the woes caused them by our attempts at poisoning and burning them, and the woes that arose from the match at dice, bearing in mind also their exile in the woods, the Pandavas, I think, will not abandon the fight. The mighty armed Vrkodara of immeasurable energy hath already turned back for the fight. The son of Kunti will certainly slay many of our foremost car warriors. With sword and bow and dart, with steeds and elephants and men and cars, with his mace made of iron, he will slay crowds of our soldiers. Other car warriors headed by Satyajit, together with the Panchalas, the Kakayas, the Matsyas, and especially the Pandavas, are following him. They are all brave and possessed of great might and prowess. Mighty car warriors, they are again led by Bhima in wrath. Those bulls of the race, surrounding Vrkodara on all sides, like the clouds surrounding the sun, begin to approach Drona from all sides. Closely intent upon one object, these will certainly afflict unprotected Drona, like flights of insects, on the point of death, striking a blazing lamp. Accomplished in weapons, they are certainly competent to resist Drona. Heavy is the burden, I think, that now rests on Bharadvaja's son. Let us then quickly go to the spot where Drona is. Let not those slay him of regulated vows like wolves slaying a mighty elephant. Sanjaya continued, hearing these words of Ratheya, King Duryodhana then, accompanied by his brothers, O monarch, proceeded towards Drona's car. The noise there was deafening, of Pandava warriors returned to the fight on their cars drawn by excellent steeds of diverse hue, all actuated by the desire of slaying Drona alone. Footnotes 52:1 Using even these as implements for striking, for Bhima's might was superhuman. 52:2 Hemadandis is a mistake of the Bengal texts for Hemapandiyars. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 23. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, the distinctive indications of the cars of all those who, excited with wrath and headed by Bhimasena, had proceeded against Drona. Sanjaya said, Beholding Vrkodara advancing, on a car drawn by steeds of dappled hue, like that of the antelope, the brave grandson of Singhi, Satyaki, proceeded, borne by steeds of a silvery hue. The irresistible Udaminyu, excited with rage, proceeded against Drona, borne by excellent steeds of variegated hue. Drishtadyumna, the son of the Panchala king, proceeded, borne by steeds of great fleetness and trappings of gold and of the hue of pigeons. Desirous of protecting his sire, and wishing him complete success, Drishtadyumna's son, Kshatradharman of regulated vows, proceeded, borne by red steeds. Kshatradeva, the son of Sikandin, himself urging well-decked steeds of the hue of lotus leaves and with eyes of pure white, proceeded against Drona. Beautiful steeds of the Kamboja breed, decked with the feathers of the green parrot, bearing Nakula, quickly ran towards thy army. Dark steeds of the clouds wrathfully bore Uttamajas, O Bharata, to battle against the invincible Drona, standing with arrows aimed. Steeds, fleet as the wind, and of variegated hue, bore Sadeva with upraised weapons to that fierce battle. Of great impetuosity, and possessed of the fleetness of the wind, steeds of the ivory hue and having black manes on the neck, bore Yudhishthira, that tiger among men. And many warriors followed Yudhishthira, borne on their steeds, decked in trappings of gold and all fleet as the wind. Behind the king was the royal chief of the Panchalas, viz., Drupada, with a golden umbrella over his head and himself protected by all those soldiers that followed Yudhishthira. That great bowman among all the kings, viz., Sautabi, proceeded, borne by beautiful steeds capable of bearing every noise. Accompanied by all the great car warriors, Virata quickly followed the former. The Kaikyas and Sikandin and Drishtaketu, surrounded by their respective troops, followed the ruler of Matsyas. Excellent steeds of the pale red hue of trumpet flowers looked exceedingly beautiful as they bore Virata. Fleet steeds of yellow color and decked in chains of gold bore with great speed the son, Uttara, of that slayer of foes, viz., Virata, the royal chief of the Matsyas. The 5 Kakaya brothers were borne by steeds of deep red hue. Of the splendor of gold and owning standards of the red hue, and decked with chains of gold, all of them heroes, accomplished in battle, they proceeded, clad in mail, and showering arrows like the very clouds. Excellent steeds, the gift of Tumvaru, of the hue of unbaked earthen pots, bore Sikandin, the Panchala prince of immeasurable energy. Altogether, 12,000 mighty car warriors of the Panchala race proceeded to battle. Of these, 6,000 followed Sikandin. Sportive steeds, O sire, of the dappled hue of the antelope, bore the son of Sisupal, that tiger among men. That bull among the Chedis, viz., Drishtaketu, endued with great strength, and difficult of being vanquished in battle, proceeded, borne by Kamvoja steeds of variegated hue. Excellent steeds of the Sindhu breed, of beautiful limbs, and of the hue of the smoke of straw, quickly bore the Kaikia prince, Vrahakatra. Possessed of eyes of pure white, of the hue of the lotus, born in the country of the Valhikas, and decked with ornaments, bore Sikandin's son, the brave Kshatradeva. Decked in trappings of gold, and possessed of the hue of red silk, quiet steeds bore Senavindu, that chastiser of foes, to battle. Excellent steeds of the hue of cranes, bore to battle the youthful and delicate son of the king of the Kasis, that mighty Kar warrior. White steeds with black necks, endued with the speed of the mind, O monarch, and exceedingly obedient to the driver, bore Prince Pret of India. Whitish yellow steeds bore Sudasoma, the son of Arjuna, whom the latter had obtained from Soma himself. He was born in the Kuru city known by the name of Udayindu. Endued with effulgence of 1,000 moons, and because he also had won great renown in an assembly of the Samakas, he came to be called Sudasoma. Steeds of the hue of salaflowers or of morning sun bore Nakula's son Satanika, worthy of every praise. Steeds decked in trappings of gold, and endued with the hue of the peacock's neck, bore that tiger among men, Srutakarman, the son of Draupadi, by Bhima. Excellent steeds of the hue of the kingfishers bore the Draupadi's son Sratkirti to that battle, who like Partho was an ocean of learning. Steeds of a tawny hue bore the youthful Abhimanyu, who was regarded as superior to Krishna or Partho 1.5 times in battle. Gigantic steeds bore Yuyutsu to battle, that only warrior amongst the sons of Dhritarashtra who, abandoning his brothers, hath sided with the Pandavas. Plump and well-decked steeds of the hue of the dried paddy stalk bore Vardhakshami of great activity to that dreadful battle. Steeds with black legs, equipped in breastplates of gold, and exceedingly obedient to the driver, bore youthful Sachiti to battle. Steeds whose backs were covered with golden armor, decked with chains of gold, well broken, and of the hue of red silk, bore Srinamat. Steeds of a red hue bore the advancing Satyajriti, accomplished in the science of arms and in the divine Vedas. That Panchala who was commander of the Pandava army, and who took Drona as the victim allotted to his share, that Drishtadyumna, was borne by steeds of the hue of pigeons. Him followed Satyajriti, and Sachiti irresistible in battle, and Srinamat, and Vasudana, and Vibhu, the son of the ruler of the Kasis. These had fleet steeds of the best Kamvoja breed decked with chains of gold. Each resembling Yama or Vaisravana, they proceeded to battle, striking fear into the hearts of the hostile soldiers. The Prabhadrakas of the Kamvoja country, numbering 6,000, with upraised weapons, with excellent steeds of diverse hues on their gold-decked cars, with stretched bows and making their foes tremble with their showers of arrows and resolved to die together, followed Drishtadyumna. Excellent steeds of the hue of tawny silk, decked with beautiful chains of gold, cheerfully bore Chekatana. Arjuna's maternal uncle Purujit, otherwise called Kuntaboja, came borne by excellent steeds of the color of the rainbow. Steeds of the color of star-bespangled firmament bore to battle King Roshamana. Steeds of the hue of the red deer, with white streaks over their bodies, bore the Panchala prince Singasena, the son of Gopati. That tiger among the Panchalas, who is known by the name of Janamajaya, had excellent steeds of the hue of mustard flowers. Fleet, gigantic and dark blue steeds decked with chains of gold, with backs of the hue of curd and faces of the hue of the moon, bore with great speed the ruler of the Panchalas. Brave steeds with beautiful heads, white as the stalks of reeds, and a splendor resembling that of the firmament or the lotus, bore Dandatara. Light brown steeds with backs of the hue of the mouse, and with necks proudly drawn up, bore Vyagardata to battle. Dark-spotted steeds bore that tiger among men, viz., Sudhenwan, the prince of Panchala. Of fierce impetuosity resembling that of Indra's thunder, beautiful steeds of the hue of Indragopikas, with variegated patches, bore Chitrayuta. Decked with golden chains, steeds whose bellies were of the hue of the Chakravaka bore Sukshatra, the son of the ruler of the Kosalas. Beautiful and tall steeds of variegated hue and gigantic bodies, exceedingly docile, and decked with chains of gold, bore Satyajriti accomplished in battle. Sukla advanced to battle with his standard and armor and bow and steeds all of the same white hue. Steeds born on the seacoast and white as the moon, bore Chandrasena of fierce energy, the son of Samudrasena. Steeds of the hue of the blue lotus and decked with ornaments of gold and adorned with beautiful floral wreaths, bore Saiva owning a beautiful car to battle. Superior steeds of the hue of Kalaya flowers, with white and red streaks, bore Rathasena difficult of being resisted in battle. White steeds bore that king who slew the Patashras and who was regarded as the bravest of men. Superior steeds of the hue of Kansuka flowers bore Chitrayuta decked with beautiful garlands and owning beautiful armor and weapons and standard. King Nila advanced to battle, with standard and armor and bow and banner and steeds all of the same blue color. Chitra advanced to battle with car fence and standard and bow all decked with diverse kinds of gems and beautiful steeds and banner. Excellent steeds of the hue of the lotus bore Himavarna, the son of Roshamana. Chargers, capable of bearing all kinds of weapons, of brave achievements in battle, possessed of vertebral columns of the hue of reeds, having white testicles, and endued with the color of the hen's egg, bore Dandakitu. The mighty Sarangadwaja, endued with wealth of energy, the king of the Pundyas, on steeds of the hue of the moon's rays and decked with armor set with stones of lapis lazuli, advanced upon Drona, stretching his excellent bow. His country having been invaded and his kinsmen having fled, his father had been slain by Krishna in battle. Obtaining weapons then from Bhishma and Drona, Rama and Kripa, Prince Sarangadwaja became, in weapons, the equal of Rukmi and Karna and Arjuna and Achyuta. He then desired to destroy the city of Dvarka and subjugate the whole world. Wise friends, however, from desire of doing him good, counseled him against that course. Giving up all thoughts of revenge, he is now ruling his own dominions. Steeds that were all of the hue of the Atrusa flower bore 140,000 principal car warriors that followed that Sarangadwaja, the king of the Pundyas. Steeds of diverse hues and diverse kinds of forces bore the heroic Gatotkacha. Mighty steeds of gigantic size, of the Arata breed, bore the mighty armed Vrihanta of red eyes mounted on his golden car, that prince, viz., who, rejecting the opinions of all the Bharatas, hath singly, from his reverence for Yudhishthira, gone over to him, abandoning all his cherished desire. Superior steeds of the hue of gold followed that foremost of kings, viz., the virtuous Yudhishthira at his back. Large number of Prabhadrakas, of celestial shapes, advanced to battle, with steeds of diverse excellent colors. All of them owning standards of gold and prepared to struggle vigorously, proceeded with Bhimasena, and wore the aspect, O monarch, of the denizens of heaven with Indra at their head. That assembled host of Prabhadrakas was much liked by Drishtadyumna. Bharadvaja's son, however, O monarch, surpassed all the warriors in splendor. His standard, with a black deerskin waving on its top and the beautiful waterpot, O monarch, that it bore, looked exceedingly beautiful. And Bhimasena's standard, bearing the device of a gigantic lion in silver with its eyes made of lapis lazuli, looked exceedingly resplendent. The standard of Yudhishthira of great energy, bearing the device of a golden moon with planets around it, looked very beautiful. 2 large and beautiful kettle drums, called Nanda and Upananda, were tied to it. Played upon by machinery, these produced excellent music that enhanced the delight of all who heard it. For terrifying the foe, we beheld that tall and fierce standard of Nakula, placed on his car bearing the device of a sarabha with its back made of gold. A beautiful silver swan with bells and banner terrible to look at and enhancing the grief of the foe was seen on Sadeva's standard. The standards of the 5 sons of Draupadi bore on them the excellent images of Dharma, Marat, Sakra, and the twin Ashwins. On the car, O king, of the youthful Abhimanyu was an excellent standard that bore a golden peacock, which was bright as heated gold. On Gatotkacha's standard, O king, a vulture shone brightly, and his steeds also were capable of going everywhere at will, like those of Ravana in days of yore. In Yudhishthira's hands was the celestial bow called Mahendra, and in the hands of Bhimasena, O king, was the celestial bow called Vayavya. For the protection of the 3 worlds Brahman created a bow. That celestial and indestructible bow was held by Falguni. The Vaishnava bow was held by Nakula, and the bow called Aswina was held by Sadeva. That celestial and terrible bow called the Palastya was held by Gatotkacha. The 5 jewels of bows borne by the 5 sons of Draupadi were the Raudra, the Agneya, the Kalvarya, the Yamya, and the Jarisa. That excellent and best of bows, called the Raudra, which Rohini's son, Valadeva, had obtained, the latter gave unto the high-souled son of Subhadra, having been gratified with him. These and many other standards decked with gold were seen there, belonging to brave warriors, all of which enhanced the fear of their foes. The host commanded by Drona, which numbered not a single coward, and in which countless standards rising together seemed to obstruct the welkin, then looked, O monarch, like images on a canvas. We heard the names and lineage, O king, of brave warriors rushing towards Drona in that battle like to what is heard, O monarch, at a self-choice. Then royal Drupada advanced against him at the head of a mighty division. The encounter between those 2 old men at the heads of their respective forces became terrible like that between 2 mighty leaders, with rent temples, of 2 elephantine herds. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, with their troops encountered Virata, the ruler of Matsyas, at the head of his forces, like Indra and Agni in days of old encountering the Azura valley. That awful encounter between the Matsyas and the Kakayas, in which steeds and car warriors and elephants fought most fearlessly, resembled that between the gods and the Asuras in days of old. Bhutakarman, otherwise called Sabhapati, kept away from Drona. Nakula's son Satanika, as the latter advanced, scattering showers of arrows. Then the heir of Nakula, with 3 broad-headed shafts of great sharpness, deprived Bhutakarman of both his arms and head in that battle. Vivansati resisted the heroic Sudasoma of great prowess, as the latter advanced towards Drona, scattering showers of arrows. Sudasoma, however, excited with wrath, pierced his uncle Vivansati with straight arrows, and cased in mail, stood ready for the combat. Bhimaratha, brother of Duryodhana, with 6 sharp shafts of great swiftness and made wholly of iron, dispatched Solwa along with his steeds and charioteer to Yama's abode. Chitrasena's son, O king, opposed thy grand son Srutakarman as the latter came, borne by steeds, looking like peacocks. Those 2 grandsons of thine, both difficult of being vanquished in battle, and each desirous of slaying the other, fought vigorously for the success of the objects of their respective sires. Beholding Pratavindia staying at the van of that dreadful battle, Drona's son, Aswathaman, desirous of protecting the honor of his sire, resisted the former with his shafts. Prat of India, then, excited with rage, pierced a Swathaman, bearing on his standard the device of a lion's tail, and staying in battle for the sake of his father, with many sharp shafts. The eldest son of Draupadi then scattered over Drona's son showers of arrows, like a sower, O bull among men, scattering seeds on the soil at the sowing season. The son of Dusasana resisted the mighty car warrior Shrutakirti, the son of Arjuna by Draupadi, as the latter was rushing towards Drona. That son of Arjuna, however, who was equal to Arjuna himself, cutting off the former's bow and standard and charioteer with 3 broad-headed arrows of great sharpness, proceeded against Drona. Duryodhana's son, Lakshmana, resisted the slayer of the Patachras, him, that is, O king, who was regarded by both the armies as the bravest of the brave. The latter, however, cutting off both the bow and the standard of Lakshmana, and showering upon him many arrows, flared up with splendor. The youthful Vikarna of great wisdom resisted Sikandin, the youthful son of Yajnasena, as the latter advanced in that battle. Yajnasena's son then covered the former with showers of arrows. The mighty son Vikarna, baffling those arrowy showers, looked resplendent on the field of battle. Angatha resisted with showers of arrows the heroic Uttamajas in that battle as the latter rushed towards Drona. That encounter between those 2 lions among men became frightful, and it filled both them and the troops with great zeal. The great bowman Dharmaka, endued with great might, resisted with his shafts the heroic Purujit as the latter proceeded towards Drona. Furajit struck Dharmaka between his eyebrows with a long shaft. Thereupon, Dharmaka's face looked beautiful like a lotus with its stalk. Karna resisted with showers of arrows the 5 Kakaya brothers, owning red standards, as they proceeded towards Drona. Scorched with the arrowy showers of Karna, those 5 brothers covered Karna with their arrows. Karna, in return, repeatedly covered them with showers of arrows. Covered with arrows, neither Karna nor the 5 brothers could be seen with their steeds, charioteers, standards, and cars. Thy sons, Dujaya, Jaya, and Vijaya, resisted Nila, and the ruler of the Kasis, and Jayatsena, 3 against. And the combat between those warriors deepened and gladdened the hearts of the spectators like those between a lion, a tiger, and a wolf on the one side, and a bear, a buffalo, and a bull on the other. The brothers Kshemadhurti and Vrahanta mingled Satyaki of the Satwata race with their keen arrows as the latter proceeded against Drona. The battle between those 2 on one side and Satyaki on the other became exceedingly wonderful to behold, like that between a lion and 2 mighty elephants with rent temples in the forest. The king of the Chaitis, excited with wrath, and shooting many warriors, kept away from Drona, King Amvashta, that hero who always delighted in battle. Then King Amvashta pierced his antagonist with a long arrow capable of penetrating into the very bones. Thereupon, the latter, with bow and arrow loosened from his grasp, fell down from his car on the ground. The noble Kripa, son of Saradwata, with many small arrows resisted Vardhakshami of the Vrishni race, who was the embodiment of wrath, in battle. They that looked at Kripa, son of Saradwata, with many small arrows, resisted Vardhakshami of the Vrishni race, who was the embodiment of wrath, in battle. They that looked at Kripa and Vardhakshami, those heroes conversant with every mode of warfare, thus engaged in encountering each other, became so absorbed in it that they could not attend to anything else. Somadatta's son, for enhancing the glory of Drona, resisted King Manamat of great activity as the latter came to fight. Then Manamat quickly cut off the bowstring, the standard, the banner, the charioteer, and the umbrella of Somadatta's son, and caused them to fall down from the latter's car. The son of Somadatta then, bearing the device of the sacrificial stake on his standard, that slayer of foes, quickly jumping down from his car, cut off with his large swords his antagonist with his steeds, charioteer, standard, and car. Reascending then upon his own car, and taking up another bow, and guiding his steeds himself, he began, O monarch, to consume the Pandava host. Vrishasena, the son of Karna, competent for the feat, resisted with showers of arrows King Pandava, who was rushing to battle like Indra himself, following the Asuras for smiting them. With maces and spiked bludgeons, and swords and axes and stones, short clubs and mallets, and discs, short arrows and battle axes, with dust and wind, and fire and water, and ashes and brickbats, and straw and trees, afflicting and smiting, and breaking, and slaying and routing the foe, and hurling them on the hostile ranks, and terrifying them therewith, came Gatikacha, desirous of getting at Drona. The Rakshasa Alambusha, however, excited with rage, encountered him with diverse weapons and diverse accoutrements of war. And the battle that took place between those two foremost of Rakshasas resembled that which took place in days of old between Samvara and the chief of the Celestials. Thus blessed be thou, took place hundreds of single combats between car warriors and elephants, and steeds and foot soldiers of thy army and theirs in the midst of the dreadful general engagement. Indeed, such a battle was never seen or heard of before as that which then took place between those warriors that were bent upon Drona's destruction and protection. Indeed, many were the encounters that were then seen on all parts of field, some of which were terrible, some beautiful, and some exceedingly fierce, O Lord. Footnotes 52:3 The first line of 20 is vicious as it occurs in the Bengal texts. The Bombay reading is correct. 53:1 This seems to be a repetition of the 6th verse. 54:1 i.e., not to abandon their comrades in distress. 55:1 The last word of the first line of 74 is vicious as printed in the Bengal texts. 56:1 The custom, when one warrior attacked another, was invariably to give his name and lineage before striking. 57:1 All the printed texts, not excepting that of Bombay, read Drupadias. There can be no doubt, however, that it should be Draupadias. 58:1 The first line of 54 is read incorrectly in the Bengal texts. I follow the Bombay reading. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 24. Dhritarashtra said, when the troops were thus engaged and thus proceeded against one another in separate divisions, how did Partha and the warriors of my army, endued with great activity, fight? What also did Arjuna do towards the car warriors of the Samsaptakas? And what, O Sanjaya, did the Samsaptakas, in their turn, do to Arjuna? Sanjaya said, when the troops were thus engaged and proceeded against one another, thy son Duryodhana himself rushed against Bhimasena, leading his elephant division. Like an elephant encountering an elephant, like a bull encountering a bull, Bhimasena, summoned by the king himself, rushed against that elephant division of the Kaurava army. Skilled in battle and endued with great might of arms, Pritha's son, O sire, quickly broke that elephant division. These elephants, huge as hills, and with ichor trickling down from every part of their bodies, were mangled and forced to turn back by Bhimasena with his arrows. Indeed, as the wind, when it riseth, driveth away gathering masses of clouds, so did that son of Pavna rout that elephant force of the Kauravas. And Bhima, shooting his arrows at those elephants, looked resplendent like the risen sun, striking everything in the world with his rays. Those elephants, afflicted with the shafts of Bhima, became covered with blood and looked beautiful like masses of clouds in the welkin penetrated with the rays of the sun. Then Duryodhana, excited with wrath, pierced with the sharp shafts that son of the wind god who was causing such a slaughter among his elephants. Then Bhima, with eyes red in wrath, desirous of dispatching the king to Yama's abode, pierced him speedily with many sharp shafts. Then Duryodhana, mangled all over with arrows and excited with rage, pierced Bhima, the son of Pandu, with many shafts endued with the effulgence of solar rays, smiling the while. Then the son of Pandu, with a couple of broad-headed arrows, quickly cut off Duryodhana's bow as also his standard, bearing the device of a jeweled elephant, decked with diverse gems. Beholding Duryodhana thus afflicted, O sire, by Bhima, the ruler of the Angas on his elephant came there for afflicting the son of Pandu. Thereupon, Bhimasena deeply pierced with a long arrow that prince of elephants advancing with loud roars, between its two frontal lobes. That arrow, penetrating through its body, sank deep in the earth. And at this the elephants fell down like a hill riven by the thunder. While the elephant was falling down, the Mleka king also was falling down it. But Vrkodara, endued with great activity, cut off his head with a broad-headed arrow before his antagonist actually fell down. When the heroic ruler of the Angas fell, his divisions fled away. Steeds and elephants and car warriors, struck with panic, crushed the foot soldiers as they fled. When those troops, thus broken, fled away in all directions, the ruler of the Pragyatishas then advanced against Bhima upon his elephant. One with its 4 legs and trunk contracted, filled with rage, and with eyes rolling, that elephant seemed to consume the son of Pandu like a blazing fire. And it pounded Vrkodara's car with the steed yoked thereto into dust. Then Bhima ran forward and got under the elephant's body, for he knew the science called Anjalikabeta. Indeed, the son of Pandu fled not. Getting under the elephant's body, he began to strike it frequently with his bare arms. And he smote that invincible elephant which was bent upon slaying him. Thereupon, the latter began to quickly turn round like a potter's wheel. Endued with the might of 10,000 elephants, the blessed Vrkodara, having struck that elephant thus, came out from under Supratikha's body and stood facing the latter. Supratikha then, seizing Bhima by its trunk, threw him down by means of its knees. Indeed, having seized him by the neck, that elephant wished to slay him. Twisting the elephant's trunk, Bhima freed himself from its twine, and once more got under the body of that huge creature. And he waited there, expecting the arrival of a hostile elephant of his own army. Coming out from under the beast's body, Bhima then ran away with great speed. Then a loud noise was heard, made by all the troops, to the effect, Alas, Bhima hath been slain by the elephant. The Pandava host, frightened by that elephant, suddenly fled away, O king, to where Vrkodara was waiting. Meanwhile, King Yudhishthira, thinking Vrkodara to have been slain, surrounded Bhagadata on all sides, aided by the Panchalas. Having surrounded him with numerous cars, King Yudhishthira, that foremost of car warriors, covered Bhagadata with keen shafts by hundreds and thousands. Then Bhagadata, that king of the mountainous regions, frustrating with his iron hook that shower of arrows, began to consume both the Pandavas and the Panchalas by means of that elephant of his. Indeed, O monarch, the feat that we then beheld, achieved by old Bhagadata with his elephant, was highly wonderful. Then the ruler of the Dasarnas rushed against the king of the Pragyatisha, on a fleet elephant with temporal sweat trickling down, for attacking Supratikha in the flank. The battle then that took place between those two elephants of awful size resembled that between two winged mountains overgrown with forests in days of old. Then the elephant of Bhagadata, wheeling round and attacking the elephant of the king of the Dasarnas, ripped open the latter's flank and slew it outright. Then Bhagadata himself, with 7 lances bright as the rays of the sun, slew his human antagonist seated on the elephant just when the latter was about to fall down from his seat. Piercing King Bhagadata then, with many arrows, Yudhishthira surrounded him on all sides with a large number of cars. Staying on his elephant amid car warriors encompassing him all around, he looked resplendent like a blazing fire on a mountaintop in the midst of a dense forest. He stayed fearlessly in the midst of those serried cars ridden by fierce bowmen, all of whom showered upon him their arrows. Then the king of the Pragyatisha, pressing, with his toe, his huge elephant, urged him towards the car of Yuyudhana. That prodigious beast, then seizing the car of Seni's grandson, hurled it to a distance with great force. Yuyudhana, however, escaped by timely flight. His charioteer also, abandoning the large steeds of the Sindhu breed, yoked unto that car, quickly followed Satyaki and stood where the latter stopped. Meanwhile the elephant, quickly coming out of the circle of cars, began to throw down all the kings that attempted to bar his course. These bulls among men, frightened out of their wits by that single elephant coursing swiftly, regarded it in that battle as multiplied into many. Indeed, Bhagadata, mounted on that elephant of his, began to smite down the Pandavas, like the chief of the Celestials mounted on Airavata smiting down the Danavas in days of old. As the Panchalas fled in all directions, loud and awful was the noise that arose amongst them, made by their elephants and steeds. And while the Pandava troops were thus destroyed by Bhagadata, Bhima, excited with rage, once more rushed against the ruler of the Pragyatisha. The latter's elephant then frightened the steeds of advancing Bhima by drenching them with water spouted forth from its trunk, and thereupon those animals bore Bhima away from the field. Then Kriti's son, Ruchaparvan, mounted on his car, quickly rushed against Bhagadata, scattering showers of arrows and advancing like the destroyer himself. Then Bhagadata, that ruler of the hilly regions, possessed of beautiful limbs, dispatched Ruchaparvan with a straight shaft to Yama's abode. Upon the fall of the heroic Ruchaparvan, Subhadra's son and the sons of Draupadi, and Chekatana, and Drishtaketu, and Yuyutsu began to afflict the elephant. Desiring to slay that elephant, all those warriors, uttering loud shouts, began to pour their arrows on the animals, like the clouds drenching the earth with their watery downpour. Urged then by its skillful rider with heel, hook, and toe, the animal advanced quickly with trunk stretched and eyes and cars fixed. Treading down Yuyutsu's steeds, the animal then slew the charioteer. Thereupon, O king, Yuyutsu, abandoning his car, fled away quickly. Then the Pandava warriors, desirous of slaying that prince of elephants, uttered loud shouts and covered it quickly with showers of arrows. At this time, thy son, excited with rage, rushed against the car of Subhadra's son. Meanwhile, King Bhagadata on his elephant, shooting shafts on the foe, looked resplendent like the sun himself scattering his rays on the earth. Arjuna's son then pierced him with 12 shafts, and Yuyutsu with 10, and each of the sons of Draupadi pierced him with 3 shafts, and Drishtaketu also pierced him with 3. That elephant then, pierced with these shafts, shot with great care, looked resplendent like a mighty mass of clouds penetrated with the rays of the sun. Afflicted with those shafts of the foe, that elephant then, urged by its riders with skill and vigor, began to throw hostile warriors on both his flanks. Like a cowherd belaboring his cattle in the forest with a goad, Bhagadata repeatedly smote the Pandava host. Like the cawing of quickly retreating crows when assailed by hawks, a loud and confused noise was heard among the Pandava troops who fled away with great speed. That prince of elephants, struck by its rider with hook, resembled, O king, a winged mountain of old. And it filled the hearts of the enemy with fear, like to what merchants experience at sight of the surging sea. Then elephants and car warriors and steeds and kings, flying away in fear, made, as they fled, a loud and awful din that, O monarch, filled the earth and sky and heaven and the cardinal and subsidiary directions in that battle. Mounted on that foremost of elephants, King Bhagadata penetrated the hostile army like the Azura Vairocana in days of old into the celestial host in battle well protected by the gods. A violent wind began to blow, a dusty cloud covered the sky and the troops, and people regarded that single elephant as multiplied into many, coursing all over the field. Footnotes 60:1 after 19 occurs a complete sloka in the Bombay text, which does not appear to be genuine. 61:1 the second line of 46 is omitted in the Bengal texts. 62:1 the Bengali translators have made a mess of these two verses. Among others, K.P. Singha makes Ruchaparvan follow Bhima and suppose Suvrachas to be some Pandava warrior who slew Ruchaparvan. The reading Suvrachas is vicious. The correct reading is Suparva, meaning, as Nilkantha explains, of beautiful limbs. Parvatapati is Bhagadata himself. 62:2 the Bengal reading Abhidas is incorrect. It should be Chubitas. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 25. Sanjaya said, "Thou askest me about the feats of Arjuna in battle. Listen, O thou of mighty arms, to what Partha achieved in the fight. Beholding the risen dust and hearing the wail of the troops when Bhagadata was performing great feats on the field, the son of Kunti addressed Krishna and said, O slayer of Madhu, it seems that the ruler of the Praggyatishas hath, on his elephant, with great impetuosity, advanced to battle. This loud din that we hear must be due to him. Well versed in the art of grinding and battling from the back of an elephant, and not inferior to Indra himself in battle, he, I think, is the foremost of all elephant warriors in the world. His elephant, again, is the foremost of elephants, without a rival to encounter it in battle. Possessed of great dexterity and above all fatigue, it is, again, impervious to all weapons. Capable of bearing every weapon and even the touch of fire, it will, O sinless one, alone destroy the Pandava force today. Except us two, there is none else capable of checking that creature. Go quickly, therefore, to that spot where the ruler of the Praggyatishas is. Proud in battle, in consequence of the strength of his elephant, and arrogant in consequence of his age, I will this very day send him as a guest to the slayer of Vala." At these words of Arjuna, Krishna began to proceed to the place where Bhagadata was breaking the Pandava ranks. While Arjuna was proceeding towards Bhagadata, the mighty Samsaptakakar warriors, numbering 14,000, made up of 10,000 Gopalas or Narayanas who used to follow Vasudeva, returning to the field, summoned him to battle. Beholding the Pandava host broken by Bhagadata, and summoned on the other hand by the Samsaptakas, Arjuna's heart was divided in twain. And he began to think, which of these two acts will be better for me to do today, to return from this spot for battling with Samsaptakas or to repair to Yudhishthira? Reflecting with the aid of his understanding, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, Arjuna's heart, at last, was firmly fixed on the slaughter of the Samsaptakas. Desirous of alone slaughtering in battle thousands of Kar warriors, Indra's son, Arjuna, having the foremost of apes on banner, suddenly turned back. Even this was what both Duryodhana and Karna had thought of for achieving the slaughter of Arjuna. And it was for this that they had made arrangements for the double encounter. The son of Pandu allowed his heart to waver this side and that, but, at last, resolving to slay those foremost of warriors, viz., the Samsaptakas, he baffled the purpose of his enemies. Then mighty Samsaptakas Kar warriors, O king, shot at Arjuna thousands of straight arrows. Covered with those arrows, O monarch, neither Kunti's son Partha, nor Krishna, otherwise called Janardana, nor the steeds, nor the car, could be seen. Then Janardana became deprived of his senses and perspired greatly. Thereupon, Partha shot the Brahma weapon and nearly exterminated them all. Hundreds upon hundreds of arms with bows and arrows and bowstrings in grasp, cut off from trunks, and hundreds upon hundreds of standards and steeds and charioteers and car warriors fell down on the ground. Huge elephants, well-equipped and resembling foremost hills overgrown with woods or masses of clouds, afflicted with partas shafts and deprived of riders, fell down on the earth. Many elephants again, with riders on their backs, crushed by means of Arjuna's shafts, fell down, deprived of life, shorn of the embroidered cloths on their backs, and with their housings torn. Cut off by Kiritan with his broad-headed arrows, countless arms having swords and lances and rapiers for their nails, or having clubs and battle-axes in grasp, fell down on the earth. Heads also, beautiful, O king, as the morning sun or the lotus or the moon, cut off by Arjuna with his arrows, dropped down on the ground. While Falguni in rage was thus engaged in slaying the foe with diverse kinds of well-adorned and fatal shafts, that host seemed to be ablaze. Beholding Dhananjaya crushing that host like an elephant crushing lotus stalks, all creatures applauded him, saying, "Excellent, excellent." Seeing that feat of Partha resembling that of Vasva himself, Madhava wondered much and, addressing him with joined hands, said, "Verily, O Partha, I think that this feat which thou hast achieved could not be performed by Sakra, or Yama, or the Lord of Treasures himself. I see that thou hast today felled in battle hundreds and thousands of mighty Samsaptaka warriors and together. Having slain the Samsaptakas then, that is, who were engaged in battle, Partha addressed Krishna, saying, Go towards Bhagadatta." Footnotes 63:1 I render 16 and 17 rather freely, as otherwise the sense would not be clear. 63:2 The Bengal texts read, He is either the first or the second, on the earth, I think. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 26. Sanjaya said, At Partha's desire, Krishna then urged his white steeds, fleet as the mind and covered in golden armor, towards Drona's divisions. While that foremost one of the Kurus was thus proceeding towards his brothers who were exceedingly afflicted by Drona, Suserman with his brothers followed him behind, desirous of battle. The ever-victorious Arjuna then addressed Krishna, saying, O thou of unfading glory, this Suserman here, with his brothers, challengeth me to battle. O slayer of foes, our host, again, is broken, by Drona, towards the north. In consequence of these Samsaptakas, my heart wavers today as to whether I should do this or that. Shall I slay the Samsaptakas now, or protect from harm my own troops already afflicted by the foe? Know this to be what I am thinking of, viz., which of these would be better for me? Thus addressed by him, he of Dasara's race turned back the car, and took the son of Pandu to where the ruler of the Trigartas was. Then Arjuna pierced Suserman with 7 shafts, and cut off both his bow and standard with a couple of sharp arrows. He then, with 6 arrows, quickly dispatched the brothers of Trigarta king to Yama's abode. Then Suserman, aiming Arjuna, hurled at him a dart made wholly of iron and looking like a snake, and aiming Vasudeva, hurled a lance at him. Cutting off that dart with 3 arrows, and that lance also with 3 other arrows, Arjuna, by means of his arrowy showers, deprived Suserman of his senses on his car. Then advancing fiercely, towards thy division, scattering showers of arrows, like Vasva pouring rain, none among thy troops, O king, ventured to oppose. Like a fire consuming heaps of straw as it advances, Dhananjaya advanced, scorching all the mighty car warriors among the Kauravas by means of his arrows. Like a living creature incapable of bearing the touch of fire, thy troops could not bear the irresistible impetuosity of that intelligent son of Kunti. Indeed, the son of Pandu, overwhelming the hostile host by means of his arrows, came upon the king of the Pragyatisas, O monarch, like Garuda swooping down upon his prey. He then held in his hands the Gandiva, which in battle was beneficial to the innocent Pandavas and baneful to all foes, for the destruction of Kshatriyas brought about, O king, by the fault of thy son, who had recourse to deceitful dice for accomplishing his end. Agitated by Partha thus, thy host then, O king, broke like a boat when it strikes against a rock. Then 10,000 bowmen, brave and fierce, firmly resolved to conquer, advanced to encounter Arjuna. With dauntless hearts, those mighty car warriors all surrounded him. Capable of bearing any burden, howsoever heavy in battle, Partha took up that heavy burden. As an angry elephant of 60 years, with rent temples, crushes an assemblage of lotus stalks, even so did Partha crush that division of thy army. And when that division was being thus crushed, King Bhagadata, on that same elephant of his, impetuously rushed towards Arjuna. Thereupon, Dhananjaya, that tiger among men, staying on his car, received Bhagadata. That encounter between Arjuna's car and Bhagadata's elephant was fierce in the extreme. Those two heroes, viz., Bhagadata and Dhananjaya, then coursed on the field, the one on his car and the other on his elephant, both of which were equipped according to the rules of science. Then Bhagadata, like the Lord Indra, from his elephant looking like a mass of clouds, poured on Dhananjaya showers of arrows. The valiant son of Vasva, however, with his arrows, cut off those arrowy showers of Bhagadata before they could reach him. The king of the Pragyatisas, then, baffling that arrowy shower of Arjuna, struck both Partha and Krishna, O king, with many shafts and overwhelming both of them with a thick shower of shafts. Bhagadata then urged his elephant for the destruction of Krishna and Partha. Beholding that angry elephant advancing like death himself, Janardana quickly moved his car in such a way as to keep the elephant on his left. Dhananjaya, although he thus got the opportunity of slaying that huge elephant with its rider from the back, wished not yet to avail himself of it, remembering the rules of fair fight. The elephant, however, coming upon other elephants and cars and steeds, O king, dispatched them all to Yama's abode. Beholding this, Dhananjaya was filled with rage. Footnotes 65:1 The Bombay reading Paritas is vicious. The Bengal texts read Tvaritas. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 27. Dhritarashtra said, filled with rage, what did Partha, the son of Pandu, do to Bhagadata? What also did the king of the Pragyatisas do to Partha? Tell me all this, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, while Partha and Krishna were thus engaged with the ruler of the Pragyatisas, all creatures regarded them to be very near the jaws of death. Indeed, O monarch, from the neck of his elephant, Bhagadata scattered showers of shafts on the two Krishnas, staying upon their car. He pierced Devki's son with many arrows made wholly of black iron, equipped with wings of gold, whetted on stone, and shot from his bow, drawn to the fullest stretch. Those shafts whose touch resembled that of fire, equipped with beautiful feathers, and shot by Bhagadata, passing through Devki's son, entered the earth. Partha then cut off Bhagadata's bow and, slaying next the warrior that protected his elephant from the flank, began to fight with him as if in sport. Then Bhagadata hurled at him 14 lances of sharp points that were bright as the rays of the sun. Arjuna, however, cut each of those lances into 3 fragments. Then Indra's son cut open the armor in which that elephant was eased, by means of a thick shower of arrows. The armor thus cut off fell down on the earth. Exceedingly afflicted with arrows shot by Arjuna, that elephant, deprived of its coat of mail, looked like a prince of mountains destitute of its cloudy robes and with streaks of water running down its breast. Then the ruler of the Pragyatisas hurled at Vasudeva a dart made wholly of iron and decked with gold. That dart Arjuna cut in twain. Then cutting off the king's standard and umbrella by means of his arrows, Arjuna quickly pierced that ruler of the mountainous realms with 10 arrows, smiling all the while. Deeply pierced with those shafts of Arjuna that were beautifully winged with kanka feathers, Bhagadatta, O monarch, became incensed with the son of Pandu. He then hurled some lances at Arjuna's head and uttered a loud shout. In consequence of those lances, Arjuna's diadem was displaced. Arjuna, then, having placed his diadem properly, addressed the ruler of the Pragyatishas, saying, "Look well on this world." Thus addressed by him, Bhagadatta became filled with rage, and taking up a bright bow showered upon both the Pandava and Govinda his arrowy downpours. Partha, then cutting off his bow and quivers, quickly struck him with 72 shafts, afflicting his vital limbs. Thus pierced, he was excessively pained. Filled then with rage, he with mantras turned his hook into the Vaishnava weapon and hurled it at Arjuna's breast. That all-slaying weapon, hurled by Bhagadatta, Kesva, covering Arjuna, received on his breast. Thereupon, that weapon became a triumphal garland on Kesva's breast. Arjuna then cheerlessly addressed Kesva, saying, "O sinless one, without battling thyself, thou art to only guide my steed. Thou hadst said so, O lotus-eyed one. Why then dost thou not adhere to thy promise? If I sink in distress, or become unable to baffle, or resist a foe or weapon, then mayst thou act so, but not when I am standing thus. Thou knowest that with my bow and arrows I am competent to vanquish these worlds with the gods, the asuras, and men." Hearing these words of Arjuna, Vasudeva replied unto him, saying, "Listen, O Partha, to this secret and ancient history as it is, O sinless one. I have 4 forms, eternally engaged as I am in protecting the worlds. Dividing my own self, I ordain the good of the worlds. One form of mine, staying on the earth, is engaged in the practice of ascetic austerities. Another beholdeth the good and the evil deeds in the world. My third form, coming into the world of men, is engaged in action. My fourth form lieth down in sleep for 1,000 years. The form of mine which awaketh from sleep at the end of 1,000 years, granteth, upon awakening, excellent boons to persons deserving of them. The earth, knowing, on one occasion, that that time had come, asked of me a boon for her son, Naraka. Hear, O Partha, what that boon was. Possessed of the Vaishnava weapon, let my son become incapable of being slain by the gods and the asuras. It behoveth thee to grant me that weapon." Hearing this prayer, I then gave, in days of old, the supreme and infallible Vaishnava weapon to the earth's son. I said also at that time these words, "O earth, let this weapon be infallible for the protection of Naraka. None will be able to slay him. Protected by this weapon, thy son will always, in all the worlds, be invincible and crush all hostile hosts." Saying, "So be it." The intelligent goddess went away, her wishes fulfilled. And Naraka also became invincible and always scorched his foes. It was from Naraka, O Partha, that the ruler of the Pragyatishas got this weapon of mine. There is none, in all the world, O sire, including even Indra and Rudra, who is unslayable by this weapon. It was for thy sake, therefore, that I baffled it, violating my promise. The great Asura hath now been divested of that supreme weapon. Slay now, O Partha, that invincible foe of thine, viz., Bhagadatta, enemy of the gods, even as I formerly slew for the good of the worlds, the Asura Naraka." Thus addressed by the high-souled Kesva, Partha suddenly overwhelmed Bhagadatta with clouds of whetted arrows. Then, the mighty-armed and high-souled Arjuna fearlessly struck a long arrow between the frontal lobes of his enemy's elephant. That arrow, splitting the elephant like the thunder splitting a mountain, penetrated into its body to the very wings, like a snake penetrating into an anthill. Though urged repeatedly then by Bhagadata, the elephant refused to obey like a poor man's wife her lord. With limbs paralyzed, it fell down, striking the earth with its tusks. Uttering a cry of distress, that huge elephant gave up the ghost. The son of Pandu then, with a straight shaft furnished with a crescent-shaped head, pierced the bosom of King Bhagadata. His breast, being pierced through by the diadem-decked Arjuna, King Bhagadata, deprived of life, threw down his bow and arrows. Loosened from his head, the valuable piece of cloth that had served him for a turban fell down, like a petal from a lotus when its stalk is violently struck. And he himself, decked with golden garlands, fell down from his huge elephant adorned with golden housings, like flowering kinsuka broken by the force of the wind from the mountain-top. The son of Indra then, having slain in battle that monarch who resembled Indra himself in prowess and who was Indra's friend, broke the other warriors of thy army, inspired with hope of victory like the mighty wind-breaking rows of trees. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 28. Sanjaya said, having slain Bhagadata, who was ever the favorite and friend of Indra, and who was possessed of great energy, Partha circumambulated him. Then the two sons of the king of Gandhara, viz., the brothers Vrishaka and Ichla, those subjugators of hostile towns, began to afflict Arjuna in battle. Those two heroic bowmen, uniting together, began to deeply pierce Arjuna from the front and from behind with whetted shafts of great impetuosity. Arjuna then with sharp shafts cut off the steeds and driver and bow and umbrella and standard and car of Vrishaka, the son of Suvala, into atoms. With clouds of arrows and diverse other weapons, Arjuna then once more severely afflicted the Gandhara troops headed by Suvala's son. Then Dhananjaya, filled with rage, dispatched to Yama's abode, with his shafts, 500 heroic Gandharas with upraised weapons. The mighty armed hero then, quickly alighting from that car whose steeds had been slain, mounted upon the car of his brother and took up another bow. Then those two brothers, viz., Vrishaka and Ichla, both mounted on the same car, began incessantly to pierce Vibhatsu with showers of arrows. Indeed, those high-souled princes, those relatives of thine by marriage, viz., Vrishaka and Ichla, struck Partha very severely, like Vritra or Vala striking Indra of old. Of unfailing aim, these two princes of Gandhara, themselves unhurt, began once more to strike the son of Pandu, like the 2 months of summer afflicting the world with sweat-producing rays. Then Arjuna slew those princes and tigers among men, viz., Vrishaka and Ichla, staying on one car side by side, with, O monarch, a single arrow. Then those mighty armed heroes, with red eyes and looking like lions, those uterine brothers having similar features, together fell down from that car. And their bodies, dear to friends, falling down upon the earth, lay there, spreading sacred fame all around. Beholding their brave and unretreating maternal uncles thus slain by Arjuna, thy sons, O monarch, rained many weapons upon him. Sakuni also, conversant with 100 different kinds of illusions, seeing his brothers slain, created illusions for confounding the two Krishnas. Then clubs, and iron balls, and rocks, and satagnis, and darts, and maces, and spiked bludgeons, and scimitars, and lances, mallets, axes, and campanas, and swords, and nails, and short clubs, and battle axes, and razors, and arrows with sharp broad heads, and nalikas, and calf-tooth-headed shafts, and arrows having bony heads and discs and snake-headed shafts, and spears, and diverse other kinds of weapons, fell upon Arjuna from all sides. And asses, and camels, and buffaloes, and tigers, and lions, and deer, and leopards, and bears, and wolves, and vultures, and monkeys, and various reptiles, and diverse cannibals, and swarms of crows, all hungry and excited with rage, ran towards Arjuna. Then Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, that hero conversant with celestial weapons, shooting clouds of arrows, assailed them all. And assailed by that hero with those excellent and strong shafts, they uttered loud cries and fell down deprived of life. Then a thick darkness appeared and covered Arjuna's car, and from within that gloom harsh voices rebuked Arjuna. The latter, however, by means of the weapons called Jayadishka, dispelled that thick and awful darkness. When that darkness was dispelled, frightful waves of water appeared. For drying up those waters, Arjuna applied the weapon called Aditya. And in consequence of that weapon, the waters were almost dried up. These diverse illusions, repeatedly created by Savala, Arjuna destroyed speedily by means of the force of his weapons, laughing the while. Upon all his illusions being destroyed, afflicted with Arjuna's shafts and unmanned by fear, Sakuni fled away, aided by his fleet steeds, like a vulgar wretch. Then Arjuna, acquainted with all weapons, showing his enemies the exceeding lightness of his hands, showered upon the Kaurava host clouds of arrows. That host of thy son, thus slaughtered by Partha, became divided into two streams like the current of Ganga when impeded by a mountain. And one of those streams, O bull among men, proceeded towards Drona, and the other with loud cries, proceeded towards Duryodhana. Then a thick dust arose and covered all the troops. We could not then see Arjuna. Only the twang of Gandhivas was heard by us from off the field. Indeed, the twang of Gandiva was heard, rising above the blare of conchs and the beat of drums and the noise of other instruments. Then on the southern part of the field took place a fierce battle between many foremost warriors on the one side and Arjuna on the other. I, however, followed Drona. The various divisions of Yudhishthira's force smote the foe on every part of the field. The diverse divisions of thy son, O Bharata, Arjuna smote, even as the wind in the summer season destroys masses of clouds in the welkin. Indeed, as Arjuna came, scattering clouds of arrows, like Vasva pouring thick showers of rain, there was none in thy army who could resist that great fierce bowman, that tiger among men. Struck by Partha, thy warriors were in great pain. They fled away, and in flying killed many among their own number. The arrows shot by Arjuna, winged canker feathers and capable of penetrating into every body, fell covering all sides, like flights of locusts. Piercing steeds and car warriors and elephants and foot soldiers, O sire, like snakes through ant hills, those shafts entered the earth. Arjuna never shot arrows at any elephant, steed, or man. Struck with only one arrow, each of these, severely afflicted, fell down deprived of life. With slain men and elephant and shaft-struck steeds lying all about, and echoing with yells of dogs and jackals, the field of battle presented a variegated and awful sight. Pained with arrows, sire forsook son, and friend forsook friend, and son forsook sire. Indeed, every one was intent upon protecting his own self. Struck with Partha's shafts, many warriors abandoned the very animals that bore them. Footnotes 69:1 The Bengal texts read the second line differently. Locum, accusative. For Garman Kubis, the Bengal reading is Garmam Vubis. Neelkantha explains that Varsha, whence Varshika, means season. Hence negative Varshikamaso would mean the 2 months of summer. If the Bengal reading were adopted, the meaning would be like summer and the rainy seasons afflicting the world with sweat and rain. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 29. Dhritarashtra said, when those divisions of mine, O Sanjaya, were broken and routed, and all of you retreated quickly from the field, what became the state of your minds? The rallying of ranks when broken and flying away without beholding a spot whereon to stand is always exceedingly difficult. Tell me all about it, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, although thy troops were broken, yet, O monarch, many foremost of heroes in the world, inspired by the desire of doing good to thy son and of maintaining their own reputation, followed Drona. In that dreadful pass, they fearlessly followed their commander, achieving meritorious feats against the Pandava troops with weapons upraised, and Yudhishthira within accessible distance. Taking advantage of an error of Bhimasena of great energy and of heroic Satyaki and Drishtadyumna, O monarch, the Kuru leaders fell upon the Pandava army. The Panchalas urged their troops, saying, Drona, Drona. Thy sons, however, urged all the Kurus, saying, Let not Drona be slain. Let not Drona be slain. One side saying, Slay Drona, and the other saying, Let not Drona be slain, let not Drona be slain. The Kurus and the Pandavas seemed to gamble, making Drona their stake. Drishtadyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, proceeded to the side of all those Panchalakar warriors whom Drona sought to crush. Thus no rule was observed as to the antagonist one knight select for battling with him. The strife became dreadful. Heroes encountered heroes, uttering loud shouts their foes could not make the Pandavas tremble. On the other hand, recollecting all their woes, the latter made the ranks of their enemies tremble. Though possessed of modesty, yet excited with rage and vindictiveness, and urged by energy and might, they approached that dreadful battle, reckless of their very lives for slaying Drona. That encounter of heroes of immeasurable energy, sporting in fierce battle, making life itself the stake, resembled the collision of iron against adamant. The oldest men even could not recollect whether they had seen or heard of a battle as fierce as that which took place on this occasion. The earth in that encounter, marked with great carnage and afflicted with the weight of that vast host, began to tremble. The awful noise made by the Kuru army, agitated and tossed by the foe, paralyzing the very welkin, penetrated into the midst of even the Pandava host. Then Drona, coming upon the Pandava divisions by thousands, and careering over the field, broke them by means of his whetted shafts. When these were being thus crushed by Drona of wonderful achievements, Drishtadyumna, the generalissimo of the Pandava host, filled with rage himself, checked Drona. The encounter that we beheld between Drona and the prince of the Panchalas was highly wonderful. It is my firm conviction that it has no parallel. Then Nila, resembling a veritable fire, his arrows constituting its sparks and his bow its flame, began to consume the Kuru ranks, like a conflagration consuming heaps of dry grass. The valiant son of Drona, who from before had been desirous of an encounter with him, smilingly addressed Nila as the latter came consuming the troops, and said unto him these polite words, O Nila, what dost thou gain by consuming so many common soldiers with thy arrowy flames? Fight with my unaided self, and filled with rage, strike me. Thus addressed, Nila, the brightness of whose face resembled the splendor of a full-blown lotus, pierced a Swathaman, whose body resembled an assemblage of lotuses, and whose eyes were like lotus petals, with his shafts. Deeply and suddenly pierced by Nila, Drona's son, with 3 broad-headed arrows, cut off his antagonist's bow and standard and umbrella. Quickly jumping down from his car, Nila, then, with a shield and an excellent sword, desired to sever from a Swathaman's trunk his head like a bird, bearing away its prey in its talons. Drona's son, however, O sinless one, by means of a bearded arrow, cut off, from his antagonist's trunk, his head graced with a beautiful nose and decked with excellent earrings, and which rested on elevated shoulders. That hero, then, the brightness of whose face resembled the splendor of the full moon, and whose eyes were like lotus petals, whose stature was tall, and complexion like that of the lotus, thus slain, fell down on the earth. The Pandava host then, filled with great grief, began to tremble when the preceptor's son thus slew Nila of blazing energy. The great car warriors of the Pandavas, O sire, all thought, alas, how would Indra's son, Arjuna, be able to rescue us from the foe, when that mighty warrior is engaged on the southern part of the field in slaughtering the remnant of the Samsaptakas and the Narayana force. Footnotes 70:1 The Bengal reading Samprapti is vicious. The Bombay reading Sambrant is evidently correct. 71:1 I render 5 a little freely and expand it slightly to make the sense clear. 71:2 The Bengal reading Purvabilashi is better than Purvabilbashi. Between Nila and Aswathaman existed a rivalry since some time. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 30. Sanjaya said, Vrkodara, however, could not brook that slaughter of his army. He struck Valhika with 60 and Karna with 10 arrows. Drona then, desirous of slaying Bhima, quickly struck the latter, and his very vitals, many straight and whetted shafts of keen edge. Desirous again of allowing no time, he once more struck him with 26 shafts whose touch resembled that of fire and which were all like snakes of virulent poison. Then Karna pierced him with 12 shafts, and Aswathaman with 7, and King Duryodhana also with 6. The mighty Bhimasena, in return, pierced them all. He struck Drona with 50 shafts, and Karna with 10. And piercing Duryodhana with 12 shafts, and Drona with 8, he engaged in that battle uttering a loud shout. In that encounter in which the warriors fought reckless of their lives, and in which death was easy of attainment, Ajatasattu dispatched many warriors, urging them to rescue Bhima. Those heroes of immeasurable energy, viz., the 2 sons of Madri and Pandu, and others headed by Yuyudhana, quickly proceeded to Bhimasena's side. And those bulls among men, filled with rage and uniting together, advanced to battle, desirous of breaking the army of Drona that was protected by many foremost of bowmen. Indeed, those great car warriors of mighty energy, viz., Bhima and others, fell furiously upon Drona's host. Drona, however, that foremost of car warriors, received without any anxiety all those mighty car warriors, of great strength, those heroes accomplished in battle. Disregarding their kingdoms and casting off all fear of death, the warriors of thy army proceeded against the Pandavas. Horsemen encountered horsemen, and car warriors encountered car warriors. The battle proceeded, darts against darts, swords against swords, axes against axes. A fierce encounter with swords took place, producing a terrible carnage. And in consequence of the collision of elephants against elephants, the battle became furious. Some fell down from the backs of elephants, and some from the backs of steeds, with heads downwards. And others, O sire, fell down from cars, pierced with arrows. In that fierce press, as some one fell down deprived of armor, an elephant might be seen attacking him in the chest and crushing his head. Elsewhere might be seen elephants crushing numbers of men fallen down on the field. And many elephants, piercing the earth with their tusks, as they fell down, were seen to tear there with large bodies of men. Many elephants, again, with arrows sticking to their trunks, wandered over the field, tearing and crushing men by hundreds. And some elephants were seen pressing down into the earth fallen warriors and steeds and elephants cased in armor of black iron, as if these were only thick reeds. Many kings, graced with modesty, their hour having come, laid themselves down, for the last sleep, on painful beds, overlaid with vultures' feathers. Advancing to battle on his car, sire slew son, and son also, through madness all losing regard, approached sire in battle. The wheels of cars were broken, banners were torn, umbrellas fell down on the earth. Dragging broken yokes, steeds ran away. Arms with swords in grasp, and heads decked with earrings fell down. Cars, dragged by mighty elephants, thrown down on the ground, were reduced to fragments. Steeds with riders fell down, severely wounded by elephants. That fierce battle went on, without anybody showing any regard for anyone. O father, O son, where art thou, friend? Wait, where dost thou go? Strike, bring. Slay this one. These and diverse other cries, with loud laughs and shouts, and roars were uttered and heard there. The blood of human beings and steeds and elephants mingled together. The earthy dust disappeared. The hearts of all timid persons became cheerless. Here a hero getting his carwheel entangled with the carwheel of another hero, and the distance being too near to admit of the use of other weapons, smashed that other's head by means of his mace. Brave combatants, desirous of safety where there was no safety, dragged one another by the hair, and fought fiercely with fists, and teeth, and nails. Here was a hero whose upraised arm with sword and grasp was cut off, there another's arm was lopped off with bow, or arrow, or hook in grasp. Here one loudly called upon another. There another turned his back on the field. Here one severed another's head from his trunk, getting him within reach. There another rushed with loud shouts upon an enemy. Here one was filled with fear at another's roar. There another slew with sharp shafts a friend or a foe. Here an elephant, huge as a hill, slain with a long shaft, fell down in the field and lay like a flat island in a river during the summer season. There an elephant, with sweat trickling down its body, like a mountain with rills flowing adown its breast, steed, having crushed by its tread a car warrior with his steeds and charioteer on the field. Beholding brave warriors, accomplished in arms and covered with blood, strike one another, they that were timid and of weak hearts lost their senses. In fact, all became cheerless. Nothing could any longer be distinguished. Overwhelmed with the dust raised by the troops, the battle became furious. Then the commander of the Pandava forces, saying, "This is the time," speedily led the Pandavas on those heroes that are always endued with great activity. Obeying his behest, the mighty armed Pandavas, smiting the Kaurava army, proceeded towards Drona's carved like swans towards a lake. Seize him, do not fly away, do not fear, cut into pieces. These uproarious cries were heard in the vicinity of Drona's car. Then Drona and Kripa, and Karna and Drona's son, and King Jayadratha, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Salya, received those heroes. Those irresistible and invincible warriors, however, viz., the Panchalas and the Pandavas, inspired by noble sentiments, did not, though afflicted with shafts, avoid Drona. Then Drona, excited with great rage, shot hundreds of shafts, and caused a great carnage amongst the Chedis, the Panchalas, and the Pandavas. The twang of his bowstring and the slaps of his palms were, O sire, heard on all sides. And they resembled the roar of thunder and struck fear into the hearts of all. Meanwhile, Jishnu, having vanquished large number of Samsaptakas, quickly came to that place where Drona was grinding the Pandava troops. Having crossed many large lakes whose waters were constituted by blood, and whose fierce billows and eddies were constituted by shafts, and having slain the Samsaptakas, Falguni showed himself there. Possessed of great fame and endued as he was with the energy of the sun himself, Arjuna's emblem, viz., his banner bearing the ape, was beheld by us to blaze with splendor. Having dried up the Samsaptaka ocean by means of weapons that constituted his rays, the son of Pandu then blasted the Kurus also, as if he were the very sun that arises at the end of the Yuga. Indeed, Arjuna scorched all the Kurus by the heat of his weapons, like the fire that appears at the end of the Yuga, burning down all creatures. struck by him with thousands of shafts. Elephant warriors and horsemen and car warriors fell down on the earth with disheveled hair, and exceedingly afflicted with those arrowy showers. Some uttered cries of distress. Others set up loud shouts. And some, struck with the shafts of Partha, fell down deprived of life. Recollecting the practices of good warriors, Arjuna struck not those combatants among the foe that had fallen down, or those that were retreating, or those that were unwilling to fight. Deprived of their cars and filled with wonder, almost all the Kauravas, turning away from the field, uttered cries of "Oh" and "Alas," and called upon Karna for protection. Hearing the din made by the Kurus, desirous of protection, Adhiratha's son, Karna, loudly assuring the troops with the words, "Do not fear," proceeded to face Arjuna. Then Karna, that foremost of Bharataka warriors, that delighter of all the Bharatas, that first of all persons acquainted with weapons, invoked into existence the Agneya weapon. Dhananjaya, however, baffled by means of his own arrowy downpours the flights of arrows shot by Ratha's son, that warrior of the blazing bow, that hero of bright shafts. And similarly, Adhiratha's son also baffled the shafts of Arjuna of supreme energy. Resisting Arjuna's weapons thus by his own, Karna uttered loud shouts and shot many shafts at his antagonist. Then Drishtadyumna and Bhima and the mighty car warrior Satyaki all approached Karna, and each of them pierced in with 3 straight shafts. The son of Ratha, however, checking Arjuna's weapons by his own arrowy showers, cut off with 3 sharp shafts the bows of those 3 warriors. Their bows cut off, they looked like snakes without poison. Hurling darts at their foe from their respective cars, they uttered loud leonine shouts. Those fierce darts of great splendor and great impetuosity, looking like snakes, hurled from those mighty arms, coursed impetuously towards Karna's car. Cutting each of those darts with 3 straight arrows and speeding many arrows at the same time at Partha, the mighty Karna uttered a loud shout. Then Arjuna, piercing Karna with 7 shafts, dispatched the latter's younger brother by means of his sharp shafts. Slaying Satranjaya thus with 6 arrows, Partha, with a broad-headed shaft, struck off Vipatha's head as the latter stood on his car. In the very sight of the Dhritarashtra's, therefore, as also of the Suta's son, the 3 uterine brothers of the latter were dispatched by Arjuna unaided by any one. Then Bhima, jumping down from his own car, like a second Garuda, slew with his excellent sword 5 and 10 combatants amongst those that supported Karna. Mounting once more on his car and taking up another bow, he pierced Karna with 10 shafts and his charioteer and steeds with 5. Drishtadyumna, also taking up a sword and a bright shield, dispatched Charmavarman and also Vrihakatra, the ruler of the Nishitas. The Panchala prince then, mounting upon his own car and taking up another bow, pierced Karna with 73 shafts, and uttered a loud roar. Sini's grandson also, of splendor equal to that of Indra himself, taking up another bow, pierced Suta's son with 64 shafts and roared like a lion. And cutting off Karna's bow with a couple of well-shot shafts, he once more pierced Karna on the arms and the chest with 3 arrows. The king Duryodhana and Drona and Jayadratha rescued Karna from the Satyaki ocean, as the former was about to sink into it. And foot soldiers and steeds and cars and elephants, belonging to thy army and numbering by hundreds, all accomplished in smiting rushed to the spot where Karna was frightening his assailants. Then Drishtadyumna and Bhima and Subhadra's son, and Arjuna himself, and Nakula and Sadeva began to protect Satyaki in that battle. Even thus went on that fierce battle for the destruction of bowmen belonging to thy army and of the enemies. All the combatants fought, reckless of their very lives. Infantry and cars and steeds and elephants were engaged with cars and infantry. Car warriors were engaged with elephants and foot soldiers and steeds, and cars and foot soldiers were engaged with cars and elephants. And steeds were seen engaged with steeds, and elephants with elephants, and foot soldiers with foot soldiers. Even thus did that battle, marked by great confusion, take place, enhancing the delight of cannibals and carnivorous creatures, between those high-souled men facing one another fearlessly. Indeed, it largely swelled the population of Yama's kingdom. Large numbers of elephants and cars and foot soldiers and steeds were destroyed by men, cars, steeds, and elephants. And elephants were slain by elephants, and car warriors with weapons upraised by car warriors, and steeds by steeds, and large bodies of foot soldiers. And elephants were slain by cars, and large steeds by large elephants, and men by steeds, and steeds by foremost of car warriors. With tongues lolling out, and teeth and eyes pressed out of their places, with coats of mail and ornaments crushed into dust, the slaughtered creatures fell down on the field. Others, again, of terrible mien were struck and thrown down on the earth by others armed with diverse and excellent weapons, and sunk into the earth by the tread of steeds and elephants, and tortured and mangled by heavy cars and car wheels. And during the progress of that fierce carnage so delightful to beasts of prey and carnivorous birds and cannibals, mighty combatants, filled with wrath, and slaughtering one another careered over the field, putting forth all their energy. Then when both the hosts were broken and mangled, the warriors bathed in blood, looked at each other. Meanwhile, the sun went to his chambers in the western hills, and both the armies, O Bharata, slowly retired to their respective tents. Footnotes 74:1 The word in the original is Dhumaketu. Elsewhere I have rendered it comet. It would seem, however, that is wrong. In such passages the word is used in its literal sense, viz., an article having smoke for its mark, hence fire. Abhimanyubhata Parva. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 31. Sanjaya said, having been first broken by Arjuna of immeasurable prowess, and owing also to the failure of Drona's vow, in consequence of Yudhishthira having been well protected, thy warriors were regarded as defeated. All of them with coats of mail torn and covered with dust, cast anxious glances around. Retiring from the field with Drona's consent, after having been vanquished by their enemies of sure aim and humiliated by them in battle, they heard, as they proceeded, the countless merits of Falguni praised by all creatures, and the friendship of Kesava for Arjuna spoken of by all. They passed the night like men under a curse, reflecting upon the course of events and observing perfect silence. Next morning, Duryodhana said unto Drona these words, from petulance and wrath, and in great cheerlessness of heart at the sight of the prosperity of their foe. Skilled in speech, and filled with rage at the success of the foe, the king said these words in the hearing of all the troops, O foremost of regenerate ones, without doubt thou hast set us down for men who should be destroyed by thee. Thou didst not seize Yudhishthira today, even though thou hadst got him within thy reach. That foe whom thou wouldst seize in battle is incapable of escaping thee if once thou gettest him within sight, even if he be protected by the Pandavas, aided by the very gods. Gratified, thou gavest me a boon, now, however, thou dost not act according to it. They that are noble, like thee, never falsify the hopes of one devoted to them. Thus addressed by Duryodhana, Bharadvaja's son felt greatly ashamed. Addressing the king, he said, It behoveth thee not to take me to be such. I always endeavored to achieve what is agreeable to thee. The three worlds with the gods, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Nagas, and the Rakshasas, cannot defeat the force that is protected by the diadem-decked Arjuna. There where Govinda, the creator of the universe is, and there where Arjuna is the commander, whose might can avail, save three-eyed Mahadevas, O Lord. O sire, I tell the truly today, and it will not be otherwise. Today, I will slay a mighty car warrior, one of the foremost heroes of the Pandavas. Today I will also form an array that impenetrable by the very gods. Do, however, O king, by some means take Arjuna away from the field. There is nothing that he doth not know or cannot achieve in battle. From various places hath he acquired all that is to be known about battle. Sanjaya continued. After Drona had said these words, the Samsaptakas once more challenged Arjuna to battle and took him away to the southern side of the field. Then an encounter took place between Arjuna and his enemies, the like of which had never been seen or heard of. On the other hand, the array formed by Drona, O king, looked resplendent. Indeed, that array was incapable of being looked at like the sun himself when in his course he reaches the meridian and scorches everything underneath. Abhimanyu, at the command, O Bharata, of his sire's eldest brother, pierced in battle that impenetrable circular array in many places. Having achieved the most difficult feats and slain heroes by thousands, he was, at last, encountered by 6 heroes together. In the end, succumbing to Dusasana's son, O Lord of Earth, Subhadra's son, O chastiser of foes, gave up his life. At this we were filled with great joy and the Pandavas with great grief. And after Subhadra's son had been slain, our troops were withdrawn for nightly rest. Dhritarashtra said, hearing, O Sanjaya, of the slaughter of the son, Abhimanyu, yet in his minority, of that lion among men, viz., Arjuna, my heart seems to break into pieces. Cruel, indeed, are the duties of Kshatriyas as laid down by the legislators, and as much as brave men, desirous of sovereignty, scrupled not to shoot their weapons at even a child. O son of Gavalgana, tell me how so many warriors, accomplished in arms, slew that child who, though brought up in luxury, yet careered over the field so fearlessly. Tell me, O Sanjaya, how our warriors behaved in battle with Subhadra's son immeasurable energy who had penetrated into our car array. Sanjaya said, that which thou askest me, O king, viz., the slaughter of Subhadra's son, I will describe to thee in detail. Listen, O monarch, with attention. I shall relate to thee how that youth, having penetrated into our ranks, played with his weapons, and how the irresistible heroes of thy army, all inspired by hope of victory, were afflicted by him. Like the denizens of a forest abounding with plants and herbs and trees, when surrounded on all sides by a forest conflagration, the warriors of thy army were all filled with fear. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 32. Sanjaya said, of fierce deeds in battle and above all fatigue, as proved by their feats, 5 sons of Pandu, with Krishna, are incapable of being resisted by the very gods. In righteousness, in deeds, in lineage, in intelligence, in achievements, in fame, in prosperity, there never was, and there never will be, another man so endued as Yudhishthira. Devoted to truth and righteousness, and with passions under control, King Yudhishthira, in consequence of his worship of the Brahmins and diverse other virtues of similar nature, is always in the enjoyment of heaven. The destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga, Jamadagni's valiant son, Rama, and Bhimasena on his car, these 3, O king, are spoken of as equal. Of Partha, the wielder of Gandiva, who always achieveth his vows in battle, I do not see a proper parallel on earth. Reverence for superiors, keeping counsels, humility, self-restraint, beauty of person, and bravery, these 6 are ever present in Nakula. In knowledge of scriptures, gravity, sweetness of temper, righteousness, and prowess, the heroic Sadeva is equal to the Ashwins themselves. All those noble qualities that are in Krishna, all those that are in the Pandavas, all that assemblage of qualities was to be found in Abhimanyu alone. In firmness, he was equal to Yudhishthira, and in conduct to Krishna. In feats, he was the equal to Bhimasena of terrible deeds. In beauty of person, in prowess, and in knowledge of scriptures he was the equal to Dhananjaya. In humility, he was equal to Sadeva and Nakula. Dhritarashtra said, I desire, O Sutta, to hear in detail how the invincible Abhimanyu, the son of Subhadra, hath been slain on the field of battle. Sanjaya continued, Be still, O king. Bear thy grief that is so unbearable. I shall speak to thee of the great slaughter of thy kinsmen. The preceptor, O king, had formed the great circular array. And it were placed all the kings of our side that are each equal to Sakra himself. At the entrance were stationed all the princes possessed of solar effulgence. All of them had taken oaths about standing by one another. All of them had standards decked with gold. All of them were attired in red robes, and all had red ornaments. All of them had red banners, and all were adorned with garlands of gold, smeared with sandal paste and other perfumed unguents. They were decked with floral wreaths. In a body they rushed towards Arjuna's son, desirous of battle. Firm bowmen, all they numbered 10,000. Placing thy handsome grandson, Lakshmana, at their head, all of them, sympathizing with one another in joy and grief, and emulating one another in feats of courage, desiring to excel one another, and devoted to one another's good, they advanced to battle. Duryodhana, O monarch, was stationed in the midst of his forces. And the king was surrounded by the mighty Kar warriors, Karna, Dusasana, and Kripa, and had a white umbrella held over his head. And fanned with yak tails, he looked resplendent like the chief of the celestials. And at the head of that army was the commander Drona, looking like the rising sun. And there stood the ruler of the Sindhus, of great beauty of person, and immovable like the cliff of Meru. Standing by the side of the ruler of the Sindhus, and headed by a Swathaman, were, O king, thy 30 sons, resembling the very gods. There also on Jayadratha's flank were those mighty Kar warriors, viz., the ruler of Gandhara, i.e., the gamester, Sakuni, and Salya, and Burushrava. Then commenced the battle, fierce, and making the hair stand on their ends, between thy warriors and those of the foe. And both sides fought, making death itself the goal. Footnotes 79:1 The first half of the first line of 21 seems to be grammatically connected with 20. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 33. Sanjaya said, The Parthas then, headed by Bhimasena, approached that invincible array protected by Bharadvaja's son. And Satyaki, and Chekatana, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, and Kuntabhoja of great prowess, and the mighty Kar warrior Drupada. And Arjuna's son, Abhimanyu, and Kshatradharman, and the valiant Vrahakatra, and Drishtaketu, the ruler of the Chedis, and the twin sons of Madri, viz., Nakula and Sadeva, and Gatakacha, and the powerful Udamanyu and the unvanquished Sikandin, and the irresistible Uttamajas and the mighty Kar warrior Virata, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, these all excited with wrath, and the valiant son of Sasupala, and the Kaikyas of mighty energy, and the Srinjayas by thousands, these and others, accomplished in weapons and difficult of being resisted in battle, suddenly rushed, at the head of their respective followers, against Bharadvaja's son, from a desire of battle. The valiant son of Bharadvaja, however, fearlessly checked all those warriors, as soon as they came near, with a thick shower of arrows. Like a mighty wave of waters coming against an impenetrable hill, or the surging sea itself approaching its bank, those warriors were pushed back by Drona. And the Pandavas, O king, afflicted by the shaft shot from Drona's bow, were unable to stay before him. And the strength of Drona's arms that we saw was wonderful in the extreme, inasmuch as the Panchalas and the Srinjayas failed to approach him. Beholding Drona advancing in rage, Yudhishthira thought of diverse means for checking his progress. At last, regarding Drona incapable of being resisted by anyone else, Yudhishthira placed that heavy and unbearable burden on the son of Subhadra. Addressing Abhimanyu, that slayer of hostile heroes, who was not inferior to Vasudeva himself and whose energy was superior to that of Arjuna, the king said, "O child, act in such a way that Arjuna, returning from the Samsaptakas, may not reprove us. We do not know how to break the circular array. Thyself, or Arjuna, or Krishna, or Pradyumna, can pierce that array. O mighty armed one, no fifth person can be found to achieve that teat. O child, it behoveth thee, O Abhimanyu, to grant the boon that thy sires, thy maternal uncles, and all these troops ask of thee. Taking up thy arms quickly, destroy this array of Drona, else Arjuna, returning from the fight, will reprove us all." Abhimanyu said, "Desiring victory to my sires, soon shall I in battle penetrate into that firm, fierce, and foremost of arrays formed by Drona. I have been taught by my father the method of penetrating and smiting this kind of array. I shall not be able, however, to come out if any kind of danger overtakes me." Yudhishthira said, "Break this array once, O foremost of warriors, and make a passage for us. All of us will follow thee in the track by which thou wilt go. In battle, thou art equal to the Nanjaya himself. Seeing thee enter, we shall follow thee, protecting thee on all sides." Bhima said, "I myself will follow thee, and Drishtadyumna and Satyaki, and the Panchalas, and the Prabhadrakas. After the array once is broken by thee, will enter it repeatedly and slay the foremost warriors within it." Abhimanyu said, "I will penetrate into this invincible array of Drona, like an insect filled with rage entering a blazing fire. Today, I will do that which will be beneficial to both races, viz., my sires and my mothers. I will do that which will please my maternal uncle as also my mother. Today all creatures will behold large bodies of hostile soldiers continually slaughtered by myself, an unaided child. If anybody, encountering me, escapes today with life, I shall not then regard myself begotten by Partha and born of Subhadra. If on a single car I cannot in battle cut off the whole Kshatriya race into 8 fragments, I will not regard myself the son of Arjuna." Yudhishthira said, "Since protected by these tigers among men, these great bowmen endued with fierce might, these warriors that resemble the Sathyas, the Rudras, or the Maruts, or are like the Vasus, or Agni, or Aditya himself in prowess, thou venturest to pierce the invincible array of Drona, and since thou speakest so, let thy strength, O son of Subhadra, be increased." Sanjaya continued, "Hearing these words of Yudhishthira, Abhimanyu ordered his charioteer, Sumitra, saying, 'Quickly urge the steeds towards Drona's army.'" Footnotes 80:1 The last half of the second line of 4 is vicious as occurring in the Bengal texts. The correct reading is Ayodhya. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 34. Sanjaya said, "Hearing these words of the intelligent Yudhishthira, the son of Subhadra, O Bharata, urged his charioteer towards Drona's array. The charioteer, urged by him with the words, 'Proceed, proceed,' replied unto Abhimanyu, 'O king, in these words, O thou that art blessed with length of days, heavy is the burthen that hath been placed upon thee by the Pandavas. Ascertaining by thy judgment as to whether thou art able to bear it or not, thou shouldst then engage in battle. The preceptor Drona is a master of superior weapons and accomplished in battle. Thou, however, hast been brought up in great luxury and art and used to battle. Hearing these words, Abhimanyu replied unto his charioteer, saying with a laugh, O charioteer, who is this Drona? What, again, is this vast assemblage of Kshatriyas? Sakra himself on his Airavata and aided by all the celestials, I would encounter in battle. I do not feel the slightest anxiety about all these Kshatriyas today. This hostile army doth not come up to even a 16th part of myself. O son of Asuta, getting my maternal uncle Vishnu himself, the conqueror of the universe, or my sire, Arjuna, as an antagonist in battle, fear would not enter my heart. Abhimanyu then, thus disregarding those words of the charioteer, urged the latter, saying, Go with speed towards the army of Drona. Thus commanded, the charioteer, with a heart scarcely cheerful, urged Abhimanyu's 3-year-old steeds, decked with golden trappings. Those coursers, urged by Sumitra towards Drona's army, rushed towards Drona himself, O king, with great speed and prowess. Beholding him coming towards them in that way, the Kauravas, headed by Drona, advanced against him, as, indeed, the Pandavas followed him behind. Then Arjuna's son, superior to Arjuna's self-eased in golden mail and owning an excellent standard that bore the device of a Karnikara tree, fearlessly encountered, from desire of battle, warriors headed by Drona, like a lion cub assailing a herd of elephants. Those warriors then, filled with joy, began to strike Abhimanyu while he endeavored to pierce their array. And for a moment an agitation took place there, like to the eddy that is seen in the ocean where the current of the Ganga mingles with it. The battle, O king, that commenced there, between those struggling heroes striking one another, became fierce and terrible. And during the progress of that awful battle, Arjuna's son, in the very sight of Drona, breaking that array, penetrated into it. Then large bodies of elephants and steeds and cars and infantry, filled with joy, encompassed that mighty warrior after he had thus penetrated into the midst of the foe, and commenced to smite him, causing the earth to resound, with noise of diverse musical instruments, with shouts and slaps of armpits and roars, with yells and leonine shouts, with exclamations of wait, wait, with fierce confused voices, with cries of, do not go, wait, come to me, with repeated exclamations of, this one, it is I, the foe, with grunt of elephants, with the tinkling of bells and ornaments, with bursts of laughter, and the clatter of horse hoofs and car wheels, the Kaurava warriors rushed at the son of Arjuna. That mighty hero, however, endued with great lightness of hands and having a knowledge of the vital parts of the body, quickly shooting weapons capable of penetrating into the very vitals, slew those advancing warriors. Slaughtered by means of sharp shafts of diverse kinds, those warriors became perfectly helpless, and like insects falling upon a blazing fire, they continued to fall upon Abhimanyu on the field of battle. And Abhimanyu strewed the earth with their bodies and diverse limbs of their bodies like priests strewing the altar at a sacrifice with blades of kusa grass. And Arjuna's son cut off by thousands the arms of those warriors. And some of these were eased in corselets made of iguana skin, and some held bows and shafts, and some held swords or shields or iron hooks and reins, and some lances of battle axes. And some held maces or iron balls or spears, and some rapiers and crowbars and axes. And some grasped short arrows, or spiked maces, or darts, or campanas. And some had goads and prodigious conchs, and some bearded darts and kachagrahas. And some had mallets and some other kinds of missiles. And some had nooses, and some heavy clubs, and some brickbats. And all those arms were decked with armlets and laved with delightful perfumes and unguents. And with those arms dyed with gore and looking bright, the field of battle became beautiful, as if strewn, O sire, with 5-headed snakes slain by Garuda. And Falguni's son also scattered over the field of battle countless heads of foes, heads graced with beautiful noses and faces and locks, without pimples, and adorned with earrings. Blood flowed from those heads copiously, and the nether lips and all were bit with wrath. Adorned with beautiful garlands and crowns and turbans and pearls and gems, and possessed of splendor equal to that of the sun or the moon, they seemed to be like lotuses severed from their stalks. Fragrant with many perfumes, while life was in them, they could speak words both agreeable and beneficial. Diverse cars, well equipped, and looking like the vapory edifices in the welkin, with shafts in front and excellent bamboo poles, and looking beautiful with the standards set up on them, were deprived of their janghas, and kuvaras, and nemis, and dasanas, and wheels, and standards and terraces. And the utensils of war in them were all broken. And the rich clothes with which they were overlaid were blown away, and the warriors on them were slain by thousands. Mingling everything before him with his shafts, Abhimanyu was seen coursing on all sides. With his keen-edged weapons, he cut into pieces elephant warriors, and elephants with standards and hooks and banners, and quivers and coats of mail, and girths and neck ropes and blankets, and bells and trunks and tusks, as also the foot soldiers that protected those elephants from behind. And many steeds of the Vinayu, the Hili, the Kamboja, and the Valhika breeds, with tails and ears and eyes motionless and fixed, possessed of great speed, well trained, and ridden by accomplished warriors armed with swords and lances, were seen to be deprived of the excellent ornaments on their beautiful tails. And many lay with tongues lolling out and eyes detached from their sockets, and entrails and livers drawn out. And the riders on their backs lay lifeless by their sides. And the rows of bells that adorned them were all torn. Strewn over the field thus, they caused great delight to Rakshasas and beasts of prey. With coats of mail and other leathern armor, casing their limbs, cut open, they weltered in excreta ejected by themselves. Thus slaying many foremost of steeds of thy army, Abhimanyu looked resplendent. Alone achieving the most difficult feat, like the inconceivable Vibhu himself in days of old, Abhimanyu crushed thy vast host of three kinds of forces, cars, elephants, and steeds, like the three-eyed Mahadeva of immeasurable energy crushing the terrible Asura host. Indeed, Arjuna's son, having achieved in battle feats incapable of being borne by his foes, everywhere mingled large divisions of foot soldiers belonging to thy army. Beholding then thy host extensively slaughtered by Subhadra's son single-handed with his whetted shafts like the Asura host by Skanda, the celestial generalissimo, thy warriors and thy sons cast vacant looks on all sides. Their mouths became dry, their eyes became restless, their bodies were covered with sweat, and their hair stood on their ends. Hopeless of vanquishing their foe, they set their hearts on flying away from the field. Desirous of saving their lives, called one another by their names and the names of their families, and abandoning their wounded sons and sires and brothers and kinsmen and relatives by marriage lying around on the field, they endeavored to fly away, urging their steeds and elephants to their utmost speed. Footnotes 83:1 Janghas, etc., are diverse limbs of cars used in battle. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 35. Sanjaya said, beholding his army routed by Subhadra's son of immeasurable energy, Duryodhana, filled with rage, himself proceeded against the former. Seeing the king turn back towards Subhadra's son in battle, Drona, addressing all the Kaurava warriors, said, rescue the king. Before us, in our very sight, the valiant Abhimanyu is slaying all he aims at. Rush ye, therefore, speedily against him, without fear, and protect the Kuru king. Then many grateful and mighty warriors, having Duryodhana's good at heart, and always graced with victory, inspired with fear, surrounded thy son. And Drona, and Drona's son, and Kripa and Karna and Kritavarman and Suvala's son, Vrihadvala, and the ruler of the Madras, and Buri, and Burishravas, and Sala, and Purava and Vrishasena, shooting sharp shafts, checked Subhadra's son by means of those arrowy showers. Confounding him with those showers of shafts, they rescued Duryodhana. The son of Arjuna, however, brooked not that act of snatching a morsel from his mouth. Covering those mighty car warriors, their charioteers, and steeds with thick showers of arrows, and causing them to turn back, the son of Subhadra uttered a leonine roar. Hearing that roar of his, resembling that of a lion hungering after prey, these angry car warriors, headed by Drona, brooked it not. Encompassing him on all sides, O sire, with a large body of cars, they shot at him showers of diverse kinds of arrows. The grandson, however, cut them off in the welkin, before any of them could reach him, by means of sharp shafts, and then pierced all of them with his shafts. That feat of his seemed exceedingly wonderful. Provoked by him thus by means of those shafts of his that resembled snakes of virulent poison, they surrounded that unretreating son of Subhadra, desirous of slaying him. That sea of Kaurava troops, however, O bull of Bharata's race, the son of Arjuna singly held in check by means of his shafts, like the continent resisting the surging ocean. And among those heroes thus fighting with and striking one another, viz., Abhimanyu and his man on one side and all those warriors together on the other, none turned back from the field. In that dreadful and fierce battle, Dusaha pierced Abhimanyu with 9 shafts. And Dusasana pierced him with 12, and Saradwata's son Kripa with 3. And Drona pierced him with 17 shafts, each resembling a snake of virulent poison. And Vivansati pierced him with 70 shafts, and Kritavarman with 7. And Vrihadvala pierced him with 8, and Aswathaman with 7 shafts. And Burishrav pierced him with 3 shafts, and the ruler of the Madras with 6. And Sakuni pierced him with 2, and King Duryodhana with 3 shafts. The valiant Abhimanyu, however, O king, seemingly dancing on his car, pierced each of those warriors in return with 3 shafts. Then Abhimanyu, filled with rage in consequence of thy sons endeavoring to frighten him thus, displayed the wonderful strength he had acquired from culture and practice. Borne by his well-broken steeds, endued with the speed of Garuda or the wind, and thoroughly obedient to the behests of him who held their reins, he quickly checked the heir of Asmaka. Staying before him, the handsome son of Asmaka, endued with great might, pierced him with 10 shafts and addressing him, said, Wait, wait. Abhimanyu then, with 10 shafts, cut off the former's steeds and charioteer and standard and 2 arms and bow and head, and caused them to fall down on the earth, smiling the while. After the heroic ruler of the Asmakas had thus been slain by the son of Subhadra, the whole of his force wavered and began to fly away from the field. Then Karna and Kripa, and Drona and Drona's son, and the ruler of the Gandharas, and Sala and Salya, and Burishravas and Kratha, and Somadatta, and Vivansati, and Vrishasena, and Sashina, and Kundavedan, and Pradadana, and Vrindaraka and Lalithya, and Pravahu, and Drigalakana, and angry Duryodhana, showered their arrows upon him. Then Abhimanyu, excessively pierced by those great bowmen with their straight shafts, shot shafts at Karna which was capable of piercing through every armor and body. That shaft, piercing through Karna's coat of mail and then his body, entered the earth like a snake piercing through an anthill. Deeply pierced, Karna felt great pain and became perfectly helpless. Indeed, Karna began to tremble in that battle like a hill during an earthquake. Then, with 3 other shafts of great sharpness, the mighty son of Arjuna, excited with rage, slew those 3 warriors, viz., Sashina, Drigalakana, and Kundavedan. Meanwhile, Karna, recovering from the shock, pierced Abhimanyu with 25 shafts. And Aswathaman struck him with 20, and Kritavarman with 7. Covered all over with arrows, that son of Sakra's son, filled with rage, careered over the field. And he was regarded by all the troops as Yama self-armed with the noose. He then scattered over Salya, who happened to be near him, thick showers of arrows. That mighty armed warrior then uttered loud shouts, frightening thy troops therewith. Meanwhile, Salya, pierced by Abhimanyu, accomplished in weapons, with straight shafts penetrating into his very vitals, sat down on the terrace of his car and fainted away. Beholding Salya thus pierced by the celebrated son of Subhadra, all the troops fled away in the very sight of Bharadvaja's son. Seeing that mighty armed warrior, viz., Salya, thus covered with shafts of golden wings, thy army fled away like a head of deer attacked by a lion. And Abhimanyu, glorified by the Pitris, the gods, and Charanas, and Siddhas, as also by diverse classes of creatures on the earth, with praises about his heroism and skill in battle, looked resplendent like a sacrificial fire fed with clarified butter. Footnotes 84:1 The second half of the second line of 2 is vicious in the Bengal texts. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 36. Dhritarashtra said, while Arjuna's son was thus grinding, by means of his straight arrows, our foremost bowman, what warriors of my army endeavored to check him? Sanjaya said, hear, O king, of the splendid prowess and battle of youthful Abhimanyu while engaged in breaking the car ranks of the Kauravas, protected by the son of Bharadvaja himself. Beholding the ruler of the Madras disabled in battle by Subhadra's son with his shafts, the younger brother of Salya, filled with wrath, advanced against Abhimanyu, scattering his shafts. Arjuna's son, however, endued with great lightness of hand, cut off his antagonist's head and charioteer, his triple bamboo pole, his bed, on the car, his car wheels, his yoke, and shafts and quiver, and car bottom, by means of his arrows, as also his banner and every other implements of battle with which his car was equipped. So quick were his movements that none could obtain a sight of his person. Deprived of life, that foremost and chief of all ornaments of battle fell down on the earth, like a huge hill uprooted by a mighty tempest. His followers then, struck with fear, fled away in all directions. Beholding that feat of the son of Arjuna, all creatures were highly gratified, and cheered him, O Bharata, with loud shouts of excellent, excellent. After Salya's brother had thus been slain, many followers of his, loudly proclaiming their families, places of residence, and names, rushed against Arjuna's son, filled with rage and armed with diverse weapons. Some of them were on cars, some on steeds and some on elephants, and others advanced on foot. And all of them were endued with fierce might. And they rushed, frightening the son of Arjuna with the loud whiz of their arrows, the deep roar of their car wheels, their fierce whoops and shouts and cries, their leonine roars, the loud twang of their bowstring, and the slaps of their palms. And they said, Thou shalt not escape us with life today. Hearing them say so, the son of Subhadra, smiling the while, pierced with his shafts those amongst them that had pierced him first. Displaying diverse weapons of beautiful look and of great celerity, the heroic son of Arjuna battled mildly with them. Those weapons that he had received from Vasudeva and those that he had received from Dhananjaya, Abhimanyu displayed in the very same way as Vasudeva and Dhananjaya. Disregarding the heavy burden he had taken upon himself and casting off all fear, he repeatedly shot his arrows. No interval, again, could be noticed between his aiming and letting off an arrow. Only his trembling bow drawn to a circle could be seen on every side, looking like the blazing disk of the autumnal sun. And the twang of his bow, and the slap of his palms, O Bharata, were heard to resound like the roaring of clouds charged with thunder. modest, wrathful, reverential to superiors, and exceedingly handsome, the son of Subhadra, out of regard for the hostile heroes, fought with them mildly. Commencing gently, O king, he gradually became fierce, like the illustrious maker of the day when autumn comes after the season of the rains is over. Like the sun himself shedding his rays, Abhimanyu, filled with wrath, shot hundreds and thousands of whetted arrows, furnished with golden wings. In the very sight of Bharadvaja's son, that celebrated warrior covered the car division of the Kaurava army with diverse kinds of arrows. Thereupon, that army thus afflicted by Abhimanyu with his shafts, turned its back on the field. Footnotes 87:1. I omit the names as they occur in the text. These are 1. Kshudrapas, i.e., arrows sharp as razors, 2. Vatsadantas, i.e., arrows having heads like the calf tooth, 3. Vipathas, i.e., long arrows having stout bodies, 4. Narachas, long arrows, Ardhakandrabhas, i.e., looking like shafts furnished with heads of the form of the half-moon. It is an adjective qualifying Narachas. 5. Angelikas were broad-headed shafts. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 37. Dhritarashtra said, "My heart, O Sanjaya, is agitated with different emotions, viz. shame and gratification, upon hearing that Subhadra's son singly held in cheek the whole army of my son. O son of Gavalgana, tell me everything once more in detail about the encounter of youthful Abhimanyu, which seems to have been pretty like Skanda's encounter with the Asura host." Sanjaya said, "I will relate to thee that fearful encounter, that fierce battle, as it took place between one and the many. Mounted upon his car, Abhimanyu, with great daring, showered his arrows on the warriors of thy army mounted on their cars, all of whom were chastisers of foes, endued with great courage. Careering with great speed like a circle of fire, he pierced Drona and Karna, and Kripa, and Salya and Drona's son, and Kritavarman of the Bhoja race, and Vrihadvala, and Duryodhana, and Somadatta, and mighty Sakuni, and diverse kings and diverse princes and diverse bodies of troops. While engaged in slaying his foes by means of superior weapons, the valiant son of Subhadra, endued with mighty energy, seemed, O Bharata, to be present everywhere. Beholding that conduct of Subhadra's son of immeasurable energy, thy troops trembled repeatedly. Seeing that warrior of great proficiency in battle, Bharadvaja's son of great wisdom, with eyes expanded in joy, quickly came towards Kripa, and addressing him said, as if crushing, by that speech of his, the very vitals of thy son, O Bharata, the following words: "Yonder cometh the youthful son of Subhadra at the head of the Parthas, delighting all his friends, and King Yudhishthira, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, and all his kinsmen and relatives by marriage, and all who are watching the battle as spectators without taking any part in it. I do not regard any bowman to be his equal in battle. If only he entertains the wish, he can slay this vast host. It seems that for some reason or other, he doth not entertain that wish." Hearing these words of Drona, so expressive of the gratification he felt, thy son, enraged with Abhimanyu, looked at Drona, faintly smiling the while. Indeed, Duryodhana said unto Karna and King Valhika and Dusasana and the ruler of the Madras and the many other mighty car warriors of his army, these words: "The preceptor of the entire order of the Kshatriyas, he that is the foremost of all conversant with Brahma, doth not, from stupefaction, wish to slay this son of Arjuna. None can, in battle, escape the preceptor with life, not even the destroyer himself, if the latter advanceth against the preceptor as a foe. What, O friend, shall we say then of any mortal? I say this truly. This one is the son of Arjuna, and Arjuna is the preceptor's disciple. It is for this that the preceptor protecteth this youth. Disciples and sons and their sons are always dear to the virtuous people. Protected by Drona, the youthful son of Arjuna regardeth himself valorous. He is only a fool entertaining a high opinion of himself. Crush him, therefore, without delay. Thus addressed by the Kuru king, those warriors, O monarch, excited with rage and desirous of slaying their foe, rushed, in the very sight of Drona, at the son of Subhadra, that daughter of the Satwata race. Dusasana, in particular, that tiger among the Kurus, hearing those words of Duryodhana, answered the latter, saying, O monarch, I tell thee that even I will slay this one in the very sight of the Pandavas and before the eyes of the Panchalas. I shall certainly devour the son of Subhadra today, like Rahu swallowing Surya, sun. And once more addressing the Kuru king loudly, Dusasana said, hearing that Subhadra's son hath been slain by me, the two Krishnas, who are exceedingly vain, will without doubt go to the region of the departed spirits, leaving this world of men. Hearing then of the death of the two Krishnas, it is evident that the other sons born of Pandu's wives, with all their friends, will, in course of a single day, cast away their lives from despair. It is evident, therefore, that this one foe of thine being slain, all thy foes will be slain. Wish me well, O king, even I will slay this foe of thine. Having said these words, O king, thy son Dusasana, filled with rage and uttering a loud roar, rushed against the son of Subhadra and covered him with showers of arrows. Abhimanyu then, O chastiser of foes, received that son of thine thus advancing upon him wrathfully, with 26 arrows of sharp points. Dusasana, however, filled with rage, and looking like an infuriated elephant, fought desperately with Abhimanyu, the son of Subhadra, in that battle. Both of them masters in car fight, they fought on describing beautiful circles with their cars, one of them to the left and other to the right. The warriors then, with their Pandavas and Radangas and Dundubas and Krakachas and great Anakas and Baris and Jarjaras, caused a deafening noise mingled with leonine roars, such as arise from the great receptacle of salt waters. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 38. Sanjaya said, then the intelligent Abhimanyu, with limbs mingled with arrows, smilingly addressed his foe, Dusasana, stationed before him, saying, by good luck it is that I behold in battle that vain hero arrived before me, who is cruel, who hath cast away all righteousness, and who brawleth out lustily his own praises. In the assembly, for the Kurus, and in the hearing of King Dhritarashtra, thou hadst, with thy harsh speeches, angered King Yudhishthira. Relying on the deception of the dice and the skill, therein, of Suvala's son, thou hadst also maddened by success, addressed many delirious speech to Bhima. In consequence of the anger of those illustrious persons, thou art, at last, about to obtain the fruit of that conduct of thine. O thou of wicked understanding, obtain thou without delay the fruit of the robbery of other people's possessions, wrathfulness, of thy hatred of peace, of avarice, of ignorance, of hostilities, with kinsmen, of injustice and persecution, of depriving my sires those fierce bowmen of their kingdom, and of thy own fierce temper. I shall today chastise thee with my arrows in the sight of the whole army. Today, I shall in battle disburden myself of that wrath which I cherish against thee. I shall today free myself of the debt I owe to angry Krishna and to my sire who always craveth for an opportunity to chastise thee. O Kaurava, today I shall free myself of the debt I owe to Bhima. With life thou shalt not escape me, if indeed thou dost not abandon the battle. Having said these words, that mighty armed warrior, that slayer of hostile heroes, aimed a shaft endued with the splendor of Yama or of Agni or of the wind god, capable of dispatching Dusasana to the other world. Quickly approaching Dusasana's bosom, that shaft fell upon his shoulder joint and penetrated into his body up to the very wings, like a snake into an ant hill. And soon Abhimanyu once more struck him with 25 arrows whose touch resembled that of fire, and which were sped from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch. Deeply pierced and greatly pained, Dussasana sat down on the terrace of his car and was, O king, overtaken by a swoon. Afflicted thus by the arrows of Subhadra's son and deprived of his senses, Dussasana was speedily borne away from the midst of the fight by his charioteer. Beholding this, the Pandavas, the 5 sons of Draupadi, Virata, the Panchalas, and the Kakayas, uttered leonine shouts. And the troops of the Pandavas, filled with joy, caused diverse kinds of musical instruments to be beat and blown. Beholding that feat of Subhadra's son, they laughed with joy. Seeing that implacable and proud foe of theirs thus vanquished, those mighty car warriors, viz., the 5 sons of Draupadi, who had on their banners the images of Yama and Maryuda and Sakra and the twin Ashwins, and Satyaki, and Chekatana, and Drishtadyumna, and Sikandin, and the Kakayas, and Drishtaketu, and the Matsyas, Panchalas, and the Srinjayas, and the Pandavas headed by Yudhishthira, were filled with joy. And all of them rushed with speed, desirous of piercing Drona's array. Then a dreadful battle took place between the warriors and those of the foe. All of them were unretreating heroes, and inspired by desire of victory. During the progress of that dreadful encounter, Duryodhana, O monarch, addressing the son of Radha, said, Behold, the heroic Dussasana, who resembleth the scorching sun, who was hitherto slaying the foe in battle, hath at last himself succumbed to Abhimanyu. The Pandavas also, filled with rage and looking fierce like mighty lions, are rushing towards us, desirous of rescuing the son of Subhadra. Thus addressed, Karna, with rage and desirous of doing good to thy son, rained showers of sharp arrows on the invincible Abhimanyu. And the heroic Karna, as if in contempt of his antagonist, also pierced the latter's followers on the field of battle, with many excellent shafts of great sharpness. The high-souled Abhimanyu, however, O king, desirous of proceeding against Drona, quickly pierced Radha's son with 73 shafts. No car warrior of thy army succeeded at that time in obstructing the progress towards Drona of Abhimanyu, who was the son of Indra's son and who was afflicting all the foremost car warriors of the Kaurava host. Then Karna, the most honored of all bowmen, desirous of obtaining victory, pierced the son of Subhadra with hundreds of arrows, displacing his best weapons. That foremost of all persons conversant with weapons, that valiant disciple of Rama, by means of his weapons, thus afflicted Abhimanyu, who was incapable of being defeated by foes. Though afflicted in battle by Radha's son with showers of weapons, still Subhadra's son, who resembled a very celestial for prowess, felt no pain. With his shafts whetted on stone and furnished with sharp points, the son of Arjuna, cutting off the bows of many heroic warriors, began to afflict Karna in return. With shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison and shot from his bow drawn to a circle, Abhimanyu quickly cut off the umbrella, standard, the charioteer, and the steeds of Karna, smiling the while. Karna then shot 5 straight arrows at Abhimanyu. The son of Fulguna, however, received them fearlessly. Endued with great valor and courage, the latter then, in a moment, with only a single arrow, cut off Karna's bow and standard and caused them to drop down on the ground. Beholding Karna in such distress, his younger brother, drawing the bow with great force, speedily proceeded against the son of Subhadra. The Parthas then, and their followers, uttered loud shouts and beat their musical instruments and applauded the son of Subhadra for his heroism. Footnotes 89:1 There are the names of diverse kinds of drums, small and large. 89:2 I adopt the Bombay reading of the first line of 4. 89:3 The fruit being the present encounter with Abhimanyu, in which Dusasana, according to Abhimanyu, shall have to lay down his life. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 39. Sanjaya said, Then the younger brother of Karna, uttering loud roars, bow in hand, and repeatedly stretching the bowstring, quickly placed himself between those two illustrious warriors. And Karna's brother, with 10 shafts, pierced invincible Abhimanyu and his umbrella and standard and charioteer and steeds, smiling the while. Beholding Abhimanyu thus afflicted with those arrows, although he had achieved those superhuman feats in the manner of his sire and grandsire, the warriors of thy army were filled with delight. Then Abhimanyu, forcibly bending the bow and smiling the while, with one winged arrow cut off his antagonist's head. That head, severed from the trunk, fell down on the earth. Beholding his brother slain and overthrown, like a carnicora tree shaken and thrown down by the wind from the mountain top, Karna, O monarch, was filled with pain. Meanwhile, the son of Subhadra, causing Karna by means of his arrows to turn away from the field, quickly rushed against the other great bowmen. Then Abhimanyu of fierce energy and great fame, filled with wrath, broke that host of diverse forces abounding with elephants and steeds and cars and infantry. As regards Karna, afflicted by Abhimanyu with countless shafts, he fled away from the field borne by swift steeds. The Kaurava array then broke. When the welkin was covered with Abhimanyu's shafts, like flights of locusts or thick showers of rain, nothing, O monarch, could be distinguished. Amongst thy warriors thus slaughtered by Abhimanyu with sharp shafts, none, O monarch, stayed any longer on the field of battle except the ruler of the Sindhus. Then that bull among men, viz., the son of Subhadra, blowing his conch, speedily fell upon the Bharata host, O bull of Bharata's race. Like a burning brand thrown into the midst of dry grass, Arjuna's son began to consume his foes, quickly careering through the Kaurava army. Having pierced through their array, he mangled cars and elephants and steeds and human beings by means of his sharp shafts and caused the field of battle teem with headless trunks. Cut off by means of excellent arrows shot from the bow of Subhadra's son, the Kaurava warriors fled away, slaying, as they fled, their own comrades before them. Those fierce arrows, of terrible effect whetted on stone and, countless in number, slaying car warriors and elephants, steeds, fell fast on the field. Arms, decked with amithas and other ornaments of gold, cut off, and hands cased in leathern covers, and arrows, and bows, and bodies and heads decked with car rings and floral wreaths, lay in thousands on the field. Obstructed with upashkaras and adhishtanas and long poles, also with crushed akshas and broken wheels and yokes, numbering thousands, with darts and bows and swords and fallen standards, and with shields and bows lying all about, with the bodies, O monarch, of slain kshatriyas and steeds and elephants, the field of battle, looking exceedingly fierce, soon became impassable. The noise made by the princes, as they called upon one another while slaughtered by Abhimanyu, became deafening and enhanced the fears of the timid. That noise, O chief of the Bharatas, filled all the points of the compass. The son of Subhadra rushed against the Kaurava troops, slaying foremost of car warriors and steeds and elephants, quickly consuming his foes, like a fire playing in the midst of a heap of dry grass. The son of Arjuna was seen careering through the midst of the Bharata army. Encompassed as he was by our troops and covered with dust, none of us could obtain a sight of that warrior when, O Bharata, he was careening over the field in all directions, cardinal and subsidiary. And he took the lives of steeds and elephants and human warriors, O Bharata, almost incessantly. And soon after we saw him come out of the press. Indeed, O monarch, we beheld him then scorching his foes like the meridian sun, scorching everything with his rays. equal to Vasva himself in battle, that son of Vasva's son viz. Abhimanyu, looked resplendent in the midst of the hostile army. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 40. Dhritarashtra said, a mere child in years, brought up in great luxury, proud of the strength of his arms, accomplished in battle, endued with great heroism, the perpetuator of his race, and prepared to lay down his life when Abhimanyu penetrated into the Kaurava army, borne on his 3-year-old steeds of spirited metal. Was there any of great warriors in Yudhishthira's army that followed the son of Arjuna? Sanjaya said, Yudhishthira and Bhimasena, and Sikandin and Satyaki, and the twins Nakula and Sadeva, and Drishtadyumna and Virata, and Drupada, and Kakaya, and Drishtaketu, all filled with wrath, and the Matsya warrior, rushed to battle. Indeed, Abhimanyu's sires, accompanied by his maternal uncles, those smiters of foes, arrayed in order of battle, rushed along the self-same path that Abhimanyu had created, desirous of rescuing him. Beholding those heroes rushing, thy troops turned away from the fight. Seeing then that vast army of thy son turning away from the fight, the son-in-law of great energy rushed to rally them. Indeed, King Jayadratha, the son of the ruler of the Sindhus, checked, with all their followers, the Parthas, desirous of rescuing their son. That fierce and great bowman, viz. the son of Vridhakshetra, invoking into existence celestial weapons, resisted the Pandavas, like an elephant sporting in a low land. Dhritarashtra said, I think, Sanjaya, that heavy was the burden thrown upon the ruler of the Sindhus, inasmuch as alone he had to resist the angry Pandavas desirous of rescuing their son. Exceedingly wonderful, I think, was the might and heroism of the ruler of the Sindhus. Tell me what the high-souled warrior's prowess was, and how he accomplished that foremost of feats. What gifts did he make? What libations had he poured? What sacrifices had he performed? What ascetic austerities had he well undergone, in consequence of which, single-handed, he succeeded in checking Parthas excited with wrath? Sanjaya said, on the occasion of his insult to Draupadi, Jayadratha was vanquished by Bhimasena. From a keen sense of his humiliation, the king practiced the severest of ascetic austerities, desirous of a boon. Restraining his senses from all objects dear to them, bearing hunger, thirst, and heat, he reduced his body till his swollen veins became visible. Uttering the eternal words of the Veda, he paid his adoration to the god Mahadeva. That illustrious deity, always inspired with compassion for his devotees, at last became kind towards him. Indeed, Hara, appearing in a dream unto the ruler of the Sindhus, addressed him, saying, Solicit the boon thou desirest. I am gratified with thee, O Jayadratha. What dost thou desire? Thus addressed by Mahadeva, Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, bowed down unto him and said, with joined palms and restrained soul, alone, on a single car, I shall check in battle all the sons of Pandu, endued though they are with terrible energy and prowess. Even this, O Bharata, was the boon he had solicited. Thus prayed to that foremost of the deities, said unto Jayadratha, O amiable one, I grant thee the boon. Except Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, thou shalt in battle check the 4 other sons of Pandu. So be it, said Jayadratha unto that lord of the gods, and then awoke, O monarch, from his slumber. In consequence of that boon which he had received, and of the strength also of his celestial weapons, Jayadratha, single-handed, held in check the entire army of the Pandavas. The twang of his bowstring and the slaps of his palms inspired the hostile Kshatriyas with fear, filling thy troops, at the same time, with delight. And the Kshatriyas, of the Kuru army, beholding that the burthen was taken up by the ruler of the Sindhus, rushed with loud shouts, O monarch, to that part of the field where Yudhishthira's army was. Footnotes. 92:1 Pravandaiva is explained by Nilkantha as Nimnadim Prapya. The meaning seems to be, as I have put it, like an elephant in a low land, i.e., land covered with mud and water. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.